Hang up in here. Oh, wait. Hang up here.
Oh, okay.
Take the, just put over one of those bags.
Okay.
Another one on that screen.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and DLC number for the record?
Miss Lottie Boyd, 205-418.
Mr. Boyd, my name is Miss Layton, and on camera with me, you will see my two colleagues, Mr. James and Miss Chrissy Colefields, and we are the three parole board members who are responsible for conducting your parole eligibility hearing today. I don't believe you've ever seen a parole board before. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Before we start, I will tell you what the proceedings look like and what we will expect during the proceedings. First, we will go over the crimes in which you have been convicted of and the reason why you are before the board today. During this time, we will expect you to give us a detailed version of the crimes in which you have been convicted of. There may be times that me or my colleagues might want to ask you some questions in detail about these offenses. We will discuss your prior arrest record, any programs that you have done while you've been incarcerated. We will only go back 2 years on disciplinaries. We will discuss any programs that you have completed and how you think these programs may benefit you in the event that you are granted the privilege of parole supervision. Because this is an opportunity for parole, we will discuss your future plans. You may be asked questions like, where will you work? Where will you live? Do you have support in the community? How do you intend to maintain treatment? Those type of questions, okay?
Yes,
Once my colleagues and I have asked you all the questions that we want to ask, and we feel like we have enough information to make an informative decision, we will allow you an opportunity to address the board. At that point in time, if you have anything that you want to add to your hearing that you feel like is pertinent to our decision-making process, you will have an opportunity to do so. Once you address us, then we'll go off camera, discuss your case, come back and render a decision. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about what I discussed with you before we begin?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the other thing I need for you to understand is my colleagues and I, all of us, we have like 3 computer screens. We have lots of information. All the information that we need about you, any question that we ask of you, we already have the answer to. We've already looked at your case and fully before now, but they may not be looking directly in the screen when they talk to you. I may not be, but that doesn't mean that I'm not paying attention to you. I'm taking notes. They're taking notes. And so I just want to let you know that some of that might be going on as well. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I'm going to read information that's on your residential record card. You can let me know whether or not the information is accurate or not. In the event that we find discrepancies, you need to discuss it with the Department of Corrections. The parole board does not correct residential record cards. I have you listed as 64-year-old Curtis Boyd, DLC number 205418. You are currently in medium custody at the Luther Luckett Correctional Complex, where you are serving a 44-year sentence after being convicted of trafficking in a controlled substance, first offense, drug unspecified, tampering with physical evidence, possession of a controlled substance, first offense, drug unspecified, possession of a controlled substance, first offense, cocaine, escape second degree, identified facility, rape, first degree, violent crime, sex crime, sexual abuse, first degree, sex crime, sex abuse, first degree, rape, first degree, violent crime, sex crime, sodomy, first degree, violent crime, sex crime, burglary, first degree, robbery, first degree, sexual abuse, first degree, sex crime, unlawful imprisonment, first degree, rape, first, violent crime, sex crime, burglary first degree, burglary first degree, assault second, non-family member, identify weapon. You have served approximately 14 years and 7 months of this sentence. You have approximately 14 years and 3 months remaining. You do not have any good time laws. You were released on shock probation on January the 15th, 2007, and returned as a violator on May the 2nd, 2011. You do not have any detainers. Does this information appear to be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. As previously stated, we're going to first talk about the crimes in which you have been convicted of and the reason why you are before the board today. Now, what I'm going to do is talk to you first about your 2006 and 2007 charges, and then we'll get into the 2011 charges because it's so many of those, and we'll need to talk about those as well in great detail. So in 2006, you were convicted of trafficking in a controlled substance, first offense, drug unspecified, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of a controlled substance, first offense, drug unspecified. Tell us about your drug charges and like how long had you been involved in drug activity?
Well, at that time in 2006, I was married, and me and my wife had started having some problems. So I had moved out away from my wife, and I had been started selling drugs for approximately maybe around about 2 years around in that area. And first I was working and the money that I was making, it wasn't enough for me to take care of my daughter. I had a daughter, take care of my wife, and take care of myself. I just wasn't making enough money. So I started selling marijuana, crack, cocaine to make extra money so I could pay my bills. Basically, that's why I was. And at the same time, I was drinking alcohol. I was smoking marijuana. Those were the drugs that I also used myself.
Okay, so I would assume that the 2007 charge was a possession of a controlled substance, first offense, cocaine. Did you have that for your own personal use, or were you trafficking in drugs still?
I was still trafficking in drugs, ma'am.
You also have an escape second degree identified facility attached to that indictment. Could you please tell us about the facility that you escaped from?
I was in Louisville in Kentucky, Jefferson County, and they had carried me in the basement. And when they carried me in the basement, I had been drinking at night and smoking marijuana. So when they carried me in the basement and they opened the door and put me in the cage, and I ran out the cage and they caught me as I went out the door.
Thank you, sir. So I've heard you say that you had been trafficking in drugs and you also have been using drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Boyd, would you say that you have a drug addiction?
Well, I said I smoked marijuana, and the other drugs that I was using, I was selling them. But that's the only drug that I ever used was alcohol and marijuana. So
what about being an alcoholic? When
I was on the street, because at one time I was on probation and parole when I got out on shock probation, so I had to report. So at that time, for that year or 2 years that I had to report, I wasn't messing with no marijuana because I had to come and report, you know. So, but I was drinking from time to time because of the things of life that I was going through. So I was smothering it kind of with alcohol and working at the same time. That's what that situation was.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we're going to get into detail about the 2011 offenses. And you know that there are several of these, and there are 3 victims involved in these crimes, and we want to discuss these crimes in full detail. So do you remember the detail? Now, I want to do it this way so you won't mix the details, okay? So I'm going to give you a date, and I want you to give me the detail of what you did with this victim, okay? And in order, if I need to refresh your memory, like I said, I have all this information in front of me, so I know exactly what I want to ask you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So on August the 28th, 1994, you went to a residence on 1114 Cherokee Road. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened at that address on that date.
Okay. I had earlier that day, I guess around about 3 or 4 o'clock that evening, I was at Cherokee Park. I normally go to park and play basketball. That's normally the exercise that I would do. So I was at the park at that time, and the young lady that lived at the address, I didn't know the young lady, but I seen the young lady at the park. So when I had left the park, probably like 7:30 or 8 o'clock, around that time, at that night, I seen her sitting on the porch. So when I seen her sitting on the porch, I ran up to her residence and talked to her, and I grabbed her, took her in the backyard, and made her have sex with me. I didn't know her name. She didn't know me. I just happened to see her at the park. And when I seen her at the park, we just kind of spoke and left it at that. And I was playing ball and they was watching. And so when I got ready to leave, like I said, I left from the park that night. And I guess she may have lived maybe about a mile from the park, the way that I went. And when I seen her sitting on the porch, I pulled my car over, got out my car. I went up there and started talking to her, and I grabbed her and took her in the backyard and made her have sex with me, ma'am. That's what I did with that situation.
Mr. Boyd, are you telling us that you did not follow her home to find out where she lived? You were just, but were you riding around the neighborhood looking for her?
No, ma'am. I was when I left from the park, when I left from the park, I was headed home. But the way I went, I seen her sitting on the porch.
Okay.
Now, I had never seen her before, but I'd go to Cherokee Park all the time to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I had never seen her. That's the first time I had seen her at all.
Okay, sir. I'm going to move ahead, but I might come back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And then my colleagues might want to ask you something else about this crime as well.
Yes,
on February the 8th, 1997, you went to 1630 South 2nd Street, apartment 111. What happened there?
At apartment 111, in that area, that's where I was going and purchasing marijuana at that time. And I don't know the young lady's name, but when I went upstairs to the place where I was buying my marijuana from, I seen her walking around in the house. She was walking around in the house in her apartment, rather, not the house. And I seen that she had a bra on. That's what I could see, that she had a bra on. So and I went upstairs, the door was open, and I went in there and I made her have sex with me. That's what I did.
So
After
you were purchasing marijuana. Was it from this residence or from another residence, and you just saw her in the door?
It was in the same residence, but she lived in the building.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
She lived in the building. Okay. So you go in there and you force her to have sex with you. Did you take anything from that apartment?
No, ma'am, I didn't take nothing from the apartment, ma'am.
Well, the crime story indicates that you took jewelry from that apartment.
I understand that, but as I sat here to tell you today, I didn't take nothing from it. Every victim, ma'am, whatever the report says, every victim, all three of them, I never took nothing from neither one of them, but made them have sex with me, and I left and ran out their apartment and left. Now, I never took no jewelry, no money. I didn't go through their pocketbooks or nothing like that.
Okay. Now, you did indicate that you didn't know her name, but let's go back to the first victim. Do you know her name?
I didn't know her name. I just seen her at the park. I didn't know her name.
Do you know any of your victims' names today? Do you know any of them?
No, ma'am. I don't know none of their names, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
On January the 9th, 1998, you went to 216 West Burnett Avenue. What did you do there?
That one's kind of, hard for me to remember on that one. But I do remember, that I broke in a young lady's house there. I mean, her apartment. It wasn't a house, it was an apartment. And I did pretty much the same thing as when I broke into an apartment. I went in there and I made her have sex with me as well, man.
At any point in time, did you place a knife to any of your victims' throats?
No, ma'am.
You never placed a knife to any of their throats?
No, ma'am.
Go ahead.
The first victim that I did, that I told you that was at the park, and when I left, I grabbed her from off the porch with both my hands. I just put my hands around and grabbed her. So I couldn't have had a knife in my hands if I grabbed her off the porch. You know, I don't know what the paperwork says, but I know that's what I did. I grabbed her and I didn't have a knife.
When you grabbed her, where did you take her?
In her backyard. Only thing I had on was basketball stuff, tennis shoes. So I didn't even have no pockets for a knife or nothing like that.
And the second victim, do you remember what type of sexual activities you coerced her into doing? Forced her to doing?
On the second victim?
She would have been the one at 1630 South 2nd Street, apartment 111.
The only thing that I did, I had what you call it, just regular sex with her.
Mr. Boyd, can we please not say the only thing that you did? You forcibly made these women have sex against their will.
Yes,
we're not going to minimize their crime.
I'm not trying to, ma'am.
Please don't do that. So the third victim, did you put a knife to her throat?
No, ma'am.
Did you put a pillow on her head while she prayed?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay.
What I was trying to say about the second victim, ma'am, was that I didn't make her have oral sex. That's all I was trying to say. I had from my penis to her vagina, trying to explain it, and that was the only type of sex it was the only type of sex I had with her. Ma'am.
So you didn't perform oral sex on her?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I didn't perform oral sex on her.
What about that third victim?
The third victim? I don't remember, but I don't think I performed oral sex on her at all.
Well, where did your sodomy charges come from?
Ma'am, I don't know why they put sodomy in there, saying that I stole watches and jewelry. I didn't take no jewelry from none of them. Nor did I try to have sex with them in their behind.
Okay.
Do none of that.
Did you perform oral sex on any of them?
No, ma'am. I didn't perform oral sex on neither one of those women.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Mr. Boyd, why did you commit these offenses?
Back in the 90s, I was having a hard time in life. And I was married, and I spoke to you at first that I had moved out from my wife. Me and my wife was going through, because I had started a relationship with another woman, had a child by her. And as I had a child by this woman, me and my wife and our relationship just started deteriorating. So, and as I began to try to deal with my wife and deal with this other lady, everything was just falling apart in life. And since I couldn't, me and my wife, we couldn't talk. My little girl's mother, she didn't want to talk, because whatever we was going through. So I ended up leaving and just going out and going to parks and playing ball and just trying to have some time to myself to get my head together. And so I was just going through.
And when you were going to these parks and playing ball, you were seeing women and you were choosing to later go back and rape them?
No, the only lady that I seen at the park was the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. You said that.
Yes, ma'am. The other two women, I never knew them. I never had met them at all. I had never seen them.
So if you've never seen any of them, you told us about the first one in the parks. How did you choose the other two?
The other two, ma'am, remember I had told you
About the marijuana.
Yes, ma'am. I had went up, this was an apartment complex, and I don't know how many apartments is in it. Might be in 5, 6, or 7. It's a big old apartment. And where I was going at to get the marijuana and the drugs that I was buying, that's where I seen this young lady at.
Okay, and the third one, where did you see her?
The third one, the third lady, I'm trying to think back. I'm thinking that on the third lady, I never knew her either. I just went over to that apartment complex. And when I went over, I seen her. And so once I broke into a crib, I guess she had went in there and went to sleep. And once I broke into a house, because I did break into a house, I'm not going to lie concerning what that report said. That was one that I did break into her apartment, rather. And she was in the bed asleep. And I went in there and I made her have sex with me. And that's what I did, ma'am.
Mr. Boyd, you know, it's really hard for me to wrap my mind around you not knowing anything about this victim, not knowing what was going to be awaiting you on the other side of that apartment, and you didn't know anything about her. I mean, you could have opened that door and a man could have came out. I mean, so it's just hard to believe that you didn't know anything about her and that you didn't previously watch her before you went in that apartment.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about just behavior within itself. And were you alone when you committed these crimes?
Was I alone by myself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Because I had moved out from my wife and I had moved into a little apartment by myself. Yes, ma'am. So I was staying by
when
myself.
I was saying alone, I'm talking about, did you act alone? Was there anybody else that was participating in these activities with you?
No, ma'am. I was by myself, ma'am.
Mr. Boyd, one would think that this type of criminal behavior is either embedded in you or you're taught it. How did you learn to commit such brutal offenses? What was going on in your head?
Well, at that time, back in the 90s, 90 to 94, I was 34. So 34. Yeah, I was 34 at that time. And like I said, I was just having bad situations in my relationship with my wife. Not only my dad, he was older, and I was trying to take care of him, and I was just getting stressed out with the problems and stuff that I had bought on myself, and they was just wearing me down. Didn't seem like I had anybody to talk to, because it was kind of hard for me to talk to my mother, my dad, because my dad, he couldn't relate to me, because he had old timers, and everything was just falling apart. Basically.
So did you have a friend that you talked to?
The friend that I had was the one that I pretty much betrayed, which was my wife. That was the friend that I had. You know, I didn't really have a lot of friends at that time in 94.
94, 97, 98. Did you have any friends around that period of time that you may have been sharing with, or they were coercing you or teaching you how to do this type of behavior?
No, none in that era that was teaching me to do any type of wrong stuff. But I did have some people that I had started going to church with at like 90, 92. And once I had started going to church, I couldn't, the pastor, I was working with him and I was working together along with other brothers in the church. But, the mess that I had done afterwards, I couldn't go to them and talk to them about it,
Okay.
because I would see how they would look at me as, as such, an evil person. So I just couldn't talk to them about it.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please describe the impact that you believe these crimes had on your victims?
Yes, ma'am. I can't even, not only just the victim. I mean, they got parents, they got moms, they got dads. I don't even know if some of them had children. The women, they were middle-aged women. I guess they was anywhere between their 20s and their 30s, somewhere in that area. So I can only imagine that, as I went to the program SOTP, and in that program, it teaches us that when women, our men, happen to, these things happen to them, some go on in life to be successful, and some end up with drugs and alcohol, maybe even commit suicide. I don't know, man. But the only thing I do know that I could say, this is what I want to say. The man that's on that paperwork that was in the 90s is not the man that stands before you today. That's what I want to say. I'm not that same person.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. And you know what? I like to think about these parole board hearings when I am conducting them or taking lead on them as, we want to collect a story. So we do want to know who Mr. Boyd was that committed these offenses. And we do want to know who Mr. Boyd is today.
Yes.
And although these questions may be extremely difficult for you, we are going to get to a point where we talk about programming. Right now, I'm really concerned about the victims. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about that. So you will never have an opportunity to talk to any of these women, but you have me and my two colleagues on the camera. And if you had an opportunity to say anything to them today, what would you say?
I would say to each one of them that I'm sorry for the crimes that I committed. And I know it's not just against them, but it's against their moms, their dads, because most of them probably have families just like I do. So I just would want to say that whether they would believe it or not, I pray for them. I pray that God would restore them and strengthen them to be able to pick up the pieces, the mess that I created. So that's what I would say to them, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
And I hope for the best for them.
Were you under the influence of alcohol or drugs when you committed any of these offenses?
Yes, ma'am. When I would go to the park, I would drink beer and smoke some weed, and that would be about it, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about how these crimes came to the attention of the police, because there was quite a bit of time span between the time in which you were convicted and when the offenses actually happened. So how did the police find out about these charges?
I guess my DNA, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have no condom or nothing, no, ma'am. So I guess it was my DNA. That's what they told me. So
okay. Well, I don't have any other questions that I want to ask you about the offenses. My colleagues may want to ask you something, but I'm going to move on from there. And as previously stated, we will talk about these offenses, and then we're going to start talking about your prior arrest record.
Yes,
when I'm
ma'am.
looking at the information that I have in front of me, it looks like you had juvenile record of some sort. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about your childhood and why you were involved in criminal activity as a juvenile.
Well, I had moved from Glasgow, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
I was living in the country with my mom, and we moved to Louisville. I started the school at J-Town. I guess I was about 15, 16, around in there. And I ended up running with people in the street that I met in Louisville because I really didn't know nobody. I started meeting them. Some of us, we went to the same school. And some of them would go out and steal cars, and I would ride with them. And they may park the car, and I go get the car and ride a little bit, park the car somewhere. At some time or another, we also was, I also broke, I don't know how many houses I broke into at that time in different neighborhoods as a juvenile. So come from the country, moved to the city, and everything just changed.
Mr. Boyd, the offenses that you committed, they were violent crimes, and you're talking about this transition from the country to the city. I just have to wonder if you were angry or mad about something. Had you ever been sexually abused as a child? Any of that type of thing take place?
At one time.
At one time you were sexually abused as a child?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were you?
I was 9. I never told nobody nothing about it, though.
Is this your first time talking about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, after the hearing, if you need to go talk to a therapist or something, because I realize that this could be pretty traumatic, make sure you let the people with Department of Corrections know that you might need to talk about it because you discussed it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm not a trained professional and I can't help you through that, but I wanted to know if this had ever happened to you in any type of way. Who was your perpetrator, if you don't mind me asking?
It was my auntie.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you believe that being victimized by aunt, a female, someone who you trusted, created some type of anger against women?
In somewhat, maybe a way. And then at the same time, my mom pretty much raised me. My dad wasn't there, so it was just a little bit angry towards him because he wasn't there either.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Boyd, these crimes happened in the more severe crimes, they happened in 1994, 1997, and 1998. Now, I want to tell you about what's really concerning to the board is that you had committed these offenses. You were walking around a free man. You knew you had committed these offenses, but you continued to participate in criminal activity. In 1997, you were convicted of a criminal attempt to commit burglary. Do you remember that charge?
No, ma'am, I don't remember that one. 97?
Okay. Yeah, you actually were trying to break in someone's home. Do you remember that?
I'm trying to remember it. I know I had a charge at one time that some people did say I was trying to break in their home, and I think I had got a lawyer or something, and it got dismissed or something. I'm not for sure.
It was amended to criminal attempt.
Okay.
And you got 12 months, and it was suspended for 2 years. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't remember the offense itself.
I don't remember the offense itself. I just remember I had to get a lawyer because they said I had broken somebody's house or something. I remember that part of it.
Okay. In 2005, you were convicted of selling a controlled substance to a minor first degree, and you was sentenced to serve 12 months on that charge.
Okay.
And On May the 3rd, 2006, you were arrested. You get out of jail. You enter a guilty plea to these charges on October the 4th, 2006. And you were given a 7-year sentence for these. But while you were on, right after you entered a guilty plea, on October the 20th of that year, you were arrested for controlled substance. So while you were waiting sentences on other charges, you were convicted of something else.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's really concerning that you continue to participate in criminal activity, knowing that you had raped these victims and, you know, you didn't change your lifestyle in any type of way.
Well, when you look at the time that back in 94, 97, and 98, the time that you said that I had raped the victims. However, that time, from that time to the 2006, 2007 time, when I did start selling drugs, everything had changed from raping these women until now I'm selling drugs and trying to pay some bills but I wasn't. So that's almost over 20 some years, ma'am, that I did, even though I was having some issues, but I was trying to work on myself, even though I was having some issues.
Okay, well, I do, you know, Mr. Boyd, I understand that, but also during that time frame when you had committed these offenses, and even in 2001, you had several emergency protective orders. You had,
Yes.
and you had several with Beverly Boyd, Heather Paul, and Shannon Young. Who were those women?
Those are the first woman, Beverly Boyd, is my wife.
Okay.
Heather Paul is the lady that I have a baby by. So that's what I was talking about earlier when I was speaking about that.
The affair that you had.
Yes, ma'am. So now at that time, some things in my life did change because I had left Louisville and I started driving a tractor and trailer over the road because me and my wife wasn't getting along. So me and my little girl's mother wasn't getting along. So I decided I'm gonna go to school and get my CDLs and try to change some things. So I went to Indianapolis for a couple of weeks. I got my CDLs and came back. I started working for a company in Martin, Illinois, and I started driving over the road. I think I drove over the road for like about 3 or 4 years. And things did change in that era. I was able to take care of my daughter and my little girl's mother. She was a little bit more happy. My little girl, my wife, even though we were still going through things and dealing with things, but I was still able to try to support them and do what I needed to do positive.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's move forward because I told you that we was gonna do a story. So now
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
moving on in our story, and we want to talk about Mr. Boyd and what has been going on while you have been incarcerated. First of all, you haven't had any disciplinary since 2017. Even the disciplinaries that you've had in the past, which are only 3 total, you haven't had any major infractions while you've been incarcerated. You are to be commended for having good behavior, sir.
Thank you.
You also have completed several programs while you have been incarcerated. And these programs are offered by the Department of Corrections and are designed to offer you strategies to help you in the event that you are ever released from custody. I want to talk to you more specifically about the sex offender treatment program that you did. Do you realize that you have to be a lifetime sex offender registrant based on your crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your biggest takeaway from the sex offender treatment program that you feel like could help you in the event that you were granted the privilege of parole to never commit such an offense again?
One of the biggest things that I learned in SOTP, first of all, it was hard because my last year or so, I was in there with a lady, and it was hard for me to open up because of the things that I had done. And but what helped me the most was that I seen that it was a lady that I was speaking to, and this lady, because of what she had learned and what she had been through, it blessed me because I seen someone that was concerned about me and concerned about how the class could help me and how she helped me. And that was the most beautiful part about me being in SOTP. And not only SOTP, ma'am, all the programs here that I find myself going through, I find myself in programs with men or women that are concerned about people, and it makes a difference. To me, it does.
So we previously talked about you knowing that you have the victims and the impact that the crimes have had on the victims. But the other thing that we want to know as a board is, what strategies have you learned? Because there's a mindset behind this.
Yes, ma'am.
And the board, we've taken an oath that we're going to protect the public. So that means that public safety is our primary concern.
Yes, ma'am.
Naturally, one of the things that we will be concerned about is whether or not we believe that there's a risk for you going back out into the community, finding other victims,
yes, ma'am,
and committing the same type of offense.
Yes, ma'am.
What strategy will you use to prevent this from happening?
Well, one of the strategies that I would use is to, I have 6 sisters. I have an older brother, and even my ex-wife, the one that divorced me, for these 14 years that I've been incarcerated, we have been communicating. And I can only say nothing that I've done, but I know that the Lord has restored our relationship and given her a heart to be able to sit down and we can communicate. And I call on the phone and we talk. So being able to have family that looks at you and don't point their finger at you because they see what you have done, is one of the most important support groups. I plan on going back to the church where I started at and doing what I'm supposed to do as being a man of God instead of at the first time in the 90s, that's what I was supposed to be doing. I had a calling on my life. I was supposed to be ministering to people, but instead I allowed the devil to drag me out into a mess and doing the opposite instead of doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I have a daughter that's 24 years old, and I have a granddaughter that's 5 years old. So my plan is to get with my family. I have 2 important things in life. Number 1 is to acknowledge my Savior, the Lord, and do the work that He called me to do. And number 2 is family. And that's how I see for the rest of my life. I'm 64. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here, but that's my plan, is to stay on that path, ma'am. That's my plan.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to talk about the programming that you've been in and things that you've been able to complete. I do notice, we talked a little bit about your substance abuse issues and that you at one point in time did complete the substance abuse treatment program. One of our concerns would be you've been incarcerated for a while. So in the event that you get out and you get overwhelmed, we absolutely would not want you to continue the path of where you go back to substance abuse as a means of covering up or, dealing with your problems. How do you intend to maintain your sobriety?
Well, in order to maintain my sobriety, first of all, I've been locked up 14 years, a little bit over 14. Now, ma'am, there's a little bit of everything that you want in different places in prisons. I done been in 3 or 4 of them. And you have to make a choice. You're either going to drink hooch, or you're going to smoke cigarettes, or smoke marijuana. I choose not to do none of those things. I don't want no more smoke in my body. I want to live for a while. I want to be healthy. I don't want to mess with alcohol. I just want to live and do those things that I know that I'm supposed to do. That's what, that's my desire. That's my desire. Alcohol, I'm glad that I don't even have a taste for alcohol. And I definitely don't want no smoke in my body whatsoever. So marijuana, like I said, that was the only drug that I ever used besides alcohol. So those two drugs, we're not friends no more. I don't want none of those drugs.
If you're granted parole, where will you live?
Well, my wife cares about me. And I pray about that situation because I said, well, Lord, here it is. This is what my wife told my older brother. I have an older brother. This is what my wife told him. He said, my brother called my wife and they was talking on the phone. And my wife said that I talked to your brother, and your brother said that, well, Beverly, I thought you and Lottie had got a divorce. And she said that we did get a divorce, but I still love him, So I would go back. My wife and I, we have two properties in Louisville that we purchased over the years. And so I would go back to 1233 Weller Avenue, where my wife lived, and hopefully we would get remarried and just live life from there, man. That's my plan.
Are you able to work, or will you draw Social Security benefits?
Ma'am, the first day I get out this door, when y'all open the door for me, my first priority is to go and apply for my driving license and try to see if I can get a delivery job around the city of Louisville, maybe working for Coca-Cola, Pepsi, if not them, Frito-Lay, or someone delivering around the city. I'm still able to work. I thank the Lord that I don't have no physical elements or pain. So yes, ma'am, I'm gonna work. I'm gonna get out and do something. I got nieces and nephews need to learn how to work, and so and it's up to me to be an example for them so they can see.
Mr. Boyd, do you have any mental health issues that we should know about?
At one time in life, back in the 90s, I did, but today, I don't. Today, my head is clear, and I'm just learning to, here in prison, in these places, you learn to deal with so many different people. So, and going to church, you take all of those practices that you learn and you apply them to your life, that you may be a better person. And hopefully when you look at yourself, look back maybe 5 or 10 years and see who you was, and now you look at yourself and you can see that you have got a little bit better, and you constantly working towards getting better, and you put yourself around people that you can draw from, that can help you. There's a scripture, and it says in Proverbs 27:17, and it says, iron sharpens iron, and a man sharpens the countenance of his friend. So that's what I've been doing since I've been here at Luke the Lucket these 5 years, getting with different men that are saved and are not saved, and just trying to be a help to people, whether they are officers here, because we all still are saying, we all people, we all still talk to each other, so that's what I've been doing for these 5 years I've been here at this place.
Thank you so much, sir. At this time, I don't have any other questions for you. However, my colleagues may. Ms. Fields, do you have any questions for Mr. Boyd?
I do. Mr. Boyd, what type of relationship did you have with those that you were selling drugs to? Did you know them, or were they just passerbys? Or what kind of relationship did you have with your people you sold drugs?
Some of them I knew, and they would come in the neighborhood, around in the neighborhood where I live, and maybe some out a little bit. And they would come after I had moved out of the house with my wife. So I was living in the house by myself. and they would come in the neighborhood and they would ask me, did I know who had some weed or some crack or some coke? At that time, I wasn't selling anything. I was working every day. So, and as they kept, these people, all through the neighborhood kept coming to me. So, and I would send them to different people that I knew in the neighborhood that was selling those things. So after a while, I just kind of got tired. So I'm like, well, I need to be getting this little money so I can, pay my bills and instead of sending. So then I started smoking marijuana. So, and I maybe buy an ounce or a couple of ounces, and I would buy enough for myself so I could help other people that I knew. So I wouldn't send them out there in that situation to try to buy stuff, because can't anybody just walk up anywhere and buy drugs, man. You get robbed and all kind of mess happens. I done been there and it happened to me, so it can happen to anybody.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir. Talk about your victims for a minute. Did you wait for an opportunity? I know the one you saw her in her bra.
Yes,
Was it from the street that you saw her? Or
yes, ma'am. It was from the street as I was going up into the apartment of the other young man's apartment to get the marijuana and stuff that I was picking up. And as I was going upstairs, I seen her in her apartment, ma'am.
okay. Did you go in at that time, or did you wait for an
I,
opportunity?
I waited and went and got the stuff, the drugs and stuff that I picked up. And as I came out, I seen that she had got in the bed. And as I opened her door, and her door was open. It wasn't locked, it was open. And that's when the act happened, ma'am.
Okay. And then one other victim, the victim at the 1630 2nd Avenue, you fled the scene because a roommate came in? Did someone come
Yes.
in at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you stand firm that you did not have a weapon in any of these crimes?
At all three of these crimes, ma'am, I never had a knife. I never had no type of weapon whatsoever. It's impossible to grab a person with both hands and have a knife in your hand and for them not to get cut or you get cut. I never had a weapon.
Okay. And I read that your father was an alcoholic.
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Did you consider yourself an alcoholic?
At one time I did.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. I believe that's all the questions I have, Ms. Lathan. Thank you so much, Mr. Boyd.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. Mr. James, do you have any questions for Mr. Boyd?
A couple. Mr. Boyd, when Mrs. Lathan was interviewing you and she asked you to talk about your crime, you used, I think when you when you asked the question, you said on each time you did the act that you went in and you forced them to have sex with you. I'm asking you, what is that? What is the name of that?
What is the name of what I did?
Yeah.
The name of what I did is I guess you can say I went in and kidnapped them, and if I'm understanding what you're saying, what is the name of it?
What's the charge?
The charge is rape, sir.
That's
the
right.
charge.
That's what you
Yes,
did.
sir.
You raped them.
Yes, sir. I did.
I think you kind of minimize it when you talk about trying to say that you forced them to have sex, but you actually raped them. You forcibly took.
Yes. Yes.
Something that's the most precious. That's the most precious thing that we have. One of the most precious things we have.
Yes, it is. And I'm not trying to minimize it. So I apologize. The last thing I want to do is make each one of those women feel like I didn't do what I did. I admit I raped each one of them. I did what I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about the impact that you've had on them.
Yes, sir.
That your acts had on them.
Yes, sir.
It's traumatic.
Yes, sir.
It will never end for them.
Yes, sir.
Never,
You're right.
ever end for them.
You're right.
They can't escape it. They have a life sentence of what you did to them. You have a daughter, right? You have a daughter, right?
Yes, sir.
You have sisters, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you feel if some man did that to your daughters and your sister?
I would be broken from it. Just like I know some of them are. I would be messed up about it. So
And you are correct, sir, when you said you impacted not just them, but their
yes,
families. They have daughters, they have sisters, they have husbands. You've affected a
yes,
whole lot of people by your actions.
yes, sir. I did.
Okay, that's all I have, Mrs. Lathan.
Thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Boyd, before we go off camera and discuss your case, is there anything else that you would like to say to the board this morning?
Only thing I want to say is the man that did those things in the 90s, it's not the man that you see today. That's all I want to say, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. And thank you for being so candid and discussing these tough questions with us. If
Yes,
you
ma'am.
will just remain seated, we're going to go into a separate room. We'll discuss your case, come back and render a decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Recording stopped.
Oh, Lord help.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Boyd, can you still see and hear me? Okay, I can't hear you.
He's on mute, I guess.
Can you say something now, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I
Okay.
can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Board, the board was not able to make a unanimous decision, which means that all three of us have to agree on the same thing. We weren't able to do that, so we're going to take this case back before the full board on Tuesday for a vote for the full board to determine what your sentence, remaining sentence should be. And
Yes.
then you'll hear from us first before it's released to, like, before anybody else knows. So, okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm.
Recording stopped.
You want me to send you up for a mental health referral? I don't know.
I'm good. So what do I do now? I just wait from what she was saying, get something from you or something, whatever they, or what they saying.
Yeah, either they'll send it to you or they'll send it to me. I've never.
That ends the first hearing. You guys can leave now.
Okay, while you are getting them out, I'm going to go to the ladies' room real quick.
All right.
Okay, Wednesday.
Help him, Lord. Help that man.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and DOC number for the record?
William CANNAMORE, 116640.
Thank you. Mr. CANNAMORE, can you speak up just a little bit louder?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
William CANNAMORE, 116640.
Okay. Mr. CANNAMORE, my name is Miss Layson, and on camera with me are my colleagues, Mrs. Fields and Mr. James. And we are the 3 parole board members who are responsible for conducting your parole eligibility hearing today. I understand that you've seen a board previously.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was just 2 of us at that time. Are you familiar with new legislation that requires that we now operate in 3 panel members?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Well, with that being said, I'm going to read information that's, well, first of all, let me ask you, do you have any other questions that you want to ask before we start? Because the interviewing process has not changed. It's just the amount of members that have changed.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so do you understand the parole board proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can see and hear me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, first, I will read information that's on your residential record card. You can let me know whether or not this information is accurate or not. In the event that there are discrepancies, you can talk to the Department of Corrections. The parole board does not correct residential record cards.
Yes, ma'am.
I have you listed as 50-year-old William KANNAMORE, DLC number 116640. You are currently at the Luther Luckett Correctional Complex where you are serving a life sentence after being convicted of murder, violent crime, assault 2nd degree, wanton endangerment 1st degree, sexual abuse 1st degree, complicity, sex crime. You have been sentenced to a life sentence. You have served 31 years and 3 months of this sentence. Your remaining time on this sentence is dependent upon what the board does today. Otherwise, remains a life sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
You do not have any good time loss. You do not have any detainers. Is that
No, ma'am.
information accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will begin by talking about the crimes in which you have been convicted of and the reason why you are before the board today, sir. And the crime that you were given the life sentence on was a murder, violent crime. Can you please tell us what you did to be convicted of murder, violent crime?
I took a person's life.
What's the person's name?
John Tucker,
Okay.
Mr. Tucker. Back in 93, I was out, me and a few friend of mine, and I just ran up on that person's car trying to snatch their gold chain off their neck and start shooting in the car.
Was Mr. Tucker fighting you back?
No, ma'am.
And this was over a gold chain.
Yes, ma'am.
How much was that chain valued at, you think?
It wasn't worth my life. It
Yeah.
wasn't worth me doing no time, the time that I done, but it wasn't worth it, ma'am.
How old were you when this happened, Mr. KANNAMORE?
19 years old.
19 years old. At 19 years of age, did you ever think that you were going to commit an offense that was going to affect you for the rest of your life?
No, ma'am. No,
What
ma'am.
made you do this?
Young and didn't understand the values of life.
So you were shooting, but it wasn't just Mr. Tucker that got hurt. There was another victim. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened with that victim?
He got grazed in the head by one of the bullets.
Mm-hmm. Well, there were actually 3 victims.
Yes, ma'am. It was 3 victims in the car.
Yeah.
The dude in the passenger seat didn't get hit, but it was 3 people in the car.
And 2 of them got hit. So that's one of them. That's where you got the assault from.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
one of them died, which is where you got a murder from.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you know about Mr. John Tucker?
Nothing at all, ma'am. I don't even know him. I never saw him before, after, in society at all.
Well, one thing you do know is that he was somebody's son.
Yes, ma'am.
Never got to live long enough to be somebody's whatever, husband, father. What type of impact do you think that this crime has had on his family?
I know it hurt his family. I know it hurt his family more than anything in the world. And this also hurt his family. It hurt my family and hurt me just as well.
At 19, did you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
So your children have grown up without a father?
Yes, ma'am. I just lost a son last year of gun violence, January of last year, January the 9th.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Where did that happen at?
In the East End.
Of Louisville?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that make you feel?
Hurt to the sound of this day. I'm hurt because it's been a year ago. It ain't nothing I could do to change it because I'm in her. I done been in her for so long of my life.
Did it make you think about taking Mr. Tucker's life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It hurt. And I know his people hurt the way, probably worse than the way I heard it. I can't describe the way how they heard it, but I heard more than anything. My son was 1 year old when I left the streets, and my daughter was 3. I got a daughter 34 with 2 kids. And
well, Mr. KANNAMORE, you were convicted, given a life sentence. You go to prison, you're incarcerated, and you come up with a sex offense. What did you do?
with the wrong crowd again, and went in there, forced myself on that guy.
Mr. KANNAMORE, the wrong crowd can not make you sexually assault another inmate.
No, ma'am.
That was a decision that you made on your own.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's not bring other inmates into it.
Okay, I went in there and done that on my own and just forced myself on him like that.
And why did you do that?
Was this like I looked at it like I would never get out of prison, and that's the only thing I had going through my head at that moment.
So you would never get out of prison, and you had a sexual desire and decided to force yourself on another inmate?
At that time, I did.
Well, while you have been in there, you were able, and I remember the last time that you came before the board, and the board wanted you to complete the sex offender treatment program, which you hadn't completed at that time. So you have went through that program, and can you tell us anything that you learned from the sex offender treatment program?
I learned a lot from that program. I learned that it's not right to when I'm going through something, I need to help somebody else to talk to at that moment. But with that, I was just so blinded at that time, man. I was in a dark place back then. I was young. I can't blame nobody but myself, and that's the only body I do blame. But I feel like I didn't help nobody at that time. I was 19. Yeah, I done what I done. I took a person's life. I come to prison and I forced myself on that guy. And I look at that each day. I really do, ma'am. And that I feel like I know I hurt that person right there. Not just hurting John Tucker's family and stuff like that. Guy, I forced myself on. I know I hurt him as well. I know that man lives with it each day of that. But yeah, I learned a lot from that program. I learned that it's not right to take stuff, matters in my own hand, to try to make somebody degrade somebody. I degraded that man. I took advantage of that man right there.
Okay. So this is what we're going to talk about, because, you know, before then you had a juvenile arrest record. You were doing little things like theft by unlawful taking and those type of things. You know, you had a harassment charge. So you were always stealing, which was one of the things that led up to your robbery, which how you got incarcerated, where you murdered this guy. You were trying to take something that didn't belong to you. And
Yes,
we've
ma'am.
established the fact that this is kind of pretty much what your history looks like.
Yes, ma'am.
Even when you got to the institution, you trying to sexually assault this man was taking something that didn't belong to you.
Yes, ma'am.
This sexual assault was a man's manhood. This was pretty bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we want to get to a point where we're able to talk about change behavior, and we discussed a little bit about this sex offender treatment program and how you have managed to acknowledge that you have hurt people, that you've taken things from people that did not belong to you. But in order for you to be able to function in society, you have to always be able to deal with your behavior and your actions.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
when you were with these other guys and you were taking this necklace and you killed this person, you were with someone. When you tried to force yourself on this inmate, you were with someone. And one of the things that you said was, I got with the wrong crowd.
Yes, ma'am.
So we know you have problem with social influences. How do you intend to make sure that your social influences are not managing your behavior?
Hanging around positive people. Hanging around positive people and having myself to do the right thing. Do I look to do them things like I done in the past? No, ma'am, I haven't. The last case that I caught was in '95 over at KSI, and I ain't been in nothing like that since. I grew up a lot. I really have, ma'am. It's hard. I've been in 31 years, and like a lot of the young guys that come in, I give them good advice and try to show them the way that don't take the route that I took. Nothing like that. I got a pretty good influence on a lot of young cats that come in and look up to me, like my little niece and nephews now and stuff like that and everything. Do I want to try to do better? I want to do better.
Okay.
I want to do better, ma'am.
Well, let's talk about that, because, you were saying, and you have, a pretty okay record as far as disciplinaries are concerned. But in 2022, you had an unauthorized use of drugs and intoxicants, and they recommended a substance abuse program for you. And why did you refuse that program?
One, I was close. I was getting close to seeing a parole board, and the only thing I was worried about doing is what y'all told me to do at that time.
Okay, so we asked you to do the sex offender treatment program, and we asked you to do the MRT program.
Yes, ma'am.
We talked a little about what you gained from the sex offender treatment program.
Yes, ma'am.
But I have one more question that I want to ask you regarding the sex offender treatment program, because you're going to have a change of environment. And a lot of times those are things that stress us out as well. Our lives change, our environments change. And how will you adapt to a change of environment if you're granted parole?
One, give me a job.
Okay.
Give me a job and be here for my daughter and my grandkids. And man, just being a person out there in society, paying bills and stuff like that. I'm 50 years old now. It ain't too much or nothing I could really do. And the negative and all of that's behind me, man. All of that is really behind me. I would love to go home. I got good support out there. My mama, my girlfriend.
Okay. So you have support, your mother, your girlfriend,
daughter, my auntie,
okay,
my uncles.
And the board does want to acknowledge that we did receive letter of support on your behalf. Where will you live?
for like they was waiting on me to go up for parole today. They was gonna get my own apartment. My uncle and them gonna set me up with my own apartment and everything. And I got supposed to have a job lined up with him and stuff, construction.
Okay. So let's talk about what you have going on so I can make sure I have a clear understanding.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a job.
Yes, ma'am.
You have family support.
Yes, ma'am.
You have an apartment, which is a place to live.
Yes, ma'am.
You intend to surround yourself with positive people to help you.
Yes, ma'am.
We haven't discussed the substance abuse issue. How are you going to stay sober?
I want to go to classes and everything. Okay. I want to go to classes. A friend of mine came back and said I will still have to do the sex offender program out there and stuff like. I want to continue doing all of that.
Okay. How long you been in there? Tell us again. That's a long time.
31 years.
31 years. How much do you think things have changed?
It's changed so much. I watch the news every day. It ain't a day that I don't go by without watch the news. And my family comes to visit me, and my niece and nephew now, they getting big and they look up to me. That's the only thing they say is, Uncle Win, when you coming home. It's a lot done changed out there in 31 years.
So let's talk about that change, okay? So, like I said, you could have problems adapting to your environment. Are you willing to have a mental health assessment in the community in order to help you with navigate through the change?
Yes, ma'am. I would love to have that. Yes. I want all the help I can get to keep me out.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. KANNAMORE. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to see if they have anything for you. Mrs. Fields, do you have anything for Mr. KANNAMORE?
Mr. KANNAMORE, were there two incidents at the Kentucky Reformatory where you sexual related?
Yes, at KSR?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So there was the one where the gentleman was sexually abused, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then there was another attempt prior to that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And someone came to the aid of that other individual?
Yes, ma'am.
So what was going on that day?
Ma'am, like I was saying, I was in a dark place. What I done then back in 95? No, ma'am, I wouldn't. No, ma'am, I wouldn't. I don't know what came over me then. But do I feel that way now to this day? No, I do not. I would not do it because I wouldn't want nobody to do me like it.
Mm-hmm. All right, sir. Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. Mr. James, do you have any questions for Mr. KANNAMORE?
First of all, Mr. KANNAMORE, I want to reiterate what Mrs. Layton said about your son. Sorry about your loss. I know that could be very difficult. You being in your position and not able to be there for your son and a lot of things going on there. Were you right? Well, where does crime occur? The murder, where did that occur at in Louisville?
On Hemlock.
Okay, that's where the old Carter Homes area, Hydro area. Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Sir.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that your father was not in your life?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that would probably be a contributor to some of the behaviors that you were exhibiting?
Yeah.
Prior to this serious thing about murder?
Yes, sir.
Why should we parole you, man? That's just the obvious question.
I done changed. I done changed. I done 31 years. I'm not saying that's not enough time for what from taking that man's life. I'm not saying that, but I just want to get a second chance in life. That's the only thing I want. I got kids, I got grandkids. I just want to try to be there for them, man. My mom's old. My mom got diabetes now, and I know she might not be here much longer. I would love to be out there, man, and spend a little more time with my mama instead of behind these bars, hugging on, visiting, and watching her cry and leave, and I'm hurt and stuff like that. I'm just hurt. I've been hurt. I've been hurting for 31 years, and I know when people's families hurting too. I know they hurting. It ain't just they families hurting. My family's hurting just as well.
Miss Lathan asked you a series of questions, and she about being prepared to if you have the opportunity of parole. And the reason she asked you those questions is because, man, 30 years is a long time.
Yes, sir.
And to reintegrate into something that you'd have no idea, something as simple as a cell phone.
Yes, sir.
They didn't have these when you went in. They didn't have this when you went
sir,
in.
they didn't.
So, there's a lot to deal with.
Yes, sir.
If you get that opportunity.
Yeah. I'm willing to learn. I just want a second chance. I just want a second chance.
Okay, Mr. KANNAMORE, that's all I have for you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Miss Lathan, can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
All right. Mr. KANNAMORE, I'm trying to understand how the crime occurred. So were you both in cars at the time?
No, ma'am. I was out there in the streets, and they had pulled over, and I could see the necklace through the window, and I walked over to the car and tried to snatch his gold chain off his neck.
Was he driving or was he a passenger?
He was driving.
Okay. All right. And so that's when it all went bad. Why did you shoot him?
Because when I reached through the car, he put the car in neutral and tried to drive off, and I just pulled the gun out and started shooting.
They didn't brandish any weapons towards you, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Wouldn't it have been just as easy just to let him go?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking back?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. KANNAMORE, before we go off camera and discuss your case, is there anything else that you would like to say to the board today?
I would just like to say, man, I've been gone for a long time. I can't bring his life back or nothing like that. I'm sorry for his family. If they was on the board, I would like to still apologize to them. I just want a chance out there in society one more time, man. A second chance. Well, just give me a better view of life instead of behind bars.
All right, sir. If you will remain seated, we're going to go off camera, discuss your case. We'll come back and render a decision.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Mr. KANNAMORE, can you still see and hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
The board has made a decision based off the information that we have available and the information that you provided during your interview. This board is going to make a decision to recommend that you be released on parole supervision.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I need you. Yeah, you see that energy you have right now and how excited you are about this opportunity? We need you to keep that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I need you to listen to me very carefully, because
Yes.
you're going to have a lot of conditions of supervision,
Yes, ma'am.
and we want you to abide by each and every one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Your parole officer is going to be your best resource in the community.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you dare walk out that door and think that your parole officer is against you, because you will be wrong about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Their job is to assist you and help you navigate through society.
Yes, ma'am.
And I need you to keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Furthermore, we have some conditions that we are placing special emphasis on. You must not have any contact with your victims or your victim's family while you're on parole supervision.
Yes, ma'am.
You must complete programs deemed necessary by the Division of Probation and Parole. Now,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
means while we are not adding a lot of programs on you, if your parole officer says, Mr. KANNAMORE, I need you to complete this program, you need to take it as if it is a directive from this parole board,
Yes, ma'am.
and we will expect you to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
You must seek a substance abuse evaluation in the community and follow those treatment recommendations.
Ma'am.
You must seek a mental health assessment in the community and follow all treatment recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
You must complete the sex offender treatment aftercare program.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. KANNAMORE, I'm gonna say this to you, because this sex offender thing is a whole different type of beast.
Yes.
If you have thoughts about any type of deviant sexual behavior, you need to be getting in touch with a mental health professional immediately and a parole officer
Yes, ma'am.
immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am. You do.
The other thing is, I promise you, if you come back before the board and I'm sitting on the board, you're going to do the rest of this sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure that my other colleagues
Agree.
feel the same.
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
your opportunity, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We wish you well.
Good
Thank
luck,
you.
sir.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. And
Hey,
sir, I
hey,
would
sir.
not go
Go
out
ahead.
and publicize that you've been given the privilege of parole. I would just, if you have to tell a fib, tell a fib. Say, oh, well, I don't know, I got 12, I got 24, whatever. And wave
Yes,
at them when you leave that day.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
Good luck to you, sir.
Good luck, Mr.
Thank you.
KANNAMORE.
Thank y'all.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be out for a few weeks, so come talk to me early February about.
Okay. All right.
Recording in progress.
Hello, sir. Can you see, hear, and understand me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Would you please state your name and DOC number for the record?
Shane Ross, 174091.
All right, Mr. Ross. My name is Mrs. Fields, and I'm joined on camera today by my colleagues, Miss Lathan and Mr. James. We are the three-person parole board panel that is responsible for conducting your parole eligibility hearing today. Do you have any questions about that? I believe you have had a parole eligibility hearing prior, correct? About 24 months ago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any questions about how the process works?
No, ma'am.
Sir, throughout this process, if you cannot understand or need us to rephrase something, please feel free to ask us. Just get our attention in some manner, and we will be glad to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, throughout this hearing, you may notice that we're not always focusing directly on you. We may be looking to the left, to the right, down. We've got multiple notes on you. We've got a couple computer screens that we got information on. We know a lot about you. We know a lot about the crime that you've committed. So therefore, we want to assure that you get the best possible parole eligibility hearing today, and that we ask all the pertinent questions. And if we don't ask something that you feel is relevant, that you have an opportunity to address that at the end of the hearing. And you can, bring that forward if you feel that it was very pertinent to the decision that we make. Sir, I will start today's hearing by reading your resident record card. As a parole board, we cannot make any changes to that. You would need to refer to your case manager there at the institution if that information is incorrect, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. So we'll start by reading your resident record card. I have Shane A. Ross, DOC number 174091. I have that you are 39 years of age. You're being housed there at Luther Luckett Correctional Center. You are medium custody. You are serving, your parole eligibility date is March of 2025. You are serving a 10-year sentence for the following charges: kidnapping adult, strangulation, first degree, and installing an eavesdropping device, and eavesdropping. You have served approximately 3 years, 10 months, and 6 days, and you have approximately 1 year and 18 days remaining. I do not show that you have any good time loss or that you have any holds or detainers. Does that information sound correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. We're going to start today's hearing. All of these charges are under the same indictment number, BACA 21 CR 63 out of Mason County. Sir, I want you to tell me in your words exactly what happened for you to be charged with these 4 counts that I have read off.
Well, it started with I met my victim, which is Chrissy. I met her at parole when I got out the last time. We got together. We had a miscarriage between the thing. She ended up becoming pregnant again. During that relationship, I started distancing myself in that relationship. So it caused her to want to go seek, somebody to be with, somebody to comfort her. And I wasn't there to be able to do that. So while she was cheating, I didn't, I argued with her. I blamed her for doing it. And then we got to a point that night that, she got a text on her phone. I got upset because she wouldn't show me the phone. We got in an argument. She asked to leave. I told her no. And she's like, well, I'm just going to go to bed. And she's like, I wouldn't let her go to bed. I was like, nah, you're going to talk to me. Why you want to be with me if you're just going to keep on talking to other people? She's like, he texted me. And I was just in my head, in my feelings, trying to excuse the way I was, not giving her attention. And she was like, you just need to leave, blah, blah, blah. And I grabbed the phone and I told her, no, just go ahead and go to bed. She wanted her phone. I told her no. She ended up leaving. When she went out the door, she's like, are you going to leave? And I was like, no. So she's like, call the police. Well, at that time, she ran to her car and I went to stop her and I grabbed her and she's like, let go of me. And I was like, no. Then somebody came out and intervened and was like, we're calling the police. And between like 5 minutes of arguing with her, I heard the sirens come. I took off, ran back to the house, grabbed her phone and my phone, and took off. They arrested me a couple of days later with the eavesdropping and installing eavesdropping devices. I had put a program in our phones. So we had smartphones, so I put them in there in case, like most people can flash a phone. by just taking off. Like if somebody steals a phone, they can just flash it and then you can't track it. So I had known of a program that would do it. But this program also allowed me to be able to remotely turn the phone on and be able to send texts to the phone and stuff like that. And I used it to spy on her during that relationship to let me see that she was also cheating or pursuing other relationships and stuff also.
Okay. So you didn't, it seems like that you didn't really want to have anything to do with, it's Christine Helpstein. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But yet you didn't want her to pursue anything outside of you.
Yes,
even
ma'am.
though you didn't want to really have a relationship with her.
Yes,
You
ma'am. I
wanted a
wanted to be-
relationship of convenience whenever you wanted it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So what led, well, I think we know what led, but you strangled her. It became very physical.
Yeah, in the house, when she wanted to leave, she went and grabbed the knife and told me to leave. I grabbed the knife from her hand. I grabbed her up by her throat, and I told her I wasn't leaving. And that's when she went into the next room and was like, "Well, I'm going to go to bed and this and that." And then everything occurred after that to where she ran out the house.
Okay. So she attempted to leave and you wouldn't let her leave. So that's where the kidnapping comes in, correct?
Yes, ma'am. They gave me the second strangulation when she was outside when I was preventing her from getting in her car. I had her by the collar of her shirt, and they said that where her collar had was going around the back of her neck, preventing her to leave was strangulation as well.
Okay. Somehow though, before that, she managed to get her car keys and she hid them in her bra.
Yeah, she had her car keys the whole time. The car keys were in the thing. Yeah, she just
Okay.
went back in the room. She went into the room. She came out of the room, and I thought she was locking the door. And then she went back in the room. So I was like, well, we've argued many times. She's just gonna go in there and sleep it off. Well, then she opened up the door and she said, "Are you gonna leave?" And I was like, "No." And she was like, "Call the police." And at that time, my instinct was, "Oh, the police are coming." I'm gonna, so I tried to stop her to calm her down, and it led to me sitting here today.
Okay. So she did leave and she ran and you called her. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I jumped off the porch while she was running off the porch. I jumped off the side of the porch and just cut her off, and then we met before she got to the car because the way that our house was sitting was the car was parked on the side in the garage, in the little side garage thing.
Okay.
And
Were there neighbors witnessing any of this or
yes, ma'am, there was two young fellas that was outside at the time smoking, and they had seen it and they intervened, hollering, "Stop this and that," calling the police, and she yelled, "Call the police." She's like, "All right, the police are on the way." And then within 5 minutes, I'd heard sirens. As soon as I heard sirens, I panicked and took off back to the house to grab my phone. And then I grabbed her phone because I was in my mind at the time. I was like, well, she don't need this, I knew that with the sirens coming, it was a downfall from there.
okay. So you wanted to have control over her?
Yes, ma'am. I was, at the time, like, I didn't realize it then, but now I realized I was a narcissist. And, I'd had it addressed to me from her before, and I was like, I ain't no narcissist. But I realized that, I always wanted to be in control because most of my life being locked up, I was always an alpha. It was easier for me to control things in here than it was to control in the street. So getting back out there on the street, I wasn't ready to adjust at the time. So therefore, I just used what I knew, which was a form of control. And growing up and seeing it also between my parents was just, it's not no excuse of what I've seen. It's just, it was a way of living for me. And I didn't have the tools, or wasn't that I didn't have the tools. I'm trying to think of that word, receptive to wanting to learn those tools at the time.
So you grew up in a relationship, a family life that was not the greatest. And so you feel like that's where you learned some of the tendencies that you have today or had at this time?
I most definitely say that my childhood played a lot of role in my life, even though as a man I'm supposed to know my own choices and grow up at the time. I just hadn't grown up at the time, and still today I'm not perfect and I'm not all the way grown. I make mistakes and I do things kind of, just I mess up. So I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're 39 years old. You're a young man.
Yes, ma'am.
You still got a lot of life ahead of you.
Yes, ma'am.
But yet you have let crime consume so much of you, and it appears that your anger has a control over you.
Yes, ma'am, it did. It was the biggest thing for me to be able to realize, and boundaries has made me realize that. I've taken MRTs over and over. Every time I've been incarcerated, I've been in MRT.
Mm-hmm.
I never really concept the meanings of the MRTs until I got into boundaries, and it might just be because I'm ready and I'm tired of this and I no longer want to be an alpha. I'm okay with being the beta. It's just, I feel like who I was 2 years ago in front of the board. Like when I came in front and sit in front of this board 2 years ago, my mind was like, oh, well, I did 2 years, so I'm ready to go, like I realized today that I wasn't regretful for what I did. I still fought with why just me? Why did she get in trouble? Why did I lose everything?
Right.
And today I'm able to accept that, it was my actions that led that. If I gave her more attention, we could have worked that relationship out, or we could have separated ourselves with a peaceful agreement. I still have contact with her. We have a daughter in common. I get to talk to my daughter on a weekly basis here for the last few months. She schedules visits. I'm able to, it used to be when she talked and I wasn't able to hear, I didn't like something she said, I'd cut her off. Mm-hmm. Or if she didn't do something that I asked her to do, like simple, like saying, hey, will you send me some pictures? Yeah, I'll get them next week. And they're not there. I would inflict guilt or say something to make her, feel like she's less of a person. I don't do that now. I realize that, she chose to do what she wants to do because she has a reason behind it. That's her choice to make. And when, I put myself here and I got to deal with what I'm in control of today,
Sir, were you under the influence of anything at the time of this crime?
No, ma'am. I've never had a drug history problem. I've drunk in my early days and stuff like that. Coming in and out of prison, I drunk on the street and I'd come back to prison. But as far as institutional use for drugs or that, it ain't really been, it ain't been something that I enjoy doing.
I mean, because I appreciate you answering that. Just thinking strangulation, that's a pretty angry crime to attempt to strangle someone. It takes force, and you're lucky that you didn't kill her that day.
I am.
I mean, I believe that your anger was almost to that level. If you had, you could have actually taken her life.
And I've told a lot of people this, like me being in here saved me from that. Because I feel like, if I was not caught for doing that or arrested, or she just simply didn't press charges on me, it would have probably led to me a life sentence, because I had so much hate inside myself that I didn't know how to control it or identify myself. And, I'm thankful for being here and learning the tools that I've learned through this process.
Right. Okay, sir. You've had a history of EPOs with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And a history of EPOs had they all been, you had one with a Mary Eichler, but it was withdrawn, and a Kristen Thompson. Who are they?
They're also mothers to my children.
How many children do you have?
I have 7.
You have 7 children. By how many women?
6.
By 6 women.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Like, I'd come in and out of prison. I didn't ever have no plans or responsibility. You know, my oldest son just turned 18. I haven't saw him since he was 6 years old. My daughter, she just turned 14. I just received a letter from her in the mail writing me, you know, about her boyfriends and stuff like that. So it was hard for me to, you know, write her back on that. But I had to sit down and wrote her a 5-page letter, you know, trying to explain to her about where I'm at in life today and the mess ups that I've done. She asked me things like, are you going to come here? Why ain't you been a part of my life? And this and that. And the best way I was able to do that is just be honest with her. You know, I didn't want responsibilities. I was young. The only thing I knew was prison and incarceration. It was easier for me to cope in here than it was out there. So being out there was just giving me the ability to be able to roam till my next charge.
Okay.
Or until the next time
All right, sir. My colleagues may have additional questions related to the crimes, stories, and the crimes that you're being seen for today. We're going to move on, talk about your criminal history. We've alluded to, I mean, you've had assault charges in the past. Were they domestic related, or what type? It was back in 2004 in Fleming County. You had an assault charge.
Oh yeah, I had it again. It was against a guy. He came in and stole out of my house, and I went and confronted him about it down at the pool hall, and he got lippy with me, and I hit him, and then the cops showed up, and arrested me.
Because it seems like that you resort to violence when you get angry.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that true?
I did. I had no more.
You don't believe that's you today?
I believe that I have the skills to be able to reflect from using violence. I'm not perfect. I may slip up. I'm not gonna say that if a hostile situation gets into it, like I'm hoping that I can be like, okay, remember meditation, relax, walk away, time out, the things that I learned. Let's call my therapy. Let's do this. Let me call my parole officer and see what the advice for this is. It's cool off time. I'm hoping that I can apply those to me, you know, because I've really, you know, set out to want to be a different person.
Okay. You said you really never had a drug problem, but did you have some alcohol issues?
Yes, ma'am. In my early ages, I drank alcohol.
Okay, because you had an alcohol intoxication charge, and that was back in 2006. The stalking charges, they were dismissed. Who were, I mean, what was that surrounding? I mean, I'm just curious.
It was with Kirsten Thompson. It was the mother. She just found out she was pregnant. She up and left me in Indiana. I moved to Indiana for her. She up and left. I woke up next morning, she was gone. I tracked her down to Kentucky. I came back to Kentucky. I was trying to talk to her. She was freaked out because her mom wanted her to have an abortion and this and that. So she wanted to go through what her mom wanted her to have. And she wasn't sure if she wanted to keep the baby or not. And I was outside the house. I was like, just come out and talk to me. Come out and talk to me. And she didn't want to talk to me. So I just kept on. She called the cops. Cops told me to leave. I came back. Cops came and ran me off again. I came back. The third time they charged me with stalking.
Okay. And then you've had some theft issues. What were they related to? Just in general, you receiving stolen property, and then you had a burglary charge.
To be honest, I got out of jail in Ohio. I was 18. I got arrested. I was staying with this woman, and I was 17 at the time. Well, when I turned 18, she had gave me the ultimatum. It was either, hey, you got to start. See how I'm gonna say this. she wanted to pursue a relationship with me or for me to get out. Well, I left. Well, I came back the next day thinking everything was cool over and stuff. She got mad that I entered her house without her permission. So she called the police on me. I went to jail for burglary. They released me. They dropped the charges. They released me. I was stuck in Brown County, and I met a group of people, and I was trying to get back to where I lived, which was Maysville at the time. And I ended up stealing a car and drove it to Kentucky. And in the midst of that, I pulled up at a church, at a homeless shelter. It was a church, and they tracked me to the homeless shelter and charged me with receiving in Kentucky and unauthorized in Ohio.
Okay. So what have you learned from all this criminal activity?
Honestly, I've learned to, just be more open-minded, to try to rethink things before I do it. I've always had the impulse to just do. Like, I just slipped up here recently. I caught a write-up in December. I caught a write-up for, it's a forgery charge. I wrote a memo trying to make it light for Christmas, just making a joke, and I didn't realize the extent that it would have on the institution. And even though I thought it was funny and the other inmates thought it was funny, it wasn't. I didn't take in consideration of what it could have caused the institution at the time. Even though after discussion with the warden and the assistant wardens and stuff about that, they knew that I was joking, but they wanted me to realize what the worst outcome of it could be. So with that, I ended up losing my visit with my daughter and had to explain to her why it was more important for me to make a memo than to get our first visit with her. I lost my honorary status over it, but not to deflect from what you asked me. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of being in and out. I want to be a different person, not just for myself, but for my kids. I've gotten to build a relationship with 2 of them since I've been in here, and just being able to do that, the way that my youngest daughter admires me and the things, she helps me reflect. Are you going to be mean to mommy when you get out? Because I had to break news to her. Like, it was that I was just telling her, hey, I'm in timeout.
Right.
And
Sir, you caught that write-up and you knew that you were going to be coming before the board.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you do something so silly?
Well, what I've realized is I use humor as a way to reflect instead of anger. And I'm just trying to adapt to be able to use that in a functioning way instead of in a violent way. And I got caught up in the moment. I was careless, I guess, where I joke a lot and, try to make people laugh, because it helps me. When I make other people laugh, it helps me, just a little bit. It eases the mood around us. Like, we're locked up 24 hours a day, family issues and stuff like that. And if I can make somebody laugh, I feel like, I'm giving back to, a little bit of the hurt that I've caused, and it's helping, it just, there's no excuse for my actions. I know that. I know I made a big mistake for doing that. And as Chaplain Casey's like, he's like, you self-sabotage yourself, and
So you caught this write-up for the forgery. Then you had, back in 23, you had caught a write-up for obtaining money, goods, privileges, services with false pretense.
that was that tablet issue.
Okay. Tell me what happened. Was it something to do with transfer of money around?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and tell me what happened.
A buddy of mine, he said, you want some money on your account? I was like, well, I got $100 on there. He's like, nah. He said, you want some money on your account? And I thought he was joking. He said, let me see your tablet. So I gave him the tablet, but he put the other 100 on there. And I was like, is that all you can put on there? And the 100 went to 500.
Yeah.
I downloaded music.
Okay. You knew that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And there again, You know, you had been given a 24-month deferral. You knew you was going to be coming back before the board before too awful long.
Yes, ma'am. That was right before the board last time. I addressed.
Okay. All right, sir. Yeah,
It's-
it would have been. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that out. Yeah. Sir, you have completed some programming. Tell me which program has been the most beneficial to you and how you plan on adapting that to society if you're given the privilege of parole.
Boundaries has been it's been the most to me. It's awoken me in ways that I haven't seen, like as far as dealing with relationships and dealing with boundaries between a relationship. Like when I first went into boundaries, my merely instinct was, oh well, this will look good for the parole board. You know, people were saying, oh, you're guaranteed to make parole if you do boundaries. And then there were people saying, oh no, you won't. You don't get credit or nothing. Well, I went in the way Chaplain Casey started breaking down and actually having discussions, because most of these MRTs, you don't really, it's the same old thing over and over and over and over. And like anger management in the MRT book, I learned to suppress it. And boundaries, I learned that I don't have to suppress the anger. I have to find a way to actually cope with it. Speaking about it and dealing with it is the best way, but doing it in a positive way is what's going to make you. I'm just nervous. I'm sorry.
Understand. So you believe boundaries has been the most beneficial to you? Even
Yeah,
you have taken MRT more than once, I think you alluded to.
Yes, and I've done 7 MRTs since I've been. When I came up in front of the Pro Board last 2 years ago, I had 2 programs in. The Pro, there was no recommendations, and the Pro said, hey, what are you eligible to take? And I said, well, I think right now I could take parenting and untangling. They said, well, get them 2 in before you see us. I did parenting, untangling, then I ended up doing trauma. I actually did trauma twice.
I think that would have been beneficial to you. Tell me, was it?
Trauma?
Yeah.
It allowed me to get to like key factors of what triggers me.
Okay.
Like it allowed me to identify that my childhood played a lot of role in my thing. Watching my mother be really domestic with my father was really let me see that a lot of things cured, because I would never blame my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like I never blamed her. I was like, oh, my mom was a good mom. And there would be people like, your mom was not a good mother, you know? And to me, that was my mama, you know? But as I got through it, because the first time I went through, I got upset in the class. I was like, oh man, I said, because Miss O'Basic did it the first time. And she was one of the ones that actually wanted you to, like, if she didn't like what you had to say, she'd have you redo it. And there was a couple of times she was like, oh, I think you're blowing smoke up me, so I want you to redo it. And I come back and it was the same thing. I was like, this is what I feel. She's like, I still think you're blowing smoke. And I was like, so I come up through here and I'm sitting here trying to think about what do I need to say. So when I come to it, and then the third time she came up to it, and I was like, oh yeah, I just can't do this class. It's not going to work. So I skipped the class and they kicked me out of the class. So then I re-signed up for trauma again, and I got Miss Drew. And Miss Drew was a lot more than Miss O'Do Basic. So she did the extra. And she had us, you know, not only what we wrote, like we wrote something, she'd have us, you know, just, hey, go ahead and fold that up, close your book now. Give me your book and then tell us what's on that paper. To know what's on that paper if you wrote it. And she'd give us like a little assignment afterwards, like, now tell us what you could do different in that situation. Even though the book didn't require it, she would give us, she's like, you don't have to do this, but it would be good for the class. So it allowed me to be able to spot the triggers that was hitting me before they hit me. You know, like when I get upset, not the result to hitting stuff or breaking stuff or being verbal or being aggressive tone.
Okay.
But with boundaries, we did a who am I letter. And the first who am I letter is focused on who you are as a person.
Right.
And in that letter, you know, I ended up writing the letter twice because Chap wasn't okay with the letter that I wrote the first time. So he had me and several of the other members rewrite our letters.
Mhm.
So I rewrote my letter again the second time. You know, I wrote on there like the person I was, that I was a POS. I was, you know, I was garbage. I wasn't a father. That if I cared about my kids, I'd have stayed out there. I would have thought about how I treated these women that I've been with instead of treating them the way I did, you know. And the biggest thing that made me realize is my daughters are going to see how I treat these women.
Definitely. You wouldn't want someone treating your daughters like that, would you?
No, ma'am.
Like you've treated your victims?
Yes, ma'am.
Your, you know, victims of your EPOs and all that. Do you currently have any active EPOs? Is there an active EPO between you and Kristen?
No, ma'am. It was dismissed 23 and 23.
Okay. All right, sir. So do you believe that your mental health is stemming any of this? Do you have mental health issues?
I have anxiety and the antisocial and stuff like that, which is something I'm gonna follow up when I get out with. And I had just started therapy right before I got locked up, but I'd only been in it, I think 2 or 3 weeks before I got locked up, so I didn't even get a chance to even, But when I get released, I have a job waiting for me. I'm in a rural area, so I'm not around a bunch of people, which, I feel like being out there and having the therapist and getting on some kind of medication, if need be, will get me, will help me function a little bit better in society. Because I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be hard for me to adapt to society because I've never actually really tried to adapt to society. I've always went in with the mindset, well, here I am, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
And like I can serve out October, November of this year. And main reason I want parole is, like, I'm not saying that I can't do it by myself, because I want to be able to do it by myself, but I feel like parole will give me that little bit of leash to say, hey, you have somebody to talk to.
Right.
Hey, have somewhere to turn to. If you're feeling overwhelmed, here's what you need to do. Instead of just letting me straight out in October and saying, hey, hit the wall, you get upset, you deal with it your way. Because I'm not going to be focused, I don't think. I go out with the mindset, hey, I'm going to get in this and get that. Got the plan. I submitted to parole. Parole officers, they're going to encourage me.
Okay.
And
so you're looking for someone to be accountable to and have some guidance.
I feel that I need that, yes.
Okay. All right, sir. Where would you parole to? Would you go back to Mason County?
Tollsboro. I'm not sure if I will be going. I'd be at the Mason County district because my brother, he lives on the Mason County, Lewis County line.
Right.
And I think Lewis County actually goes to Maysville now.
Okay. But where would you live? What kind of job would you have? You said you had employment or a job. Where would you live? Tell me what life would be for you.
Well, my brother, he's got 4 kids. He owns his house. He works every day. He works at Ryan Supply. It's a farm equipment thing for the FCA or FDA or something like that. It's in Tollsboro, it's locally. He had an old formal boss that he had worked for, which is ACL Construction. His name's Alan Lutz. He had got me a job waiting with him, working construction at $9 an hour. So it ain't much, but it's better than what I'm making here. Make 60 cents a day.
Okay. All right, sir. I believe that you have answered all one question. I noticed that you have been out for medical for several different times or on occasions. Is there something going on medically?
I have bad GERD issues, and sometimes
Okay.
I'll be thinking I'm having a heart attack, so I freak out and I go up there. My anxiety gets the best of me, and I go up there and they usually give me like a GI cocktail or something. But I've been trying to go to an outside doctor, but they keep on spinning me on that. So because I was supposed
It goes back to your anxiety and your mental health, your physical issues. Okay. Sir, convince me that you've got your anger issues under control.
I feel like there's nothing I can really say that can make you believe that I do. I know that I've learned something from these programs,
You
and
got the tools to deal with it, correct?
I have the tools to do it, and I got a reason.
Okay.
My kids are now a reason in my life. Even though they wasn't a reason in the past, they are now, you know. And if I'm granted today, I gotta get out and show you all. I believe that I can make it. I made it off parole the last time, which was not like it's achievement because I came back, you know.
Yeah, you've been given opportunities of parole probation and shock probation on various occasions, and you've come back to us.
I just think that I just need a real, like, you know, like if I do get out and I make parole, sitting down with the parole officer and really setting a guideline in with it. And
All right, sir. My colleagues will have questions for you. If you would please answer them like you have done mine, I would greatly appreciate it. Miss Lathan.
Good morning, sir.
good morning.
I don't have any questions or comments. You all have covered all the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. James.
I did not have any questions for Mr. Ross. You've been quite thorough.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ross, this is your opportunity to tell us anything that we might not have covered that you wish us to know about you before we go off and deliberate.
My mind's running like 100 miles per hour right now. So
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure you're nervous. It's all to be expected, you know?
I just really, you know, I just really want to make something of myself. I've spent my time trying to grow, not just in these programs, but I don't know if you're familiar with the DOVA app. We have this thing that's on our tablet, and
I've heard about it.
I devote hours in sociology, psychology. I was taking a domestic violence course, but a third of the way in there, it froze and wouldn't let me get past the rest of the course.
Okay.
But I probably completed 14, 15 certificates in it.
Great.
You know, like I just don't take. I'm taking this time serious. I know that by some of the things that I've done may seem like, well, he messed up right before parole board. He ain't taking it serious. He don't want to go home. That's not the truth. I do want to go home and I do want to stay out. I've been an embarrassment to myself for so long that it's time for me to do something with my life, something productive.
Okay, sir. I appreciate it, and we're going to go off camera and talk, and we'll be back with you shortly, okay? Just remain there in the room.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, we are back on record with Shane A. Ross, DOC number 174-091. Mr. Ross, can you still see, hear, and understand me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Ross, after much discussion with my colleagues, we could have served you out, let you serve the remainder of your sentence, but it's our decision that we are going to grant you the privilege of parole. We believe that you can benefit from what you had asked for, the supervision and using your probation and parole officer to your benefit and the guidance that they can provide you. With this parole comes some stipulations. You're to have no contact with the victim or the victim's families while on parole without approval of your P&P officer. We understand that you do have a child with the victim, but you're going to have to discuss this with the probation and parole officer and get a plan. So that means, you just can't have contact direct out of the gate. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. That's fine.
You must complete programs deemed necessary by the Division of Probation and Parole. If your probation and parole officer says they want you to do a program, it's like it's coming a directive from this board. Okay. So we expect you to do it. We want you to seek a mental health evaluation or assessment in the community. Believe that can help you immensely, coming to grips with your mental health and then helping you get that under control with therapy or medication or whatever's needed. Okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I would not recommend you going out and publicizing that you have been granted the privilege of parole. I would keep it under your hat. If they ask you, say, well, I got to serve out the rest of my time. I mean, you may have to fib, but it's to your benefit because you'll have a target on you.
I understand
And people
that.
want to see you fail.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank
right,
you.
sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Do
you
you have
all.
any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, this concludes our hearing. Thank you, sir.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
luck,
you.
sir. We wish you well.
Thank you all.
Recording stopped.
I'll be out for a few weeks, so come talk to me or no should be worried about this.
I got the home placement. We need to more about the ID stuff.
Recording in
Okay,
progress.
Mr. Yokeley, I'm Mr. James. My colleagues on the screen you see there are Mrs. Lathan and Mrs. Fields. And the
There
three
you
of us
go.
will be conducting your parole eligibility hearing today.
Yes, sir.
I believe the last time you saw a parole board panel, there were 2 people. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, House Bill 5 passed in July of last year, and it now we have to operate in three-member panels now. So that's why you see 3 of us here today. So it looks like you saw Mrs. Layton and Mr. Deglow at your last parole board hearing. They had told you to do something, right?
Yes, sir.
What did they tell you to do?
Told me to finish thinking for good, keep clear conduct, and do anything the institution recommended.
Okay. So it looks like you've done that. Let me go ahead and read your record card, make sure we got the right information about you, and make sure everything's correct. If there's anything that's not correct, we can't fix it for you. Maybe one of your counselors can help you with that if it's something not correct. You are Jimmy Yokelly. Your number is 414-018. You are minimum custody there, Luther Luckett. You're 53 years of age. Sir, you're serving a 30-year sentence for burglary second, robbery first, 3 counts, fleeing or evading police first, motor vehicle, burglary third, theft by deception, greater than 500, less than 10,000, receiving stolen property, greater than 500, less than 10,000, and criminal possession of a forced instrument, second degree, identify, 3 counts. You served 12 years and 3 months. You have 8 years and 11 months remaining on your sentence. You do not have any loss of good time. Looks like you were on shock probation May of 11, and you came back to us on 12/5 of 12 on a violation. And then it looks like you got released again on 6/5 of 21, and then you violated on 6/15 of 23 after being out for 740 days. You do have a detainer out of Kenton County. It's going to be 23 CR 00919. It is for promoting contraband first, Class D felony, and possession of a controlled substance second or greater offense, misdemeanor. Does that sound pretty accurate to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not going to go over all your charges, but I would like you talk to us about one of your old charges, the burglary second, and it's actually the robbery, thing of evading. Talk to us about that, man. What you did.
I got strung out on crack cocaine and was just trying to get money to get drugs. I mean, pretty much I didn't touch. I run up in a store. I was strung out on crack. I run out of money, didn't have no way to get no money. I took a steak knife out of the kitchen drawer, run up in the store and said, give me the money. I never touched nobody. I never harmed nobody. But it was basically just to get drugs.
Well, I know you didn't harm anybody, but what about the mental aspect of that the crime you committed? What about the mental aspect? Now, I'm not talking about you, but the person.
Yes, sir.
That you,
I understand it. Yeah, it probably affected them. I understand that 100%. And I was wrong for doing it, but I missed explaining to you and being honest about why I did it.
So how long had you been using drugs?
Probably a couple months at that time. I was in NA when I got out on shock probation on that. When you said I was on shock, I was in NA for like 18 months. I was chairing meetings and doing everything. And I just had a relapse. And when I did, I got strung out pretty bad. I was having some issues, me and my wife, and I went a little too far. I understand, like you said, I harmed other people in the process mentally, like you said, but.
So you came back to us on the criminal possession of forced instrument.
Yes,
that was your violation.
Yes, sir.
What happened there, man? What went down there?
The same issue. I started doing crack cocaine, and I took my uncle's checkbook and wrote a check.
Krizak.
Okay.
That's the reason they sent me to SAP. I went through a 6-month rehab before I come back this time.
Okay, so you were you did SAP. You're saying that you completed SAP after you came back on the
No,
parole
before,
application?
This is the
before.
parole board.
I finished SAP November of 2023. I come back April of 24. But I had the charge already. The charge was like almost 2 years old.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I
So what you-
completed SAP before I got convicted of the charge.
So talk to us about the SAP program, man. Talk to us about what you learned, how you could apply it. What else, don't just tell us about the triggers and all that. Give us a little more comprehensive, presentation of what you've learned there and how to apply it.
I pretty much learned, that, I can't, I'm an addict. I'll always be an addict. I mean, I know that. That's been my whole problem my whole life. But
Thank you for
I
the follow.
learned that, as long as I stay away from the wrong people, places, and things, that I can control it better. And
Thank you
my
for
biggest
sharing.
issue is just always when something bad happens, that would be the first thing I turn to. But this time here, instead of doing that, I just learned to control my feelings and move forward and do the best right thing. I'd stay in touch with my sponsor. I had a good sponsor this time when I was out, and I was really doing good. Like I said, this case was almost 2 years old during the process of me completing SAP. And my parole officer kept telling me, Mr. Yokeley, if you can get them to drop it to a misdemeanor, we won't violate you because you're doing good. You're doing everything we told you to do. But the courts wouldn't drop it down. And once they convicted me of a felony, that's when they went ahead and violated me. I understand they was only doing their job.
Okay. So drugs have had a substantial impact on your life in a negative
Yes, sir.
way.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, it's kept you locked up for some substantial period of time.
Almost about 30 years of my life.
I'm gonna keep the location secret right now because this is a live
You
one.
think you got a handle on things now?
Yes, sir. I had a handle before I come back this time, but like I said, the charges was already, my wife's I've been doing everything I'm supposed to do. My wife's my fiance's been standing beside me. I got good support. My family's been supporting me the whole time.
No worries. Ash,
What about these
welcome.
charges you got on your, you got these other things, you do got these detainers, right?
That's going to be dismissed more than likely. If you see, it's June of 2023. And they've laid my trial over 4 times. I've been trying to get rid of it because the last time I seen y'all, you suggested that I try to get rid of it and do what I could. I've tried and tried and tried, but every time it comes up for me to go to court, they keep laying it over. Like I said, the charges is over 18 months old. I was supposed to get a bond hearing yesterday.
I gotta start it over.
The bond to get it released before I seen y'all today. But the snow messed up all the courts last week, and all the dockets backed up. They couldn't get me in.
Okay.
But
So what you learn from this, what'd you learn from untangling relationships, man? How does that help? How's that helped you?
It's helped me a lot as far as my fiance and my daughter. And it's helped me to control like I said, my inner emotions and my feelings more. And basically my biggest issue is, like I said, I let my feelings overrun my thinking. When something bad happens, instead of me just trying to work it out or call my sponsor or do what I'm supposed to do, I've always just jumped to drugs. But now I got a stronger support. I still got the same sponsor. Like I said, me and my fiance's been together going on 4 years. She stood by me for the last 2 years. I've been locked up. I've been locked up almost 2 years this time.
This time, what?
Okay. All right, sir. That's pretty much all the questions I have related to your crime stories. You got this one disciplinary occurred in November of last year. What was that all about, man? The possession of contraband.
When was it?
November of last year.
So
This
a few months ago.
contraband case.
Yeah, like 3 months ago.
Officer McKnight.
November of last year.
Good morning.
Happened in the bullpen area.
That was something over a piece of paper that they thought was
something. They thought it was contraband. When I went to court call, they dropped it down to a unit write-up.
Betting slips.
Yeah, but that's that wasn't what it was. She thought that's what it was, but it wasn't. The court call officer just dropped it down to a 2-2.
Thank you for the like, Dalton.
Okay.
Tabby.
All right. It's not really a serious charge. It's a charge, but I just wanted you to try to explain it to us.
Yeah, it's a new officer, and somebody handed me something through the fence in the bullpen, like you said. And she come up and said, let me pat you down. I said, here, this is what he gave me. And she thought it was some type of gambling or betting slip. But when I went to court call, the court call officer said, no, I just dropped it down to a 2-2. You've been doing good. Just continue to do what you're doing. And that's pretty much what they did.
Thank you, my life speechy.
Well, they got it listed as a disciplinary. I'll just tell you, it's a 2-02. It's not a
they consider it a unit write-up. It's not a major category write-up. A major write-up's category 3 or above.
Okay. Well, other than that, you got a great disciplinary. Disciplinary is good. You've taken care of your business on that end. It looks like you availed yourself to the programming. You got the SAP, thinking for good, untaking relationships. So you're good there. So what's your parole plan, man?
I want to get out there and start my life. First of all, I want to get that charge off of me. If y'all parole me to that detainer, I want to get that took care of so I can get a fresh start. I'd like to get married. I was supposed to get married before I got locked up. And to be honest with you, one of my biggest things is I want to see my daughter graduate in June. That's one of the biggest things in my life right now. I want to see her graduate.
I can relate with that. I'm sure
I
a
just
lot of
want
you.
to get out there and stay out. I heard.
Where you gonna live? Where you gonna live?
Covington with my fiance and daughter. Or
Where's that
actually, Boone County. Actually, it's Boone County, Florence, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Okay.
What the
How you
what?
gonna support yourself, man?
Well, I'll be probably on disability. I got a pacemaker and a bad leg. I might get a part-time job, but I'll probably end up on disability because I got the pacemaker right before I come back last time.
Okay.
Man, with those type of health issues,
All right.
I wouldn't want to be in
I
prison.
just asked if you please give me a chance to parole me to that detainer. Because like I said, more than likely that'll be over with. My attorney's standing by now for me to call him and let him know what y'all did.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
he's right by the phone, just waiting for your call.
All right, Mr. Yokeley. I don't have any more questions. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Fields.
No questions, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely, my last speech.
All right, Mrs. Lathan.
I don't have any questions. I was on the previous board that
She's pretty tough.
saw Mr. Yokeley. So I just want to thank you for abiding by the conditions that we placed on you previously. And I hope you have learned something from this time that you've been incarcerated, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I have. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Yokeley, that concludes the interview portion of your hearing. But before we break for deliberation, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Just that y'all please give me a chance and parole me to that detainer so I can get out there and get everything took care of and start my life over.
They're gonna let
And
us know right
also,
now.
I've got, like you said, minimum custody. They just classified me a couple of weeks ago, so I've been doing everything I'm supposed to do to get my custody level dropped and keep clear conduct.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Yokeley, remain seated there, and we're going to go to our breakout room, and then we'll be back with you momentarily, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so for this state here in particular, they kick us out of the meeting while they are deliberating. So once they're done, they'll go ahead and come back on the screen. This is a live feed. What do you guys think? Do you guys feel like he should be paroled? Hey man, you know what? At that age, I would not want to be in prison at my age right now, especially if I had a pacemaker or anything wrong with my body, because the state's not gonna take care of you. Anytime that you have some issues going on, you gotta put in a ticket, what do you call it, a ducket or whatever you gotta do, to get seen. And a lot of these medical workers, they're either like they're their licenses have been canceled before, or in question, or they're not the best. They don't care. It's just a job for them, and it is what it is. And who's gonna help somebody that's incarcerated? Let me see right here. Parole. Let me see here. I think he will get paroled. I think so also, but he has another pending detainer in another, I guess, in another county that's nearby. He's gonna be doing some more time on that. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be incarcerated with a pacemaker. Man, imagine that. Unless you're in a medical unit, but if you're in a medical unit, you're at your end of life. Anyhow, so if you're just stepping in right now, we're just waiting for the parole board to come back. That is kind of cool that they do that, because it gives me an opportunity to to speak a bit and whatnot, and I'm not interrupting the speakers while they're speaking. And anybody that's wondering if I got this stream, I'm not running on YouTube right now, just because trying to avoid having some issues. But I am running another stream on YouTube, which is the state of Utah. Those are normally take place Monday through Thursday, and there's quite a few individuals going on right now. That should probably be running, I'm assuming, maybe about 3 p.m. So right now, local time is 8:30 a.m. So it's gonna be a long day today for Utah. AKC, highly appreciate it. Appreciate you. You're encouraging people to tap on the screen. Also, too, follow. If you're definitely help us out, help us to grow. We're trying to get to that 20,000 mark. And best of all, it's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything, and I'm not asking anybody for any type of monetary gain. I'm not gonna ask you for any money. Hey, Julie, how's it going? No cash apps or anything like that. I'm not gonna give you a sob story about something that happened to me last week and I need money to fix my car. I don't get down like that. All I'm trying to do is obtain some followers so we could go ahead and help this channel grow, whether it's here on YouTube or on TikTok. All right, Julie's okay. Let me see. Thank you, Casey_FYP. And also remember, if you could share, sharing is caring. Doesn't cost you anything. You guys are already spending a lot of time on your phone watching all these streams, and why not just give me some time, right? Let me see here. How is everybody doing today? If you guys wouldn't mind sharing where you guys are tapping in from. Are you guys all from the US, or are you guys from all around the world? I am curious on that. Dalton, appreciate it. I saw you earlier on when you were sharing the stream, so highly appreciate it. With Dalton's coming in from Arkansas. We got I can't even pronounce your handle, but he's coming in from Utah. We got Leslie coming in from Oregon. We got Ash coming in from the 702, the 725, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada. Hey, we got Jess coming in from the UK. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The UK is going to get one of these here. We got Hope coming in from San Antonio or Sanat, Texas. That's right. Hell yeah. Hey, thank you guys for participating in the chat. I'm sure that helps out with getting us in the algorithm. We got Tabby coming in from Canada. We got Jennifer coming in from California. We got My Life's Peachy from California. Also, we got Juliet coming in from Iowa. We had some hearings from Iowa today, but unfortunately, I could only do 2 streams at the same time, because if not, my internet starts dragging. I've tried 3 streams before, but it just doesn't work out for me. Those ones from Iowa I like, because they'll go ahead and let you know on the spot the outcome of the hearing. Let me see. We got Nisha coming in from the AZ, Arizona. We got KC fan coming in from California. And for anybody that's looking for some love behind bars, check out a KC's fan, her other alternate account, which is Locked Up Connections, where she plays Cupids behind bars. And it would be just in time for that month of February, for the month of love, for Valentine's Day. Let me see. Can you see California ones? Nah, the California ones, they're restricted. They don't offer any type of like Zoom or WebEx links or anything like that. Dorothy, can you stream Texas or other states? Texas does not offer any type of streams. There's about a good 12 or 13 states that do offer that do offer some streams. This state here that we're doing right now, this is the first time that I'm doing it. And last year when I was checking, they weren't offering virtual streams. So so this is a new one for us right here. So you guys are here first before anybody else. Not even YouTube's gonna get to see these before anybody. Let me see. Dorothy, yeah, Texas, yeah. So Texas doesn't. Let me tell you. I'll tell you what states do offer board of parole hearings here. I got them all of my favorites here. So we got first up on the list is Utah. We got Connecticut. We got Pennsylvania. We got Iowa. We got Ohio. Ohio was supposed to be doing one today, but their links are not working. We also got Vermont. We got Minnesota. We got Oregon. We got Kansas. We got Illinois. Let me see, what else do we got here? We got Louisiana. And I think that's it right there. So how many states is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 11 states. Yeah. So hey, we got a laundry list of that we could choose from. But they don't always offer them. Let me see right here. Washington offer live viewing. So Washington, they only offer it live if you're the victim, an attorney, or you're related with the crime. If not, they won't allow you access to it. These states that I mentioned here, these are normally easier because you just go to their website, you click on a link, and you could go in. These other states, they make it a little bit harder. Like California, you gotta email them and stuff, and they'll ask you a bunch of questions, and then they'll just end up denying you, which they've done it to me in the past. Let me see. So that was Jess that asked that question. Where are you streaming today? Right now for this one, I do not want to share the location. I'll share it once we're done streaming. Last week I ran into some problems where somebody called the board of parole to tell them that I was streaming it, and they ended up kicking me off the stream. So I'm trying to kind of avoid those type of issues today, which kind of sucks because I wasn't okay. New stream starting up. Let me see. Does Michigan virtual? I don't think Michigan also. Hey, what's up, Ipsy Gypsy coming in from Central California. Dorothy, just a friendly reminder. Tap.
Recording in progress.
YOKELY number 1411018. Mr. Oakley,
do you guys think they're going to parole him?
With you and more, I'm sorry, based on the information that was provided to us through our systems, and based, more importantly, based on our interview with you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
It will be the decision of this parole board panel to reinstate your parole. And you're concerned with the parole,
he's getting out.
There are going to be stipulations. I'll read those to you. It is to the hold. We paroled you to the hold. No contact with the victims or the victims' families.
Kenneth,
while
thank
on
you.
parole without PMP approval in advance. Must follow SAP aftercare recommendations. Must complete programs deemed necessary by the Division of Probation and Parole. You have restitution, looks like out of Christian County, 12 CR 221 for $398. We have you paying that at a rate of $25 a month. Obviously, if you want to pay that off, it'd be a great thing. As long as you got it, if you got to pay it off, when you do get through with all your time, you won't still be on parole. And finally, we want you to seek a mental health assessment out in the community and follow all recommendations. Mr. YOKELY, this is another chance for you.
Another
Thank
one.
you, sir.
Take full advantage of this. We realize that you've had some significant issues with, drug use in the past that has caused you to do these things, but you come back again, it's not going to be well for you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank all y'all.
And by the way, don't go out there broadcast that you just got parole.
Hey, don't tell nobody,
Yes,
all right?
Keep it to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
Your secret is safe with us here.
Recording stopped.
All right. Don't tell nobody, all right? There's 56 of you. I'm holding you guys. Don't tell nobody that he got found suitable for parole. He might run into some issues in lockup.
I'll be out for 2 weeks, so come talk to me in early February about anything.
Damn, she looks young.
Go reschedule that Social Security thing.
I'll work on it.
All right.
There it is. He's out.
Could y'all give me a second?
Sure.
2 seconds. Don't even trip. anyhow, this hearing started really early in the morning for me today. The first two cases were interesting. Man, as a matter of fact, they were shocking. There was a dude that was there for graping, and just talking about it. He admitted it, but he was talking about it like it was okay what he did. And I had my wife jump in. I was like, hey, look, check this out. Like look at what this guy's talking about. She was like, man, what? She was like in disbelief. So we got the next individual coming up. All right. Let's see what it. Yup. Hey, thank you, Nada, Daniel. Thank you, Lights
Recording in
Peachy.
progress.
All right, let's see
Sir,
what this
we'll
guy
be
did.
with you in just a
stopped.
moment. One of my colleagues had to step away just a second.
Okay.
All right, just hang tight.
Hang tight.
Yes, ma'am.
Lips are sealed. That's right, Dorothy. As I'm talking about, his attorney is waiting on his call. Oh yeah, he's calling his attorney right now. That's right. Hey, good catch, KC. What do you guys think this guy did? You guys just saw him pop up on the screen. What kind of activity do you think he was up to? Stealing copper, hitting that Krizak pipe, abducting people. The possibilities are endless. And then okay, so that dude, the dude that came on that did some graping, he ended up getting denied. But there was another dude, the Pipa. That's right.
Do you all think you'll be taking lunch after him, or are you going to see him and the next guy, or?
We could take a lunch break when we get finished with him.
Okay. They
come
wanted to work
on
on the construction stuff, and I wanted to tell them when a good time would be.
Well, our lunch break is only going to be for probably about 20 minutes or so.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
I'll tell them that and see if they can.
Okay, we'll talk about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, skedaddle.
Recording in progress.
All right. All right.
Sir, can you see, hear, and understand me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Corey, thank you for the
I
follow.
do see a note that you do have a hearing impairment. Do you need any assistance
No,
with
I
the
can hear
hearing
you.
today?
No, ma'am, I can hear you guys just fine.
All right, sir. Would you please state your name and DOC number for the record?
My name is Daniel Freeman. My DOC number is 318363.
Let me look him
All
up.
right, Mr. Freeman. My name is Mrs. Fields, and joined on camera with me today are Mr. James and Miss Lathan. We are the three-person panel that will be conducting your parole eligibility hearing. I believe you had a parole eligibility hearing in June of 24, and at that time there were two-member panel, but shortly after your hearing, there was a legislative change that requires us to operate in panels of three. So that's the reason you're seeing a three-person panel today. It doesn't change the way we operate. We still go through the same information we went through at that time, and we still have to make a unanimous decision in your parole eligibility. Do you have any questions about the way that we operate today?
No, ma'am.
Sir, throughout this hearing, you may notice that we're not always focusing.
He has
directly
bad
on
charges.
you. We may be looking off to the left, the right, down. We've got multiple computer screens. We've got notes. We've got a lot of information on you. We know a tremendous amount about you. We know probably the way that we think you should answer the question based off the information that we have. So therefore, we're making notes and making sure that we provide you with the best possible parole eligibility hearing today. And all the information is given to help us make the best decision possible for you and the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Chucky.
Do you have any questions about that?
Yep.
No, ma'am.
All right, sir. I'm going to start today by reading your resident record card.
They're going to talk about it.
Previously been stated to you, we cannot make any changes to this resident record card. This information is housed by the Kentucky Department of Corrections, so they're the only ones that would be able to make any changes to it. You would just need to take that up with your case manager there at the institution if you deem there is any discrepancies in the information that I have provided.
He's a
Okay,
SO.
sir?
S offense.
So I'm going to start. You are
Yep.
Daniel J. Freeman. Your DOC number is 318363. You are 38 years of age. You are housed there at Luther Luckett Correctional Complex, medium custody. Your parole eligibility is March of 25. You're being held on a 7-year sentence for sexual abuse, first degree, violent crime, sex crime. And sexual abuse, first degree, violent crime, sex crime.
Thank you,
have
Little.
served approximately 4 years, 6 months, and 23 days. And you have approximately 1 year, 4 months, and 2 days remaining. I do not see that you have any good time loss, and I do not see that you have any holds or detainers. Does that information sound correct to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. So we're going to start off today by you telling me what you did to get these sexual abuse charges.
There it is. Cat's out the bag.
I forced myself on a 13-year-old female.
Damn.
I forced my hand on her vagina, and I also forced my penis on her buttocks.
Who was this victim?
It was my niece.
Damn.
What's her name?
Avery.
Okay. So, what was your relationship with her again?
She is my niece.
She was your niece, so was she your sister's child?
It was my wife's sister's child.
Your wife's sister's child.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yup. Straight up, Jamie T.
So, why did you do this?
I just took advantage of her. I wanted the relationship with her. I wanted sexual gratification from her, and she was there. And I would talk to her, and she would just be nice to me. I manipulated her into doing the things that I wanted to do.
So it was this child because she was accessible.
Yes, she was
easy pickings.
She was always around.
Was there something special about Avery?
She just listened to me and it made me feel like I was very important.
Okay, she was 13, idiot. 12 or 13?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were how old at the time?
33, 32, 33.
So what does a 33-year-old see in a 13-year-old? Other than being a child, an innocent child.
Mm-hmm.
She was just made me feel like I was something special.
Something special.
Okay.
And would listen to me if I was down and out and didn't have nobody to talk to. I would talk to her about things.
She didn't have a choice to listen to you, dummy. What do you guys, man? Me is a hard pass. Woodchipper.
Any other child? Was it just, if it wasn't Avery and there was another child, would it have been the same situation?
No, I don't know. I don't believe so. I think
Liar.
it's just the way she was there. And she reminded me so much of an ex-girlfriend of mine before I got married to her aunt. And just something about her just triggered something that I felt.
Okay.
Woodchipper.
Do you believe Avery trusted you as being an adult figure in her life?
I do.
Okay. And you broke that trust?
Yes, ma'am. I definitely did break that trust.
How had you gotten to this point in this relationship with her that it turned sexual? Had you been, I guess for lack of better words, grooming her or preparing her, or?
I would buy her things that, because her, she always didn't get things with her. I would buy her things, take her to the store if she wanted to go. I would wrestle around with her and tickle her and things just to get her used to me touching her.
How long had you planned this? Or was there any specific amount of time that you felt like it was to the point to where for you to make your move?
No, there wasn't really a specific amount of time, I believe. It was just over months, I guess. The more she was around, the more I talked to her, got comfortable with it. I felt comfortable around her. And when I did that.
Okay. So, you didn't live in the same household with Avery.
She lived 2 doors down from where I lived at, yes.
Okay, she lived 2 doors down. So there was pretty easy accessibility to her.
Yes, ma'am.
And she would come to the residence that you lived at fairly often?
Yes.
This isn't playing on YouTube.
How often would you say?
Every day. At least. This is at least every day.
And part of your way of grooming her or getting her accustomed, you would send her notes or messages?
Yes, I would send her notes, messages, tell her that I love her, that if she needed anything, I'd always be there for her.
Okay. And you would ask her to take pictures of herself in the shower or out of the shower and send them to you?
Yes.
I understand,
Okay.
Renee. Good morning, Vicky. Marie.
Did you lust after children?
No. Just Avery.
Liar.
Just Avery. Okay.
Yes.
All right. You said that you forced yourself on her. How and where did that occur?
It occurred in the living room of my house. And we sat there and I just took my hand and forced her clothes off and stuck my hand in between her legs and rubbed it and put her on her side, forced her on her side, and then rubbed my penis on her buttocks to try to attempt to get an erection.
Okay. And you could not get an erection?
No, ma'am.
If you could have got an erection, would you sexually wanted to have sexual intercourse with her?
I believe so.
Okay. You believe so?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
do you know so?
It probably would happen, yes.
Okay. How do you think Avery would have reacted during that course if it had come to that point? Do you think she would have allowed it to happen?
No, I don't believe so.
Good question.
Okay. So you guys were home alone during this? How many times did this occur?
Once.
Once?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you're charged with 2 counts of sexual abuse, first degree.
Good
Why
question.
are you charged with 2 counts?
Liar, liar,
I believe
liar.
they had it, both of them the same. Like for me, rubbing on her
Okay.
and for me, my penis on.
Okay. How was your relationship with Avery after this occurred?
Not well. It de-escalated after that.
Mm-hmm. And those notes that you sent her, it was kind of childhood grade school. Circle yes or no if you want to have sex with me. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She didn't respond to those, did she?
No.
Okay. So, how did all this come to light? How did you get caught?
She told her mom, and then her mom went to the police.
Good job.
Okay. So what have you learned from this encounter and this crime that you have been charged with?
I've learned that I've ruined somebody else's life for forever, and I regret it every day. But then I also moved on. I know I can be a better person than I was then. It's a horrible thing that I did to her.
How do you think that Avery is doing today? Do you think she is living with this and has trauma from this occurrence?
Absolutely.
I absolutely agree that she does.
Sir, were you married at this time?
I was.
Was your wife not making you feel special and
Not
listening to you in a way that a wife should?
Not at that time, no.
He can't
What
even
was
get it
going on with
up.
your relationship?
we were had our ups and downs. We'd have our arguments. She would go to work, and then when she come home, I go to work. So we never really spent a lot of time together.
Okay.
Good morning.
So instead of turning to your wife and talking to her, you turn to a 13-year-old.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still married?
Yes, we're still married.
How did you work through this situation? Is your wife aware of everything that occurred? I'm sure she is because you're in prison.
Yes, ma'am. She's it took us a long time to work through it, but over the last few years, we've worked through it and got together, just talking it out, and we're just trying to go on day by day.
Day
Okay.
by day. Thank you for the
So
follow,
were you
Brooke.
working at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's
Were
what
you
I'm saying.
using drugs?
Not at that time, no.
Not at the time that you had these sexual encounters with Avery.
No.
Had you used in the past?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you use and what was your drug of choice?
My drug of choice was marijuana, and I used it very so often.
Liar.
Okay.
He's a SO, a S offense. Barrios.
What type of triggers were you experiencing that forced you to resort to pursuing a 13-year-old?
Probably loneliness. Loneliness was the main trigger. I didn't want to feel like I was being alone.
Okay. Did you not have much adult interactions?
Other than work, no.
Okay. So you would work and come home and feel lonely.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you suffering from mental health issues?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Do you know that you suffer from any mental health issues currently? Any anxiety, bipolar, or depression, or anything like that?
I get a little anxious every now and then, but not a whole lot.
Okay. So Avery told her mother about this occurrence.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the mother approach you?
No, she did not approach me. She just went to the cops.
She just went to the cops.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then the cops came, interviewed you, and you admitted pretty much off the initial interview that what was going on?
They didn't even come to interview me. They set out a warrant and brought me to jail, and that's when I told them then.
Okay. All right. So you have completed the sex offender. You realize that you will be a sex offender on the sex offender registry for lifetime.
Yes, ma'am. I understand that.
And with that comes a lot of hurdles and a lot of restrictions.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn from the sex offender program that you will adapt to society?
To what my triggers would be, and the appropriate way to go about dealing with those, like having a good support system, and among other things, and knowing that I can contact my probation officer or parole and teachers to help me cope with and deal with some of these things if I have questions or having a hard time.
Okay. I mean, looking at your criminal history, it doesn't look like in past you've had much. You had a receiving stolen property, which was a misdemeanor charge. What surrounded that charge?
Me and a bunch of my friends were at a Walmart and took a bunch of stuff, and I got caught with it all.
Okay.
Absolutely, Jessica.
So at that time you had, I would say, a social network What changed to make that you didn't associate with those friends any longer, and you came to the loneliness stage in your life?
Those friends, I've realized that that they wouldn't help me out. They were going to bring me down.
Okay.
So I just got away from them. It's better to cut ties than have somebody that's going to keep bringing you down. So I decided I wanted to do better and not stay in trouble. So I just told them I just stopped hanging out with them.
I understand. I'm glad you came to that realization, but it does, concern me that you had the loneliness feelings and resorted to a 13-year-old to satisfy your loneliness when you had a wife that you could have turned to, even though you were having some problems. I would think you could have somehow maybe worked through that.
How are you going to work through erectile
So let's talk
dysfunction?
about what type of programming you've been doing. When you met the board last, I think that they asked
me to take Thinking for Good.
Yes, and you took care of that in 24.
Yes, ma'am. I completed that program.
You did. What did you learn from that?
Stop depending on other people a lot and just have how my thought process would go to stop thinking negatively and start thinking positively and don't divert back to the old person that I was.
Okay. And who was that old person?
Old person was a grumpy, lonely shell of a man. I wouldn't even say I was a man at that point. I was just down, awful person inside.
Who is the person today?
Sorry to hear that. That's awful.
More upbeat, try to look at the positive side of life. I still have issues, but I'm still trying to work through those, just taking it day by day and not try to let negativity around me bring me down.
What issues are you referring to?
What's that?
What issues are you referring to? You said you still have issues today. What are those issues?
Oh, it's trying to learn better how to communicate with others. I still have issues doing that, still expressing how I feel, but I'm working those things out, try to understand how it is better and easier to talk to people than to bottle things up.
Okay. So if you were granted the privilege of parole, how would you deal with those issues?
Find me a counselor or a really good friend I could trust and talk to him about it. But I have family too, my father, I have people I can talk to if I have problems and issues.
Mm-hmm. So where would you live and what would you do if you were granted the privilege of parole?
I live with my father, and then I have a job. My uncle said he'll give me a job. I have a job waiting for me when I get out, and I go back to work and then be a member of society.
What type of job would it be?
Brick masonry work.
Okay. You said you'd go live with your father. Why not go live with your wife?
Good question.
The way their house is set up, she lives with my father-in-law, her mom and dad, and they have weapons in the house, so I wouldn't be allowed to go there.
Okay. All right. Have you had any contact with your victim?
No, ma'am. No contact at all.
Okay. Do you desire to have any contact with her?
No, ma'am.
Do you know where she is now?
I do not.
Okay. So your support system would be your family.
Yes, ma'am.
I assume your wife.
Yes, we still talk on it. We talk on a daily basis.
You would seek out a counselor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you think that you need any assistance with drugs and alcohol abuse?
No, ma'am.
In a long time, you used marijuana at one time.
It's been a long time, and I've been away from it for so long and don't even desire any of that anymore. I don't even desire having tobacco.
You mentioned the job. You know that you cannot be, your restrictions are being anywhere around children, which would mean daycares, schools.
Yes, ma'am. He's aware of that.
Okay, so that means that he would work with your restrictions as far as if you had a job assignment related to any of those that you could not do it.
Yes, ma'am. He's aware of those things too.
All right, sir. All right, I believe that concludes the questions that I have. I'm going to refer to my colleagues to see if they have questions for you, sir. I appreciate you answering all of my questions. Ms. Lathan?
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So my colleague has asked you lots of questions and you've been very cooperative, the answers and given the answers. I just need some clarifications on a couple of things.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that you talked about was these triggers that you had, and that the child reminded you of an ex-girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
That was the attraction that you had. In the future, if you see someone that reminds you of that ex-girlfriend, and more specifically a child, how
Hey
are
guys,
you going to
I
deal
gotta
with that
start it over
situation?
again. Like and
I would
subscribe. I'll be
remove
right back in
myself
2
from that
seconds.
situation completely.
The other thing that was brought up is that you were dealing with these feelings of loneliness, and Mrs. Fields asked you about your adult relationships and how to deal with the loneliness. Who do you feel like is responsible for making sure that your feelings of loneliness are met? Like those, whatever it is that you feel like you're lacking. Who's responsible for that?
I am responsible for that.
Absolutely.
Instead of, I need to be more open. That's like how communication is key, but I'm the only one, I'm 100% responsible for it.
You absolutely are, sir. So I just, there are a lot of people who, we're in a society, and some of us are just like naturally outgoing, and others of us are, kind of laid back, a little shy, reserved, a little socially awkward. We have everything. That's what makes up this whole world. And so you have an obligation of, when you're feeling lonely, like you said,
yes, ma'am,
those type of things, to make sure that whatever need it is that you're having met.
Yes, ma'am.
And you absolutely have taken responsibility for using this child for that type of thing that you should have been getting within yourself. However, it is very concerning that once you saw this in this child, you didn't seek help for it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
That was very wrong for me to do.
Yes, sir. It was.
I understand that.
Okay. So you're a man. You're 38 years old. And if you get out and you actually seek treatment and you use all the skills that you've learned in every program that you've had with the Department of Corrections, at some point in time, you're going to feel healthy enough, to have a relationship. And you said you have a wife, so I hope that relationship is healthy. However, how are you going to deal with people who may bring children around you?
Good question.
I think I can have the support system around me enough to be comfortable around people who has kids. Or if I'm not, then I'll seek help and furthering my education on that. But I have to be deep down, if I'm responsible still 100%, I have to look forward to probably remove myself if I have an issue.
Well, part of your, if you're granted parole, part of your sex offender conditions of supervision will include that you not be around children.
Yeah, I would have to remove myself from that situation.
So are there children where you intend to go?
No, there's not.
I hope not.
All right, Mr. Freeman. I don't have any other questions for you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lathan. Mr. James?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Freeman, this is your opportunity to tell us anything that we may not have covered during your interview before we go off camera and talk about your case.
I don't really have anything else to go at. I just appreciate you guys taking your time out and here. And that's about it.
Good job.
All right, sir. If you'll just sit tight there, we're going to go off camera and we'll be back with you shortly, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
All right, guys. So right now they're gonna deliberate. They're gonna figure out if they're gonna find them suitable to parole or not. What do you guys think? Me personally, my personal feelings on that is I would get a wood chipper and put him in legs first, and that'll solve the whole issue. The taxpayers don't have to pay for his housing. For me personally, I don't think there's any redemption. There's no redeeming qualities when you do those type of offenses. But those are just my personal feelings. I'm not sure how you guys feel. Do you guys feel like he should be paroled, given a second chance? I mean, you know what? I have a daughter. I got a 6-year-old daughter, and in no way am I gonna let a grown man play with my daughter and tickle her or even be alone, you know, in that fashion. No way. That's something that me and my wife always talk about, that my daughter, if she's not with my wife, she's going to be with me at all times. You know, all that leaving my kid with somebody else, it's not going to happen, just because you don't know what anybody's, you know, what their intentions are. What kind of thoughts they're having. You just don't know anybody just by looking at them and taking them at face value. You know, people have thoughts and they're sneaky and they do things like that. And I'm just not willing to you know, risk you know, anything happening. So those are just you know, my personal feelings. The charges are, he's a SO S offense, if that makes any sense. And for anybody that's just tuning in right now, this is a live board of parole hearing from a state in the United States. I will go ahead and ask you guys if you guys go ahead and subscribe. It's free 99, doesn't cost you anything. Sometimes these streams I have to abruptly pull the plug on them, just because I'll get restricted, and I'm not trying to get my account. So, you know, the easiest way to keep track of the hearings, you know, whenever I come back, normally I'll shut it down for a second or two. I'll come right back. Hey, Thumper, gracias, highly appreciate that corazon. Yeah, let me see. Carrie, yep, not even family. Hey, 100%, because you don't know. You don't know in those type of you know, when you assault somebody in that way, you're doing damage, or damage is being done to them that you can't undo. You know, I don't care what kind of therapy or talking that you do. They just, you know, I think that's the worst thing you could do to somebody. Let me see here. Hey, thank you. A simple thank you for that follow. My life speech, he doesn't sound like he's been reflecting on his actions. Yeah, I know originally when they started the hearing, he was talking about that he had came in front of the board before, and they've denied him. But 7 years for that type of crime, that's preposterous. That's ridiculous. He didn't get parole, right? So Jamie T. So right now we're waiting. They're deliberating right now. So the way they do it in this state is they turn off the cameras. They take us off the Zoom meeting. They talk about it. Once they decide what they're gonna do, they'll go ahead and put us back in. So that's why you see that logo on the back where it says Zoom Workplace. So as soon as they come back on, the screen will change, and we'll go ahead and be back in the conversation here. What state? Carrie, at the current time, I'm not sharing what state it is right now, because I've had some issues last week where some people were being scandalous. So I'll share it towards the end of the stream. It is going to be a long day. I'll stay on as long as I can today. It's barely 9:13 in the morning on Pacific Standard Time, so we're probably looking at about maybe like 6-7 hours before these hearings get through. I see there's 147 in here. If you guys could go ahead and help us out, get us up to the 20,000 mark and possibly get us to the FYP, would highly appreciate it. Engagement is always a plus. Also, I have other videos too. If you go under my profile, you guys could go ahead and check them out. And drop some comments. Help me out. Help me get into the algorithm. Draw some more people in. The more, the merrier. The engagement, always makes it a lot better. And these are serious topics right here. Sometimes, we might joke or throw a joke in there too. Like where that guy was talking about that he had erectile dysfunction. He can't even get it up and he's trying to do those type of things. Come on, man. Like cut it out. Knock it off. What court are we watching? This is Nathan, this isn't a court. This is going to be a board of parole hearing right now. So we're just waiting for the board to come back in. As soon as they come back in, we'll go ahead and continue. Abby in LA, hey, good morning. And hey, man, I've been watching some of those fires. Hopefully you're okay and you're not breathing in that horrible air How is everybody doing? If you guys wouldn't mind tapping on the screen where you guys are tuning in from, if you guys are in the United States, city, state, they're back. They're back. All right, hold up. Let me go ahead and zip it, put it in my pocket, and let's see how they. Do you think they're gonna let him out?
Recording in progress.
All right, sir. Can you still see, hear, and understand me? Okay, sir. I can't understand you. I can't hear you.
Can you
Yes,
hear me
ma'am.
now?
I can still hear you.
Okay. All right. We are back on record with Daniel Freeman, DOC number 318363. Sir, after much discussing with my colleagues, based off of seriousness, violence involved, prior misdemeanors, history of drugs and alcohol involvement, we are doing a serve out of your time today.
Hell yeah.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
We wish you well, sir.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Desiree,
Yes.
we're going to take a 20.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, you heard them. They're going to take a 20-minute break. We'll just go ahead and hang out, and we'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Is this California, honey? No, this is not California. No, it is not. California does not offer live board of parole hearings. What's a serve-out sentence? So I'm assuming this is the first time that I watched this state. I'm assuming that what that means is that he's going to have to serve out the rest of his sentence. So he was originally sentenced to 7 years. In this particular state, I'm not sure how they calculate the times. I'm not sure if they give good credit or whatever. His original sentence was 7 years. So if they don't give good credit, then I guess he's looking at 7 years. He hasn't even been in prison that long. If I recall, maybe he's been in prison like 3-4 years. A Crazy B, thank you for the follow. Michelle, thank you for the follow. 7 years, WTF. Yeah, let me look it up right now. I'll go ahead and tell you what state are we in. Right now, I'm keeping that state, a mystery right now, just because I was having some issues last week. And let me see. I'll tell you right now when he originally got picked up. So he was picked up in. He went to prison July 7th. 2021. So we're in 2025 right now. So about 4.5 years at this point. His expected his end of sentence is expected next year, May 18, 2026. And yeah, that's when he should be getting out. His maximum date is June 17, 2027. So he could possibly get out next year if he gets the good time release. So hopefully he's messing up so he doesn't get released. His charges here, let me go ahead and I'll try to read them off without getting any warnings or triggers here. Convicted information, SA, first degree. That would be the letter S and the letter A, first degree. And let me see, it was a felony class D. Sentence length was 5 years, 0 months, 0 days. And let me see here. I thought it was 7 years, or maybe they gave him some other. So okay, so and then he had another one for SA, first degree. So they charged him with. He got 2 charges off of that. And it was also felony class D, he got 2 years on that one, so that's why he got 7 years. So 5 plus 2 equals 7. So hopefully that's clearing up some of your questions and whatnot. And this is what he looked like on his last mugshot here. Let me see here. Let me look at some of the comments right. What he did. Yeah, thank you for answering that, Jessica. Could you look into doing Wisconsin Border of Patrol? What? Shit's cold out there in Wisconsin. I'll look into it. 7 years. Vicky Marie writes 7 years is not enough. Nope. Not unless it's 7 years plus a wood chipper at the end of your sentence. Then, hey, I'm all for it. Did they grant him parole? Now, Daniel, no, they did not grant him parole. He's gonna finish out the remainder of his sentence. So his day to come home, it would be next year. If he messes up, then he would be looking at 2027. Border of 333. Let me see. I think I saw that on Bookface. Orale. Let me see. Florida Man, do we have another one to watch? Yeah. There is another one coming on right now. They are taking a 20-minute break, and as a matter of fact, let me just put this up here on the screen so you guys could see it here. So we're waiting for the Zoom to start up here. So I'll put it here. We're about 2 minutes in, so we got about another 18 minutes before they start up the new hearing. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Appreciate the like. Kimberly, thank you for the follow. Let me see. Thumper wrote never. So yeah. If you guys don't mind me asking, how is it that you guys came across this stream? Did it come up on your FYP? Are you guys following? Have you guys seen some of the other videos before? I'm curious to know how is it that you guys came across this stream. Have they made the decision on that SO? Yeah, they did 93. So he got denied. So he's gonna finish out the remainder of his time. FYP, I follow you. FYP, gracias. Following. Damn, a lot of FYPs. All right, cool. So we're doing some good work right here, getting in the algorithm. Cup FYP, but just follow. Hey, thank you, highly appreciate it. For me, it was the FYP. That's right, Nisha. Hell yeah. Hey, I know you've been on it for a minute, so highly appreciate you. And I do notice when you jump in and out. Jesse James, just follow. Gracias, highly appreciate it. Love Bunny. That's right, FYP. Pink Poodle. Hell yeah. Hey, thank you, highly appreciate it. What is it? Minding my own. I like that, man. I like that. That's a good laugh right there. Let me see. I saw this one video that made me laugh the other day. If you want to look for me, you could find me. What was it? Not in your business. Something like that. It had me cracking up. Let me see. I mean, Border Parole. I was like, oh, I thought you wanted me to watch Border Patrol. Like, what? They might try to deport me. Let me see. I mean, Border Parole for Wisconsin. My autocorrect has a mind of its own. I've been following. Thank you. 333. Wisconsin. I believe they don't offer. Live Border Parole hearings. It's about like 10 or 11 different states that offer them. And whenever I come across new streams, so this is a new one. This is the first time that we're doing this state. I've never done this state before. I just came across it last week, and I was like, "Cool, man." You know what I do like about this state? I will say, compared to other states, they do make them talk about what they did and get some insight and share their thoughts or their feelings of as far as what they did. Other states don't really do that. They try to like minimize on speaking about what they're there for, which is doesn't make any sense to me. You see, minding my own, laughing. Is this Colorado? No, it's not Colorado. It's not. It's a little bit more east, if you will. I mean, hey, Nora, thank you, highly appreciate it. Are they still? Yeah, they're still on break. It's only been, I want to say, maybe like about 5 minutes. I don't know. I should have put my stop clock so I kind of kept track of it. Are they still on break? Yes, Dorothy, they are still on break. Tiffany, thank you for the like, highly appreciate it. What do you guys prefer? Do you guys like watching court hearings, parole hearings? Do you guys like video visits from incarcerated individuals? What do you guys like? If you guys wouldn't mind sharing, so like that I could go ahead and focus on what you guys like. And we start with a K. I found it, Daniel. That's right. Sorry, I had to close out for a few minutes. No worries. Video visits. Tiffany likes the video visits. All of it. Lovely. Dorothy likes all of it. Bro, I love them all. Nubby Nub. Nubby Nub. Oh, man. You guys crack me up with the names. Vicky Maria, all of it. I love the Board of Parole Hearings. I just wish every state did it. Yep. Man, I wish I could get into a California one. As a matter of fact, hey, I want to share something funny with you guys. So last week, they had referred somebody that was going in front of the parole board in California. So I reached out to them, and they actually got back to me, and they told me, hey, we're approving you to attend the Board of Parole Hearing. And I'm like, hell yeah. I was like, hell yeah. But then it said, due to the interest from the news organizations, we're gonna designate one news organization, which was Channel 8, I think, in San Diego, and they're gonna be a contact person. They're gonna be able to watch the hearing, and they're gonna give you email updates. And I was like, man, they got me all excited for nothing. But I'm gonna continue trying to get into the California ones. I know a lot of people want to see them. I want to see the California ones because everybody wants to know what kind of questions they ask, in front of the, in the board. I know you could get it from the transcripts, but it's different when you're able to actually see it live. So hopefully one day we're able to, sneak into California, and I'll do it like that. It won't be live just because they'll probably boo me if I do that. I'll go ahead and record it and then put it up right there. Let me see. Best, she puts all of them. Thumper, all of them. Maribel Vasquez, all of them. I like the Board of Parole best. Let me see. Minding my own, me too. There's no sound on YouTube. Yeah, there's no sound on YouTube right now because they haven't started the hearings yet. Whenever you're watching these on YouTube, whenever you see the voice meter moving, it means that they've started. Right now, they're just chilling. Right now, they're having a break. Once they start, it'll go ahead and you'll go ahead and hear them. Let me see right there. But hey, thank you for giving me the heads up. I think it's all, I believe. My eyes are not that good. Let me see. All of them. Writes user Nicole. Thank you for the like. Nisha, thank you for the like. And Nicole, thank you. Gotta go ahead and show recognition, if you will. So man, what is it, like 10 minutes in? Are we 10 minutes in on waiting? Let me see. I like BOP hearings. I like hearing the details of the offender. Nathan writes, man, it's kind of crazy, when it comes to these type of offenses. Like, what would possess somebody to do some of these things? I'm glad I don't think like that, and I haven't been involved in anything like that before. Luckily, I've never been to prison either. I know I might look like it. My mustache might look like it, but nah, I've never been to prison. Let me see. Space writes, right? Yup. I know a lot of the people. I was checking out the the analytics of who's following, and I know a lot of the people that do like to follow are women, which I found interesting. But hey, I love it. Let me see right here. Thumper writes, I love you. I love them all. If I see a Jeanette TikTok, that's right. Hell yeah. And you know what? I've been lagging it on the phone calls. I just sometimes, it gets overwhelming doing, social media. Right now, luckily, my daughter, she's in school. She's in kindergarten. So I have this free time right now up until about 2:00 when she gets out to do pretty much whatever I want with my time. And then my wife loves it because then I'm not harassing her. My wife works from home, and she works. We have 2 offices. So this is my office. My office is filled up with all kinds of camera equipment, computers, and arcades, and all the stuff that I wanted as a kid that I couldn't have. That's what I got in here. And then my wife got her working space. So, me doing this, it stops the workplace harassment, if you will, that sometimes she has to deal with when I'm not on these hearings. What made you do what you do? You know what? Hey, so pretty much, okay, look, I'm originally from LA, and I know the mentality. I've been around like the gang life, the street life, all my life, and I went through some of the systems somewhat, through the juvenile system, through the camp system, through the county system. And once I got to the county system, it took me about 4 times to figure out that I didn't want to live that, I didn't want to live that type of life. I didn't want to be in prison, for any amount of time. So, but that didn't change the minds of a lot of my friends. A lot of my friends continue down that path, whether going to YA or going to prison. And a lot of my friends, they would reach out to me because I was that friend that would always pick up their phone calls, or write to them, or shoot them magazines, or send them pictures or newspapers, or just having to get stamps, or things of that nature. I've never been the type of person that'll send money or anything like that, but I'll hook them up with a three-way, or they wanted to talk to somebody, then I would do those type of things. So I would find myself being on the phone, having these conversations with a lot of my friends, childhood friends. And then maybe like a few years ago, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, like I saw a lot of videos coming up on YouTube where people were interviewing people that were incarcerated, and I was like, man, I want to do that. But in California, for any of you that are from California, you guys know that if you're a GP or mainline, you can't do any of those type of interviews. So I didn't know anybody that had crossed over that was on that site, on the SNY site. So maybe like 3 years ago, one of my buddies ended up crossing over, and when he ended up doing that, I was like, hey, you know what? This is what I want to do. Check if anybody on that site wants to do some interviews or whatever. So then he ended up making those connections for me, and that's kind of pretty much how it started my journey. Where I'm at right now. I started doing interviews with individuals that were incarcerated over the phone. And originally that was like my only thought, just sitting on the phone and interviewing them over the phone and just chilling. But then after time, it changed. Some of these individuals were coming home. They wanted to do video visits, so that's kind of like one of the first things that we did were the phone calls, then the video visits, and then we had our first release. What was it, last year in March, which was Joe, and his video ended up hitting I think 1.4 million on TikTok, which is bananas. On YouTube, it ended up doing almost 100,000 views. And then I was like, man, damn, like you guys like watching releases and stuff. So kind of, as I've been going, I've been coming up with like new ideas, or people have been pitching new ideas to me. And then I figured, man, I'm doing incarceration interviews. I might as well just do like the whole, like pretty much the whole circle of life, if you will, court hearings, board of parole hearings. And I know a lot of the times, family members are curious or want to know what happens in these board of parole hearings, but they don't know how to get into them. So I was like, man, I'll just bring it directly to them, and we'll do it like that. And here we are now. Hopefully that answers your question. I know I went on a tangent there, but hopefully that clarifies some of that right there. E right, your wife is definitely a cool wifey. Yeah, man, she's funny, man. She is a trip, but yeah, she is a huge supporter in what I'm doing. So I tip my hat off to her. And hey, thank you for that rose, Nathan, right there. Let me see. Nelly writes, thank you for being that friend. Maybe one day they'll change their lives. Yeah, hopefully that's what I'm hoping. They talk a good one, but when they come home, it doesn't. They're still on the same path. Are you close to the fires in California? You know what? I don't live in California anymore. I moved out of California maybe about 11. Has it been? No, it's been more. Maybe I think like 12. I moved out of California in 2013, so it's been 12 years that I left. So I left in my early 30s, and not because I got burned out or anything like that. It's just my wife at that time, she was my girlfriend. She had moved out of state, and there was an opportunity for me. I never saw myself leaving California just because all my family's there and all my friends were there, and like that was my whole life. But at one point I ended up leaving, and that was probably the best decision that I ever made. We're doing good for ourselves, and I have some free time, and best of all, I only have to work 3 days a week, and I have 4 days off, and I'm able to do this with my time. And let me see right here. Pink Poodle writes, keep doing what you're doing. Interesting content. Thank you. Highly appreciated. Space, gotcha. That's right. So we still don't have any movement here. We got about 85 people. Hey, thank you guys for sticking it out here. A lot of the times I don't know what to talk about. So if you guys have any questions, just shoot them, and then I'll go ahead and answer them to the best of my ability. Starting this YouTube stuff and TikTok stuff it was really hard for me because I've never been the type of person that could like do speeches or speak, in front of a group of people or whatnot. I've always found it intimidating. Even I'll share this with you guys. When me and my wife got married, you know how you have to give a speech, and I couldn't even get up and and thank our guests or whatever. It was very terrifying for me to speak to the public. But with me doing this, it's made it it makes it a little bit easier to be able to speak into the camera and into crowds or whatever. I'm not sure how many of you guys could relate to that, but that's kind of like my thing. For a long time I didn't show my face on YouTube, because I wasn't comfortable speaking in front of a camera. But now I guess it's a little bit easier now. And let me see. Hey, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything, and it'll definitely help me, get to that 20,000 mark. For a while, the channel was the TikTok channel was really growing really good, really fast, but for some reason TikTok just started targeting me. I remember this one day, it was bananas. I was doing a live. I think we ended up getting like almost 1,000 subscribers that day. And I was like, man, if I could do this shit for like 9 days straight, it would be on 20,000 in 9 days. But that was short lived. After that, they started clamping down on me and heavily restricting me. So, whenever you guys subscribe, it really does help me. Thank you. Highly appreciate the follow. And best of all, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. With us building this platform, I'm able to give incarcerated individuals a voice, a platform, somewhere to talk and share their life stories. It's interesting, where a lot of the things that individuals that have come on here have gone through, and kind of like spiraled out of control, and they end up in prison. Let me see. Nelly writes, I didn't see you come up for a while, and it had to be that. Yeah. They've been they were on me. So, I see some of my videos. Recently, I put a few, normally they get like 200-300 views. They normally don't get a lot of views, but it is what it is. Whenever I put it, I just put it and I don't lose any sleep over it. All right. Any questions? Come on, help me out over here. My mouth is getting dry. I got to get a drink of water. I live in Leavenworth, Kansas. I had a buddy that lived in that area out there in by Omaha, Nebraska. Hey, what's up, Chacha? Welcome. How are you doing out there in LA? How's everything going? I saw, man, those dudes that were dressed up as firefighters that got caught up over there in Malibu or Palisades area. That's pretty scandalous if you think about it. People are going through they're going through hardship, losing their homes, and then you got these individuals that are out there and just being vultures, being straight scandalous, and taking whatever belongs that are left over. Thanks for broadcasting these hearings, GK. Hey, highly appreciate. Thank you for sticking it out. I know there's 78 of you guys. Probably appreciate you. Like I know you guys got like multiple options of different type of content that you guys could watch. You guys could be watching man, I be seeing these dudes and I don't get it, but hey, I'm not knocking what they do, but like this one dude comes up and like all he does is sound effects. I'm like, damn, if that dude could do it, why can't I do it? So it motivates me, when I see things like that. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm like, shit, people they do like some weird stuff. So maybe I could provide some of that, fill in that gap, if you will. And for anybody that's wondering, the Utah one, it still hasn't started yet. They're still muted. I am running 2 streams. I'm running this one on TikTok, and then I'm running another one on YouTube, but it's not the same one as this one. We're running border parole hearings in Utah. So yeah. Eventually, this video is gonna end up on YouTube. I'm just not live streaming it. I'm gonna go ahead and edit it and put it up, and then you guys will be able to catch it. I don't know if how do you guys like this setup right here, where you guys are able to see like the image on the back. Normally, previously, before, I would run it on YouTube Live Studio, not YouTube Live Studios, on TikTok Live Studios, where you could see like a clearer picture. But it seemed on those, when I would do like that, the picture was a lot clearer. I think the most people I've ever had in those hearings when I was doing it like that was about 600 people. But it just seemed like whenever I ran it like that, TikTok was definitely on my bumper, and they would they would cut my stream. What's the YouTube channel? At the YouTube channel is the same as this one. Is at the little, the little A with the circle on it. Oh, they're about to start. At CollectCallFrom. At CollectCallFrom. Here we go. And you guys might want to get if you guys have another device or a computer or a tablet, get the individual's name down that's appearing right now, so we can know what the charges are. I'm getting my other phone, my other device right here ready.
Desiree, are you in there?
Desiree, it's a woman. What the what? Hey, what's up, Snow? How's it
We're
going?
ready to get going.
All right. Let's get this show on the road.
And we moved into a different room, so if it sounds different or if there's a issue, just let me know.
Oh no, it's the correction officer. She's going on vacation for the next 2 weeks, so just a heads up. If you guys need her to do something for you, it's probably not gonna happen until she comes back from vacation. I wonder where she's going. That badge, it's just a jump scare. All right. What do you guys think this guy did?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you give us your name and number for the record, please?
My name is Rico Smith, DOC number 327649.
Okay, Mr. Smith. My name is Mr. James, and my colleagues that you see on the screen here with me are Mrs. Lathan and Mrs. Fields. And the three of us will be conducting your parole eligibility hearing today.
Sir.
I'm assuming you've been before a parole board before. Is that correct, sir?
Sir.
So you have a pretty good idea of how the proceedings flow, or do I need to re-explain it to you?
I have a good idea.
Okay, great. All right, I'm gonna read your record card. It's got a lot of information about you. Want to make sure we got the right person in front of us and that everything we have is correct. You are Rico Smith II. Your number is 327-649. You are medium custody there at Luther Luckett Correctional Complex. You're 23 years of age, and you are serving an 11-year sentence for manslaughter second degree, assault second degree, 3 counts, receiving stolen property, 1 endangerment, 2 counts, fleeing or evading police, escape second degree, identity facility, and finally tampering with physical evidence. I'm sorry, tampering with a prisoner monitoring device. You've served 4 years and 8 months, and you have 2 years and 2 months remaining on your sentence. You do not have any loss of good time, and you do not have any detainers. That sounds pretty accurate to you, Mr. Smith.
Sir.
Okay. I kind of speak up a little bit because I kind of can't hear you a little bit. Speak up. Okay, so you're coming back to us off of a 6-month deferment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see what they told you to do.
Hey, hit them likes. Get us into the algorithm, please, and por favor. And sharing is caring. Send it over to anybody. Your grandmama,
Give me a
mama,
second, sir.
anybody. Even people you don't like, send it to them. They might like it. Try it. You'll like it. Did anybody get his offender number? I wrote his name, but I guess I popped up the wrong individual. If you guys, if anybody got his offender number,
Okay, you saw Mr. Nickel, Ms. Huddleston, and Mr. Helbig. And they told you to complete MRT. Did you get that done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I know we're seeing you on a revocation, not revocation, but we're seeing you due to you getting revoked. But I want you to talk to us about that manslaughter charge that you got back in 19, manslaughter, assault 2, receiving stolen property, 1 endangerment. Talk to us about that, man. What happened?
I was in a stolen car, and later that night we was driving and we seen police get behind us, and we took the police on a high-speed chase, and the car ended up wrecking, flipped a couple times, hit a light pole, flipped a couple times. A couple officers got injured. one of my family members died in the car wreck, and a couple more people had got injured along with myself. And after the car wreck, I mean, it really wasn't after that, it really wasn't too much that I could do. But it's as you know, I didn't put nobody for the blame. You know, I took full accountability for what happened that night and full responsibility for my actions. But what I did wasn't right. And as I look back on it today, I mean, it's still not right. And I think about it and grieve about it every day.
And that happened 2019?
Yes, sir.
And you serve any time on that?
Yes, sir. On the manslaughter?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm serving time for now.
I'm a little bit confused here. Hold on.
He's confused. I'm confused. He didn't even get any time. And I was reading a news article right now. He cut off his...
Okay, my mistake. I see what's going on. You were in jail for 1,000 days before they convicted you of your charges.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That makes sense now. So what happened with this escape? Did you get on HIP on this or anything?
You repeat that again?
Were you on HIP for this case?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you get out on
HIP?
HIP?
Yes,
You got
sir.
out on HIP?
Yes, sir.
And then you escaped HIP. So talk to us about that, man. What was they called you? You told them to go ahead on. You wasn't gonna whatever. Talk to us about that.
I was kind of. There's no excuse for me cutting the watch off in general, but I was kind of going through something. My grandfather had just passed. My granny had just passed, and it was too much going on. I had trial coming up from my little cousin dying from the manslaughter, and I knew what I did. They was calling me up there to do a drug test, and I had smoked a little blunt or something to try to calm down, and I knew what I did was wrong, and I knew I was going to jail.
So why should the parole board give you another opportunity at this if you're not doing you don't seem to? Okay, let's start out. Let's go back, and I know you're young, but you still know right from wrong.
Sure.
Let's go back to the original manslaughter charge. All the havoc you caused through your actions. Someone got killed. Someone got seriously injured. I mean, and I'm thinking you get an opportunity to even get parole from that.
Mm.
And then you do this. You cut the device off and you book, and you don't. It's like you're not valuing what you had, your freedom. Talk to me, man.
I do value my freedom. What I did wasn't right. I can't, sit here and make a justifiable reason for it, because there's no reason for it. What I did was wrong. And I was young at the time, but now that I'm older and I can sit back and think about what I did, I know what I did was wrong. I know what I did in the time frame. I wasn't thinking. I was just acting in the moment, not thinking that, that I would have to face consequences for my actions. And
I'll be honest with you, Rico. I know you're saying you were young. You're still young. You're 23 years old.
yes, sir.
I don't think young has to do anything to do with it. I just think that I don't know if you're taking things seriously enough or not. If you're just looking at things very casual, and you get these opportunities, you say, I can get by. I can make it work. And you just make these decisions that have consequences. Because you weren't that young when you got revoked for the escape. That was a year and a half ago. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So you have hold on for a minute.
What do you guys feel? Do you guys feel that he's ready to be let out?
Your history starts when you were a juvenile. You did a burglary. You did a burglary, criminal mischief, and fleeing. So what was going on there?
I was easily influenced, hanging with the wrong crowd, and just watching. I was just following. Basically, I was following in the wrong footsteps, as you know.
What did y'all do on the burglary? What was it that you all did?
Broke into a school.
Mm-hmm. That made a lot of sense, huh?
No, sir.
Then you got you're still a juvenile. You go down to 2012. There's a juvenile case for assault. It got amended to disorderly conduct and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. After that, and you had a possession of a handgun. What you doing carrying a handgun, man? Why you need a handgun? At being a juvenile, why'd you need a handgun?
No reason.
What was the purpose of having the handgun?
I didn't want it around me, sir. So I stole it from my sister to sell it because I didn't know what her use for it was. I didn't want it around me. I was scared.
Come on, man. Come on, Rico. Come on, man. You can do okay, I'm not even gonna go there with that one. I'm just gonna move on.
I would have said, hey, I wanted to show it off to my friends.
Then you got another assault that okay, that's tied into the murder charge, okay. So you were a juvenile when all this other stuff went down with the person getting killed in the car that you were driving.
Sir.
How old were you then?
16.
16 years old. How'd you end up with a car, man? How'd you end up with a car? You stole a car?
Yes, sir.
So what do you think about all this? Tell us, what do you think about all this, man? What?
Everything that I did, as I look back, you know, I had enough time to look back. I had enough time to think about what I did, and what I did was wrong. There's no reason for what I did. If I can go back in time, then I would change the people I would hang around. I would change the groups of the people I hung around. I would stay in school more. I would have did more academics. But it's just stuff that I didn't do, and I was moving too fast before I thought. I wasn't thinking. I was just acting. I was seeing somebody do it, and it was, you know, around that time, it's just, okay, this is what's popping. This is what's going on. And I was just like, oh, I was easily influenced. I wasn't sitting there thinking like, hey, if I do this and I get caught, this is the outcome of it. Or I wasn't thinking, hey, if I do this, somebody will get hurt from it. I was just moving like, I see y'all doing it. You know, y'all getting away with it. So I thought it was cool. And now that I'm sitting back and looking at it, you know, they may have not got caught for it. They may have not got in trouble, but I could have lost my life. I could have lost my life in a car wreck, or I could have got a even worse sentence and lost my life and all over the dumbest mistake for not thinking and using my head. I was just acting.
So where were you raised in Louisville, man?
I was raised in numerous spots. I was raised in the West End and in the East End. And
what part of the West End? What part of the West End?
In the Market area.
34th the Market.
28th.
Market. Okay, down for the Kroger. Okay. What about the East End? Where you live at the East End?
I lived in the project, Shepherd Square Project.
Shepherd Square? Okay.
Yes,
all off Hancock. Okay.
The PJs.
So you just doing your thing. You just doing your thing. Do you have any father in your life?
Yes, sir.
This guy here reminds me of that actor, that one guy. I don't know his name. The board member.
Was he a good example for you?
I mean, he was in and out. He really wasn't there. I mean, the only one that was there for it was my mom, and she really wasn't there. Like, she was a truck driver. She'll leave out Monday through Friday, and then she'll come in Saturday and Sunday. And then my pops, he was a cab driver, and then he would go in to do like loads whenever they call him to come do loads to drop off. He'll go out and do his loads. So it was really just like my brothers and my sisters, and they wasn't there at all. Like, one of my brothers he had just played a game, and he didn't care what I did. I was, you know,
would you say that you were probably an unsupervised teen, you just had pretty much did what you want, whatever you want to do with nobody to give you any guidance?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't have no guidance. I was just lost trying to figure out, what life was about. I was trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have no pops to be like, hey, pops. He didn't come home and stay up long enough for me to be like, hey, pops, can I do this? What's the outcome from this? Is this right or is this wrong? It was always my brother. And my brother, he's in and out of jail, and he really didn't care.
Mm-hmm. So what you learned in MRT, man? Talk to us about some of the things you learned in MRT, man.
I learned how to make short-term goals and long-term goals. I learned how to sit down and think and regroup and cope with my mental, and how to it's a step in there, and it asks you what do you plan on doing, and how do you plan on keeping your steps up, and what's the next step to achieve these goals. And every night before I do my book, I would go look at that to make sure that it's still in my head, and to make sure that I do it. And then I kind of do it every day in her. I wake up every day in her, and I still go with that same momentum. I wake up, I'll go work out, boom, I come back, I study the book. Even though I'm not even doing it no more, I got anger management, so I study that book. And then at second shift, I got a job, so I do my job and then come back and then just lay back. I sit there and recoup my day and see what I did positive for the day, and see what I did negative. And if I ain't did nothing negative, then I know that I'm in the right footsteps.
What's your long-term goal? What's some of your long-term goals?
My long-term goal is to get out, make sure my kids are straight, and to have a job and teach my son right from wrong and teach my daughter right from wrong. My short-term goal is to make sure I keep up with that.
Make sure you keep up with what?
Make sure I keep up with my long-term goal, because it's so easy to get distracted. I can be doing this right here, and then something else will pop up, but I got to stay on track. I can't get off track. I have to maintain and obtain that same goal.
Do you have a GED, or are you a high school graduate?
No, sir.
Okay, so my question is, how are you going to be successful without one of those two? Because both of them are gateways to making yourself more viable.
I've been working. I got the GED book. I've been working on that. I took my TABE test, and I haven't had anything back due to the academic building being closed and everything else. I've been working on it, but my programs, I had programs, and then it was the GED, and I tried to slide my GED within the programs, but it's like if you miss 1 or 2 days with the GED, then your slot's closed. And I was doing my programs. I had to do my programs at least 2 times a week. And if you miss GED, at least 1 or 2 times out of the week, then your slot's gone.
Well, I'm just here to tell you, you need at least to have a GED. That's some education that creates doors. It has doors that you can go through that you couldn't go through if you didn't have them. All right. Let's talk about this disciplinary stuff going on, man.
He looks lost and confused.
You got you saw the board back in, when did you see the board? Let me see here. Be sure I'm talking right here.
Minimum.
You saw the board in July. So since then, you've had 3 disciplinaries. 2 of them are still pending warrants review. What was the contraband case all about, man? It happened in October.
I had moved in a cell. They had moved me from off of the day bed and moved me in a cell, and my stuff was on this side of the locker, and they had came in there and searched the cell due to, my bunkie and his previous cellie that was in there, and they had found a tattoo needle in there, And they had asked me if it was mine, and I told them, I'm like, no, it's not mine, because if it was, I would have took accountability for it. And they was like, well, it's on your side, and your bunky's not taking accountability for it, and he's saying it's yours, so we're just going to write you up for it. And it really wasn't nothing I can do about it because there's no cameras in the cell, so they couldn't go back and review the cameras to see if I was telling the truth or not. And my bunky wasn't telling them that, you know, it was his prior bunky, so they hit me with the write-up.
I'm talking about I guess that's another one there, but I'm talking about the one, looks like something you had some food that you shouldn't have had, some kind of bologna and wheat bread and some boiled looks like some commissary items.
I was sitting on the rock outside in front of our dorm, and I was listening to music, and there was a guy named Laquan Clark. He had class, and he was like, "Hey, I just got my canteen. Can you go pick it up? I got class." I'm like, "All right," you know, because I had done it for him before. I'm like, "All right, cool." So I went to go pick it up, and I gave it to him. And next thing you know, they had ran in there, and they locked him up, and they told him to give it back. And the UA had asked me. She said, "Did you know what was going on?" I'm like, "No, ma'am, I didn't." And she was like, "Well, I know that y'all had previous, you know, to where you would go pick something up for somebody and hold it for them until they get out of class." But she was like, "He just got out the hole for extortion." I'm like, "No, ma'am, I didn't know nothing. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I didn't know what was going on." And the guy didn't even tell Quan to come get it, nothing. He was just like, "Her, this is for Quan." And I took it and I gave it to him, and they came and locked him up for it. I never got locked up for it. I didn't even know I had a write-up until the UA told me, and that was like 3 weeks later. She told me, she was like, "You got a write-up for this." And she really didn't want to do it, but she had to.
Bottom line is you're responsible for all your actions.
Yes, sir.
Down there. And you know that there's all kind of stuff going on down there. You ain't that naive that you don't know some of the stuff that's going on. To put yourself in a position to be, I wouldn't take no heat for nobody if I was in that situation. I wouldn't even put myself in that situation to start with. But that's not that big of a deal for me. I am concerned about one of the pendings on the fight. Are you a gang member?
No, sir. No, sir. I don't even condone it. I stay to myself. I stay to myself. I'm gonna tell you about the fight. The guy, you know, he's been asking me for it was an ongoing thing for like a week, and it was over something so small. And he had asked me in the gym one day. He was like, "Do you want to fight?" I'm like, "Nah, man, I don't want to fight. I'm not a confrontational person." I'm like, "Nah, I don't want to fight, man. I don't want to fight. I don't want to go in the hole. I don't want to take it there. Let's talk it out. Let's see what the problem is." I honestly don't know what the problem was. He just was just like, "Do you want to fight me?" So I'm like, "Nah, I don't want to fight." So I had ended up leaving the gym immediately. I went back to my dorm, and I sat down and watched, and I was watching TV. I was trying to figure out why he was so mad. And the next morning, the yard had opened, and this was right before he was going to class because I had class too, and I was trying to catch up with him and be like, "Hey, man, what's the problem between us? Like, why do you want to, you know?" I'm trying to figure, because I don't want to have to walk on the yard and look over my shoulder and I'm getting jumped, or walk on the yard and look over my shoulder and somebody didn't sucker punch me or something. I don't want to have to walk on the yard and have to worry about, you know, somebody being after me. So I was trying to go down there and ask him, "Hey, man, what's the problem?" And next thing you know, he just started punching me. So I was just like, you know, I didn't fight him back at all, because I don't know what, you know, I'm not about to just fight nobody. I don't know what's going on. I didn't fight back at all. But since they couldn't see it on camera as me not fighting back, they locked both of us up and said that we was, you know, it was a 3 or more fight, because me and him was in the cell and somebody was on the outside watching. And when we had ended up getting out, he had told the police, he was like, "Yeah, man, he didn't fight back. But it's too late because we had already done the time for the incident."
I don't know how that's somebody coming up to you and wanting to fight. Nah, normally there's something behind
you
it.
got in a fight with?
Emmanuel Howard.
I'm gonna have to reach out to Emmanuel Howard and see what his take on this is. Tabby says, "I don't believe him." Jonathan says, "Lies." Esmeralda says, "What he do?" would anybody can anybody type that up in the chat? I'd highly appreciate it. Dorothy wrote, I don't believe
Who's
him.
Gardner?
Gardner's another inmate on the yard.
Thank you, lover. One panda lover. _panda lover.
You sure this ain't no gang stuff going on, huh?
I'm positive. I'm positive, sir.
So maybe some of your buddies involved? Maybe some of your buddies involved in this?
They was already down there. They had already had something going on. I quite frankly don't really care about what they got going on because it has nothing to do with me at the end of the day. I want to make sure I'm straight. I stay to myself. I make sure when I leave, I go to my room, get on the phone, or make something to eat, go to sleep, go work out. I don't quite frankly care about what the next person got going on because it's not going to benefit me at the end of the day. I don't want to be drugged down with somebody who's already there.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have, sir. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Oh, before I do that, let me ask you, in the event that we would parole you, what's your plan?
My plan is to get into the Goodwill program, which I've already came to her to try to get into it, and to make sure I get the job that my mother has planned for me. My mama got a job set up for me, and my brother has a job set up for me. So either one of which way it goes, I'm gonna have a job and to stay at my mom's house until I get my own apartment.
Where's your mom stay at?
My mom stays in the South End. Her address is 100 West Amherst Street.
Okay, that's off Southside Drive. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for you. Mrs. Fields, you have any questions?
Mr. Smith, what type of jobs are lined up for you?
My mom, she got a cleaning job lined up for me, and my brother, he's like a manager at Ford, so he is trying to make sure I got something there. He hasn't quite frankly told me what that job would be.
Okay. How is your mental health?
My mental health is okay. My mental health is okay.
Do you suffer from anything like anxiety, depression?
Oh, ma'am. I mean, with depression, I'll feel down and just listen to some music or something to get back up. It don't be like to where I'll just be really depressed. I may feel down and out sometimes and I'll just listen to a couple of songs or something.
Okay. Do you have PTSD?
Oh, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Not from the accident?
No, ma'am. I mean, I did at first, but I learned how to cope with it and get over it.
Okay. How about ADHD?
I think I do. I think I do got ADHD. I don't know.
Okay. So have you been diagnosed with those?
I can't even remember.
Okay.
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Lathan?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Smith. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I just want to ask you some questions, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So we're talking about the accident. You said what the person that lost their life was their relative. How was this person related to you?
That's my cousin on my dad's side.
Mm-hmm.
And his mom is my dad's sister.
Okay, so it's your first cousin.
Yes, ma'am.
So I wanna go back. Let's go back before the accident because you had a juvenile record and we've already established that. And one of the reasons why you're not finished with school or you don't have a GED is because you were in and out of trouble as a juvenile. Yeah. When you were in school, did you have what they call an IEP, Individualized Education Plan?
No, ma'am, I did not have that. No,
you didn't
ma'am.
have that? So you didn't go to resource where you were pulled to go to classes somewhere else and deal with a special ed teacher or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Well, that's good because we know that you are capable of obtaining your GED. Also, you seem pretty articulate, so I would think that that wouldn't be an issue anyway. However, I do understand people being products of their environment, and you saying that you grew up in an area, you had little guidance, and you can't change those things, right?
And I can change them. I
Well,
can.
you can change moving forward, but
Yes,
the
ma'am.
fact that that happened to you, you can't change
I
that,
can't.
right?
Yes, ma'am. I can't change
Okay.
it.
So let's focus on not so much of concentrating on what happened to us, but what we can do differently. Because you're 23 years old. You have two choices. You can continue down the path that you have been going down and end up spending the rest of your life in prison, or you can make some positive changes in your life and learn how to be a productive citizen. Now, which one do you want to do?
I want to be a productive citizen and make positive changes in my life.
Okay, so you've had some programs, you've talked to us about the programs, but when you get out and there's an opportunity out there for you to implement what you've learned while you've been incarcerated, what type of choices do you think you're going to make in the future?
I'm gonna make positive choices because I have kids that I have to look after. I don't want to have to see. I don't want to I don't want to have them look at me in prison for the rest of my life. I don't want to have them look at me and be like, "Daddy, when you coming home?" or "Daddy, what did you do to do this?" I want to make sure I can be able to be there for them and raise them in the right way and raise, their friends and their associates in the right way and tell them right from wrong and tell them my story so they won't even get a thought of going down the wrong path. This is no place for nobody to be. I don't want to see nobody go through this. So I know that I can make a change if I try. Like if I know I got the opportunity to make a change, I can make a difference and a change in the world.
Well, we want you to make a change. But we also want you to be able to stay out. We don't want to set you up for failure. So I'm just trying to ask you these questions to see what you might need in order for you to be on the right path. So I want to go back to what Ms. Fields was talking to you about. Because one of the ways that you're going to be able to do this is make sure your mental health is okay. So we have information in our files that indicates that you've been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome. You probably are going to need to get some help for that. So if the parole board would grant you parole, are you willing to have a mental health assessment in the community and follow the treatment recommendations?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Because you can have some things going on with you from the fact that you didn't have a stable childhood and there was nobody there that was going to make sure that you weren't in trouble. It doesn't necessarily have to just stimulate from the wreck. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I want you to listen to me really carefully because I could say some things to you. Mr. James could say some things to you that Mrs. Fields can't say to you. And that's because we look like you. When I say that, what do I mean?
Both African Americans.
That's right. So African Americans have this stigma in the community where they look at mental health as a weakness, and you recognizing that you have mental health issues as a weakness. Mrs. Smith, you can't afford to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
You need to get some help. You are headed in the wrong direction, sir. And I can almost rest assure you without telling you all of me and Mr. James's background history, there ain't much difference between your childhood and our childhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody invested time in us, told us what to do to get on a different path. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And we made those changes. And that's what you have to do. And one of the reasons why we know that you're almost not ready to do that is because you keep getting in trouble. Why do you think that they have rules and regulations in the prison system,
You can stay on track and keep focused.
and maintain safety. The same reason why there are laws in society. What do you think would happen if people were just out there getting to do whatever they want to do, whenever they want to do it?
Chaos.
Dangerous. It'll be dangerous.
That's right. You get the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You think you're ready to go home?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. I don't have anything else for you. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you, Ms. Lathan. Okay, Mr. Smith, that concludes the interview portion of your hearing. Before my colleagues and I break for deliberation to make our decision, is there anything you'd like to tell us?
I appreciate y'all for giving me the opportunity to, explain myself, and for y'all actually to listen to me and get everything that I need to get off my chest today.
Okay, remain seated right there, Mr. Smith. We're going to go to our breakout room, and we will be back with you momentarily, okay?
Yes, sir.
Recording stopped.
All right. So this hearing is live. I know you guys are asking, what state is this in right now? I'm not gonna share that just quite yet because this is a live hearing, and in the past I've had some issues before where they definitely derailed me. So this is you know what, the sentencing structure on this is weird. So he's been incarcerated. He hit prison in 2023, February 28, 2023, and it says expected time to serve. He's supposed to be, I guess if he does a good time, he'll be out in next year, 2027, March 17, 2027. But they could hold him until April 27, 2031. And the charges he had was manslaughter, second degree, assault, second degree, receiving stolen property, over 10,000. Let me see, endangerment, first degree. Fleeing or evading police, first degree, motor vehicle, incomplete, offense information found, escape. Oh, he also escaped. That's right, second degree, and from a facility, and tampering with a personal monitoring device. He removed his GPS. So on the sentencing scheme here for the manslaughter, it was 10 years. The assault, second degree, was 10 years. Receiving stolen property was 5. Let me see. The first degree endangerment, that was 5 years. Fleeing was 5 years. And escape was 1 year. Tampering was 1 year. So if you add all of that up, that's let me see, 20, 30, 35, 36, 37 years, man. And he's already up for parole. Definitely interesting. If you guys wouldn't mind, if you guys could go ahead and share where you guys are coming in from. Also, do you guys feel like he's ready to be paroled? Hopefully, with you guys driving up the numbers, hitting the likes, you're able to get us into the FYP. I would highly appreciate it. Also, if you guys could do me another little favor, I don't want you to send me green dots or cash apps or anything, or put your wallet away. I'm not asking for money. But if you guys could go on my profile, and if you guys see maybe the first 5 videos, if you guys go drop comments on those videos, and also share them too, so helps me out, helps this TikTok channel grow. I also have a YouTube channel. It's also by at CollectCallFrom, where I also do streams. Also, I'm doing a live stream over there right now with from the state of Utah, and that's Board of Parole Hearings. And man, we got a lot of people from Pomona. I got you, James. Hell yeah, gracias, highly appreciate that, Christy. Let me see. We got Trixie 23, OC, California. It's on fire, muy caliente. Let me see. I follow you on here and there. Hey, gracias. Waiting on. Hell yeah. Appreciate that. Gene Dan, as a former lifer, he would definitely be denied. Yup. We got Christy from Ohio. We got Nana. Did he get paroled? No. So we're waiting right now. We're waiting for them to tell us. We got Chinos, Califas. We got Florida, Iowa. Hell yeah. Hey, gracias Carter for that follow. Trixie, thanks for the follow. It definitely helps us out. We got Patty. Thank you for the follow. We got Vicky Marie coming from Pomona. Why you bullshitting? Utah, Minnesota, California, WI. I'm not sure what that's. SoCal. This is the first parole, right? Yeah, this is he's only been he got to prison last year. He hasn't even been in prison a year yet. I'm not sure how long he was in county jail for. We see we got Antonia from Texas, we got Nikki from Nebraska, we got Patty from Ontario, Wisconsin, Pensacola, Florida. We got Maggie from Wow. Let's see, we got I think it's Caitlin, sub YouTube. Hey, gracias, highly appreciate it. Trying to get to 5,000 subs on YouTube. And we see Nikki. Yeah, that's crazy. Too early. Can we know what state? Yeah, nah, not yet. We got Vancouver, Canada. They said 1,000 days. Blythe, California, the 760. Arizona, Tucson, Arizona. Let me see. I think he was there for over 1,000 days. Oh, before. So what, like 3.5 years? So he's been probably incarcerated like 4 years at this point. Toronto, Canada, Omaha, Compton, California, Maine, the 562. Hell yeah, represent your city, if you will. Okay, I missed that. I'm trying to read the comments and listening to the hearing here. So let me see, 215, and I think today they're gonna have a lot of hearings. So I don't know. Let me see, it's 10 right now. My daughter gets off in about 4 hours, so I'll try to be here for the next 4 hours. If he gets parole, when does he get out? Does he get out today? I don't think so, because the last dude that got paroled, he wasn't gonna get out today. I forgot how long it takes. This is the first time that I'm streaming this state, so I'm not exactly sure. I'm not familiar with what the protocol is exactly when they release them, how long it takes or whatnot. But what I can tell you is that they'll tell us on the spot whether they're gonna be found eligible for parole. And this one I'm not live streaming on YouTube right now. I'm only doing it on TikTok. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut them up into sections. If you guys want to catch them later on YouTube. I'll probably try to put him up in the next day or two. So just be on the lookout. We got somebody from Philly. Oh, do what I do. That's right, Philly. We got Troy coming in from St. Paul, Minnesota. We also been doing some Minnesota hearings. Do you ever stream California? California, unfortunately, they don't offer access to them. I've been trying to get into them. I've been emailing the Board of Parole, but every time that I try to do it, they deny me for whatever reason. And they're starting back up.
Recording in progress.
We're back in the game.
Okay, Mr. Smith, can you still see and hear us? I can't hear you, Mr. Smith.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I hear you now. Okay. All right, Mr. Smith, after looking at all of our information that we had on you, all your records, and more importantly, after our interview with you, it will be the decision of this parole board panel to grant you the privilege of parole.
What?
Now, with parole, there are some stipulations that come with that. And so I want to read those off to you. You are to complete any program deemed necessary by the Division of Probation and Parole, which means whenever your parole officer tells you to do a program or whatever he tells you to do, or she tells you to do, you need to be about doing that, okay?
Sir.
They speak on our behalf. And we're really serious about this next one, man. We want you to work on that, get on that GED. You need that. That is a gateway to other opportunities. Okay?
Sir.
That needs to be one of your long and short-term goals. Just get that GED. And then we want you to seek a mental health assessment out in the community and follow all recommendations. Your PO can work with you on that. And while I'm talking about POs, guess who your most crucial person is going to be while you're on supervision? PO. Anything, I don't care what it is. You go to your PO. Don't abscond. Don't walk or run away, because all you're going to do is pile on. Okay, so make sure you maintain a good working relationship with your PO. And then finally, you indicated to us that you want to be a father to your kids. Sure. So we're going to recommend that you enter and complete MRT parenting. That might be a great tool for you to utilize as a young father. Now, Ms. Lathis has some parting comments for you.
Mr. Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
This board wants you to do well, okay, sir?
Oh.
You going back to Jefferson County?
Yes, ma'am.
There are lots of programs down there, lots of things going on good in the communities. You go home and get you a mentor and somebody in that community that cares about whether or not you make it, okay? And learn some new things.
Yeah.
And learn how to be, you have to be taught, learn how to be productive. And
I'm
do
shocked.
something different. Do it for yourself, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, we believe in you.
Thank
Good
you.
luck, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey. Don't tell nobody you got parole, buddy. Don't say nothing to nobody.
Hey,
Yes, sir. Let me
don't tell
get
nobody,
my
all right?
composure underway before I leave out
That's
the room.
right, because you
Yeah.
was going to go out there happy. Well, that's right.
Nah, I was gonna go out there mad. That's the plan. Cause I don't want nobody knowing that I made parole because they
Okay.
can
You're
take my
s-
hand off.
You're
Okay,
safe.
good.
Your
Thank
your
you.
your secret is safe with us. You heard that, all
Recording
right? Hey,
stopped.
I'm trusting you guys that you guys are
Bless
gonna
his
say
heart.
nothing, all
Bless
right?
his heart.
Youngster. He's
Yeah.
the baby.
I mean, running to
Got to
spread that
find
word.
something to teach him that there's another way.
Don't tell nobody, all right? You heard?
There is another way.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna check on the website to check if they update that information. But as of right now, his release date is next year.
Alrighty, now we have
Let's see what's coming up.
Crabtree.
Okay.
Who?
Recording in progress.
All right, next.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name and DLC number for the record?
My name's Luther Crabtree, and my DLC is 290760.
Mr. Crabtree, my name is Miss Lacey.
Crabtree.
On the
Nice to
camera with me are my colleagues, Mrs. Fields and Mr. James. And we are the 3 parole board members who are responsible for conducting your parole eligibility hearing today.
Okay.
I understand that this is the first time you've ever met a parole board. Is that correct?
What do you guys think this guy did?
Okay, I can't hear you, sir.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to start by telling you what we're going to do today.
Okay.
We're going to talk about the crimes in which you've been convicted of and the reason why you are before the board today. I know that you don't have any prior record because I've done a lot of research on you already. So we won't have to discuss that. Also, we know that you don't have disciplinaries. Well, you've got some, but you know, you haven't been getting them the whole time that you've been there. So we'll talk a little bit about your disciplinaries and where we're going to go with that. Then we'll talk about any programs that you've done, how you feel like these programs have benefited you and how they can help you in the future. Because this is an opportunity for parole, we will talk about things like where will you live, where will you work, do you have support in the community, those type of things.
Okay.
Once we finish talking to you about all the things that we want to talk about, and I'm going to ask you questions, my colleagues may come back and ask you a question. If you don't understand, just say, can you please repeat that? I didn't understand that. We're going to be more than happy to clarify for you so you can have a fair hearing. Once we finish asking you questions, we will give you an opportunity to address the board. At that point in time, if you have questions or you have statements that you would like, that you feel like are critical to the decision-making process, you'll have an opportunity to address us at that time. Once you've talked to us, we'll go off camera, discuss your case, come back and render a decision.
Okay.
All right. So remember, if you have a question, say, stop. Can you please explain that, before we move forward? Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Crabtree. I have you listed as 50-year-old Luther Crabtree, DLC number 290760. You are currently in medium custody at the Luther Luckett Correctional Complex, where you are serving a 17-year sentence after being convicted of rape second, violent crime, sex crime, sexual abuse first degree, violent crime, sex crime, and bail jumping.
This is live.
You have served approximately 8 years and 11 months of that sentence. You have approximately 6 years and 7 months remaining. You do not have any restorable good time loss, but you do have 183 non-restorable good time days lost and 259 meritorious good time days lost. And you do not have any detainers. Is that information accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go back and talk about these crimes in which you have been convicted of and the reason why you are before the board today. What did you do?
I raped a girl. Held her down and raped her.
Who was she?
Her name was Tiffany McDaniels.
How did you know Tiffany?
Through her mom.
How did you know Tiffany's mom?
She's married to my brother.
Okay, so Tiffany's mom is married to your brother.
Yes, ma'am.
Which made her your niece, so to speak.
Yeah.
She's not your brother's biological daughter, is that correct?
No.
Okay.
She is not.
How old was she when this happened?
18.
I'm sorry?
She was 18.
She was 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it says she was mentally incapacitated. What does that mean?
She had seizures.
She what?
She had seizures.
She has seizures.
Yes, ma'am.
Was she also intoxicated?
She had one drink.
She had one drink.
Yes, ma'am.
Did her mother give her permission to have sex with you?
No.
Did you ask her mom and her mom gave you permission?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Did her mother and your brother get convicted of crimes as well?
They got charged for something. I don't know what they got charged for.
Okay, so they did.
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like Linda got 7 years. And what about your brother? You gonna tell me you don't know how much time your brother got?
I never did even talk to him. I don't even hang around him no more.
I could start the stream again.
Mr. Crabtree, why did you
up.
think this was okay?
Because I just thought it would be okay in my mind, but I should have never done it, and I take full responsibility that I did that to an innocent person.
Do you have sisters?
Yes.
You have uncles?
I got 3 sisters, and yes, I have uncles.
What would you think about your uncles if they did this to your sisters?
I would hate them.
What do you think your victim thinks about you right now?
She probably hates my guts and never wants to ever see me ever again.
If you could say something to Tiffany, what would you say to her?
I'd say, I'm sorry for whatever I did to you, and I should have never done it to you, and I'm very sorry what happened to you.
I switched phones.
You also had a bail jumping. What happened? You just decided, you weren't going to go to court for this or what?
No, I was in Murray County, and I couldn't get back, so they came and picked me up and took me to jail.
Okay.
It looks better on this
So
one.
as previously stated, I'm looking at your prior record, and you did, you had like a failure to wear seatbelt, but you also had some previous EPO DBOs that are a little concerning. What were they about?
It was my ex-girlfriend. She kept trying to get me in trouble and get me arrested, lying on me and stuff.
So she was lying on you, saying what?
That I was being mean to her, threatening her and stuff.
Well, you've had 2 of them. Was Pamela your girlfriend?
Yes, she's one of them that tried to get me in trouble too. But
And the other one's name is Christina. Was she your girlfriend too?
it was my wife.
Christina was your wife.
Yes, me and her was married.
Okay. Well, were you making threats and abusing Christina?
I was just cussing her and stuff, cussing her out, and that's pretty much what I've done.
Oh, okay.
What do you guys
Well,
think?
let's talk about these disciplinaries that you've had.
Okay.
So have you been stealing while you've been in prison?
Only some extra food patties, so I have
Okay.
some extra food to eat.
Some food
Why are you stealing
patties.
food?
Because I don't have no money.
So you don't have anybody that sends you any money to
I
put on
do
your
now.
card?
I do.
Okay.
I do now. My oldest sister.
Your oldest sister's been helping you a little?
Yeah. Me and her talks back on the porch.
What is obtaining money, goods, and privilege services with false pretenses? What is that?
You talking about the patties? The meat
Well,
patties?
I have one of them is a stealing possession of stolen goods. And then the other one is, let me see what this one is.
Oh, bad. This guy has bad
Taking
charges.
money. I guess you was caught up in that institutional scam where they were putting money on their account. Was you caught up in that?
Yes. Yes, I was.
Okay, we know about all that. How much money did you get?
I've only got like, I only spent like 60,
Okay.
62.
Mr. Crabtree, do you have a GED or high school diploma?
No, do not, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm just, if I get out, I'm gonna get my disability back.
Why are you drawing disability?
SSI.
SSI? Okay, well, I mean, you're 50 years old, so what's your disability?
Illiterate and
Oh, okay.
having nosebleeds.
So you struggled a little bit in school and was possibly in special ed classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, that helps me quite a bit because that lets me know that you might not be able to earn a GED. Thank you so much for telling us that.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking something that I wanted to say, but that'll definitely get me
So
hit.
we know you've been in special ed, but you know right from wrong, don't you?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
And you knew that this crime was not a good crime for you to commit.
No, it was not.
All right. Well, you went through the sex offender treatment program, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what you learned in that program.
I've learned to treat people with more respect and have them. I can't spit it out.
Stop being a raper.
Take your time.
What was the question again?
What did you learn in the sex? So let me word this differently. What did you learn in the program? And I'm gonna ask you questions, and you just kind of answer me, okay? I think that might help a little bit more. About your victim. Tell me what you learned about Tiffany, about what you did to Tiffany.
I've learned a lot of things that I've hurt her really bad, to the point probably where she's having treatments and going to psych doctors and stuff.
Yes, that there's possibility that she has some long-term effects from what happened to her.
Yes, ma'am.
And I imagine she feels pretty betrayed. I mean, you know, it was her mother, her father, and her uncle that were involved in this.
Damn.
Those are people that you're supposed to be able to trust, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you learned that about your victim. Did they teach you you said that you learned how to treat people with more respect. Did you learn anything about boundaries?
I've learned stuff about boundaries too, how to not step over the line of wrong stuff and wrong things.
What's a boundary that you know you don't ever want to cross again?
Raping somebody else. I do not want to do that ever again.
Yeah. The only time you have permission to have sex with anyone is when they give you permission.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Okay, so if Tiffany was drunk, could she tell you yes?
No, she did not.
Okay. You forced yourself on her.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, bad. And the worst part is that the parents they enabled him to
Mr.
do all of this.
Crabtree, at the time of this offense, it looks like Tiffany, you said she was 18 and you were 41.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how long had your brother been married to her mother?
I don't know how long it's been.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever just view her as a child?
At first I did, and then I just started having my ways.
Okay. Do you have sexual attractions toward young girls?
No, ma'am.
Liar, liar, hair on fire.
Tell me what a healthy sexual relationship looks like.
He doesn't know. He's never had one.
A healthy relationship. And when you got somebody, you're treating them real good and they're being good to you, and you're respecting their boundaries and stuff and their wishes.
Their wishes. I got a wish for you. Woodchipper wish.
Do you understand that you are to be a 20-year sex offender registrant?
Yes, I know that.
What does that mean to you?
Means be scared the rest of my life.
Well, it means that you have to let someone know where you live. Like, you can't just get out and, like, say you live at 1535 Kildare Court one day, and then the next day you decide that you're going to move to 1058 2nd Street. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How's your mental health?
It's okay. I've been taking meds, but I'm doing a lot better since I quit taking them.
So what kind of medication was you taking?
For depression and anxiety.
Why'd you stop taking?
I didn't. It made me too drowsy and stuff, and I didn't want to sleep all the time.
Did you talk to them about putting you on some other type of medications?
No, I have not talked to them about it.
If you're granted parole, do you have a plan to go somewhere else and, talk to somebody else about your depression?
I'm going to start seeing a psych doctor on the streets if I do get out.
That's a good idea. It's important that you know your mental health kind of drives you, okay? So all that stuff that's going on in your brain, it's kind of what you act out on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right. I hope not. I hope not, Samantha.
If you're granted parole, where will you live?
Maybe a halfway house.
A halfway house?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have one in mind?
I do, but I can't live with them. That's my brother and my sister.
Okay.
The one I got in trouble with them.
Okay. So
you guys deserve each other.
Who lives in Ohio County where this happened?
My brothers, my sisters, and my 2 adult daughters lives there.
Does Tiffany still live there?
No, she lives in Owensboro.
Oh, okay. How do you know that?
Mm-hmm. Good question.
That's where she was when I done this to her.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so she was actually just visiting or something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have a history with drugs and alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Was you drinking when this happened?
I had one drink.
I heard that before.
What was you drinking?
Vodka.
How much? How much is one drink?
A couple.
Couple shots?
Maybe a 8-ounce cup.
Oh, that's a pretty big shot.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't touch alcohol or drugs.
Okay.
Okay, I see.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's an issue that you don't have to deal with then. All right, Mr. Crabtree, I think that you and I have covered enough information for me to be able to make an informed decision. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to see if they have anything for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, you sit tight and you answer them like you answered me, okay?
Thank you for sharing,
Thank
JR.
you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Fields, you have anything for Mr. Crabtree?
I do not. Thank you.
What?
Thank you.
Come on, lady.
Mr. James, do you have any questions for Mr. Crabtree?
I got all kinds of questions. Thank you for asking.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Crabtree. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Crabtree, my colleagues don't have any questions for you. Do you have anything else that you would like to say to us before we go off camera and make a decision?
I'm hoping that you give it to me so I can go home and be with my family. Because I don't like being in prison. It's no fun place to live.
You don't say. It's not supposed to be fun to
Mr.
live.
James and I both worked in prisons before. We know it's no fun place to be. It's not a fun place to be for anyone.
No.
Mm-mm.
You think
Not
you're
at
going to
all.
be able to not hurt anybody else in the future?
I'm definitely not going to hurt nobody else.
Okay, just keep your seat, sir. We're going to go off camera and talk about your case, and we'll come back and give you a decision.
Okay.
All right.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so for anybody that's wondering, this POS pretty much he victimized an 18-year-old girl that was disabled, and the parents of the child enabled him. They gave the okay for him to do that. So the relationship, the way it worked was his brother was married to his wife, and then the child was not related to the brother. It was just related to the wife. So somehow they ended up coming to an agreement. And I can't even wrap my head around that. Like, how do you like, how does this conversation come up? Like, hey, like, it makes no sense. Like, and as an adult, like, how do you approach somebody, or how do you tell somebody that, yeah, okay, have your way? It makes no sense. Let me see. Nana put, did he say why they allowed him to do that? Nah, they didn't get into all of that. Yeah, so this one kind of seemed kind of short compared to the other ones. What do you guys feel? For me, it would be woodchipper time. Throw him in a woodchipper, legs first, preferably, and we'll deal with him after, and then I'll consider whether we could parole him or not. Most of you guys are saying deny. Have you done time, bro? I've never. The only time I've done would be I did a hall time, camp time, and county time. I've never been upstate before. To answer your question, woodchipper, yup. Let me see if it gets out. That's crazy. Yup, official. Hey, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button, and also hit the likes. You know, get us up, get our numbers up, get us to the FYP. Also check out the profile. If you see any videos, preferably the first 5 videos, if you could go ahead and drop some comments on there, share them with the people you love. Even share with the people you don't love. You know, the people you might not like. They might like this. Let me see. Tracy, I can't say what I would do to him on here. That's right. Jay writes, laughing out loud. I would writes, did they deny him? Not yet. We're waiting for them right now. So if you look right behind me, we are in a Zoom meeting. This is live. This is actually happening in real time. As soon as it normally takes them a few minutes. Once they come back in, you'll see the screen change right now. Let me see. Did they deny him? No. And then let me see. Hey, Amanda, thank you for sharing the live. Highly appreciate it. This is a community. You know, the only way we're gonna be able to get the word out would be by you helping me out and spreading the word. I could only do so much. I'm right here behind the computer, you know, and I'm relying on you guys to help out. Highly appreciate it. That board is wild. Yup. No, it's too real. Haven't been in the lives in a while. Good to see you. Hey, gracias. Hey, highly appreciate it. Jay, he's getting denied. Hopefully. Hot Mess Express. Hell yeah, I love that name. Hey, share the live. Let me see. Jessica, not the ones we don't love. Laughing out loud. Oh man, Jay Escobar. I will bet my Hellcat he's getting denied. Hell yeah, preferably. And Nana, thank you for sharing with 5 friends. Tracy, thank you for sharing the live. And anybody that's tuning in right now, let me see. I don't know. I haven't. Let me see. Let me move this out the way. I haven't been in a while in a live or live in a while. Amanda, thank you for the like. Yeah, so these are live. I'm not streaming these today on YouTube, but I'm gonna go ahead and edit the video and put it up later. So if you want to catch the first two cases were bananas. They're both grapers. They denied one and they let the other one go. He graped somebody. The second dude, he graped somebody, and he unalived her, which was freaking bananas. Let me see, Amanda. I want to know if the mom was. Okay, hey, they're coming in. They're done deliberating. Let's see what it is.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Crabtree, can you still see and hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Let him out
Speak
with
up
no
just a little
sausage.
bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm just trying to make sure that it's on the recording that you can hear me, okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. The board has made a decision based off of the information that we have available and the information that you provided during your interview. We are going to make a recommendation for you to be released on parole supervision.
What?
Okay.
Mr. Crabtree, you will have lots of conditions of supervision. Because you're a sex offender, you will also have some special conditions of supervision. We expect you to follow all of the conditions that your parole officer gives you.
Okay.
We have some conditions that we are placing special emphasis on that I need you to listen to me very carefully, okay, sir?
Okay.
You are not to have contact with the victims or the victim's family while on parole
When can
without
I-
talking to your probation and
when can I
parole
get that pink
officer in
slip?
advance. Now, what I would say to you is stay away from Tiffany altogether. But I do understand that your brother was involved in this offense. If you want to have contact with your brother or your ex-sister-in-law, you need to talk to your parole officer before you do that, okay?
Okay.
All right, sir. You must complete any programs deemed necessary by the Division of Probation and Parole. Now, what that means is you've had a lot of programs. So, we think that, we're okay with the programs that you've had. But your parole officer may see something and say, hey, you know what? Mr. Crabtree might not be able to get a GED, but he can go to voc rehab or he can do something else. And if he tells you to do a program, you do it.
Okay.
Just like it came from us that we said do it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You must complete a mental health assessment in the community and follow those recommendations. Now, you said that you wanted to go and see a psych doctor. We want you to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
If that doctor says that you need to be on medication and they try to find you one that's good for you, you work with that doctor and you get the right meds, okay?
What up, Rhonda?
And the last one is you have to do the sex offender treatment aftercare program.
Okay.
That's going to give you a support that'll help you not do something like this ever again.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. If you have any questions, you talk to your parole officer, okay?
Okay.
And you make sure you go in the office and report every time they tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Crabtree, good luck to you.
Good luck, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully,
Recording stopped.
hopefully Crabtree gets a job working with woodchippers and his shirt gets stuck on it and somehow ends up in that damn woodchipper. Megan wrote, "You can't treat what he was." Yeah, no, hell no. 333 writes, "I feel bad for the victim." JR writes, "Crazy duck." Yes, I'm appalled by Martha. Kathleen laughing my A off. Kathleen, he's free. Yeah, what'd he do? He was an offender. He took advantage of a mentally disabled person.
Mr. Crabtree is going home today.
I'm not sure when he's getting out. Oh, she said today.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Next, let's see who we got coming up next.
Recording in progress.
All right, I'm gonna write their name down. Hold up, so I can look up their charges.
Sir, can you see, hear, and understand me okay?
What do you guys
Yes,
think this
ma'am.
guy did?
I understand you do have a hearing impairment. Do you need any assistance in conducting this hearing today?
No, ma'am, I can hear you clear. Thank you.
All right, sir. Would you please state your name and DOC number for the record?
Ronald Dean Priest, 206387.
All right, Mr. Priest. My name is Mrs. Fields, and I'm joined on camera today by my colleagues, Miss Lathan and Mr. James. We are the three-person parole board member panel that will be conducting your parole eligibility hearing today. I understand this is the first time you've seen a board.
Ma'am.
All right. Sir, I will go over the process in which we will be conducting things today. But before I do that, I want you to know throughout this hearing, we may not always be focusing directly on you at the camera. We may be looking down, we may be making notes, we may be looking at some other computer monitors we have. It's not that we're not paying attention to you. It's just that we want to assure you that you get the best possible parole eligibility hearing today. And that's by us asking you all the pertinent questions in order to allow us to come to a good decision. At any point throughout this, if you have any trouble seeing, hearing, or understanding any of the questions that I'm asking or my colleagues might be asking, please ask us to rephrase or repeat those questions, okay? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You might scoot up a little closer to the mic because
Okay, sorry.
I think it's voice activated or something, so there was a little delay there. Thank you, sir. So, first we'll go over your resident record card. This information is compiled by the Kentucky Department of Corrections. The parole board has no authority over the parole eligibility or over this resident record card. So if there's any discrepancies in that, you would need to take those up with your case manager there at the institution and then have them to get it corrected for you, okay? We'll talk about the crime story, what has you in custody and we're seeing you on today, the crimes you committed. When we discuss that, I want you to give me all the pertinent details related to the crimes, okay? I want you to be as detailed as possible. We'll go over any criminal history you've had, programs you have conducted and done while you've been incarcerated. We'll talk about any disciplinary actions you've had against you while you've been incarcerated. We'll talk about a release plan, where you would go, what you would do if you were granted the privilege of parole. We will talk about your mental health, and then my panel mates will have an opportunity to ask you any questions. And then before we go off camera and deliberate, you will be given an opportunity to address us. You get the final word in this to tell us why we should grant you the privilege of parole or discuss anything that we did not cover during this parole eligibility hearing. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Does all that sound like a plan?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Sounds like it's going to take the rest of the afternoon, but I assure you it won't take that too awful long, okay?
That's okay.
All right, sir. First, I will go over your resident record card. I have Ronald Priest, DOC number 206387. I have that you are at you're 67 years of age. You're there at Luther Luckett Correctional Complex, and your custody level is medium custody. Your parole eligibility is January of 25. You are serving an 18-year sentence for the following charges.
Listen.
Rape, first degree, complicity, sex crime. Sodomy, first degree, complicity, sex crime. And burglary, first degree, complicity. You have served approximately 5 years and 2 months. 5 years. And you have approximately 6 years and 11 months remaining. I do not see that you have any good time loss, and I do not see that you have any holds or detainers. I do see that you completed the sex offender treatment program in October of 24. Does all that information sound correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell me what the incident occurring, the rape charge, sodomy charge, and burglary charge that you were convicted on in 21.
It's been 43 years ago, but I'll do the best I can. Me and another individual was drinking, and we ran out of stuff to drink. We decided to go out and make some money, try to make some money to get some more alcohol to drink. We went through the alleys and come to a house with the back door, just barely pushed it and it come open. And so we went in, and there was a woman asleep in the bed. I was searching the house. He was waking her up, and he had sex with her. Then he said, "It's your turn." So I had sex with her. I got my clothes on and I left. He stayed there. I don't know what else happened after that. And like I said, it's been 43 years ago. It's bothered me all these years, and I'm glad I got it over with. I got to face it and deal with it, because I can only
Go ahead.
imagine what we put that poor woman through. Because I got a mother and 4 sisters of my own, and I wouldn't want nobody doing them like that. So I know it's terrible. I'm ashamed of myself, believe me.
Super. That's why you turned
Your
yourself in.
victim, do you know how old your victim was?
No, ma'am.
I believe she was 18 years of age. Damn. And how were you about what, 24 at the time this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you just happened upon this house and the door was open, so you guys went in. You did not.
No, it wasn't open. It wasn't open. It was
Okay.
just when we tried to open it, it was real shaky. So he just pushed it on open. It wasn't hard to get in. But go ahead.
Okay. So this wasn't far from where you lived, correct?
Yes, ma'am. About a block away.
Yeah. So did you know your victim?
No,
Had you seen her before?
no. I don't know. I wouldn't know her now if I seen her. I mean, I never. It was dark in there and I couldn't see hardly nothing, to be honest with you.
So you didn't stalk her or seek her out?
No, ma'am. I've never done that like that before in my life, and it never happened again, believe me.
Okay.
I don't believe you.
So tell me exactly what you guys did to her.
Well, I can tell you what I did. I don't know what he did, but I had sex with her one time and
I don't know.
forced myself up on her, and I left. Like I said, I got my.
What's that called, sir?
It's called rape.
So you raped that woman.
I raped that woman. Yes, ma'am. So it is.
Violent crime, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. It is. And like I said, all these years, it's bothered me. I promise you. I mean, I always grew up down there drinking alcohol, been alcoholic, drinking, and just didn't have no life. Didn't have no respect for myself or nobody else, to be truthful with you back in.
Did
Mr.
you tie
Truth.
her up?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Somewhere in the pre-sentence investigation, something said she was tied to the bed.
No, ma'am. I didn't tie her to no bed. And I left. I don't know what he done. Like I said, I don't know if he tied her up or if he didn't, but.
Okay. Did you force your penis or into her mouth? Did you do anything like that?
I went in her vagina, and when I got done, like I said, I put my clothes on and I left. Well, I didn't really take them off, just pulled them down, but I pulled my clothes up and left, and he stayed there. So.
Did you physically assault her?
No, ma'am. I've never assaulted a woman before in my life.
So if she said she was physically assaulted, you would say that your co-defendant did that?
I couldn't say what he did. I wasn't there when I left, so I don't know. I can't, lie either way about it.
Who was your co-defendant?
Roger Brave, from what they told me.
Roger Bray?
What's the last name?
Bray, B-R-A-Y.
How did you know Roger?
Through my oldest brother. I met him and drinking with him and stuff. But they told me that I asked the lawyer, I said, where's the defendant supposed to be at? And he said, he's dead. I said, okay. So he's done died, I guess.
Oh, so your co-defendant had died at the time that
he never did get charged.
This was brought to light.
Yeah, this is been 43 years. I don't know what happened to him.
Okay.
But I mean, I know I could never give the woman a letter, but I wrote her a letter, and I'd like to read it to y'all when I get a chance, if you don't mind.
You can do it at the end when you, okay, you can do that at the end.
Hey, thank you.
So Roger was never charged, and these came about, this occurred in 1981, and you were not charged till
2019. November 16th.
2019. And that's due to some DNA matches?
Yes. They said they had a partial DNA. That's all I know. I never did see nothing. So I don't know what they had for sure.
Did you take it to trial or did you plead?
I took a alpha plea.
Okay.
She was telling me that if I don't take the deal, she was going to put PF01 on me, which she did at the end. And she said she'd give me 20 to life if they found me guilty of anything. So 18 years.
So you have served 6 years and 11 months. Do you believe that's enough time?
Yes, ma'am. And the reason I say that is because I'm not the same person I was 43 years ago. But, you know, and like I said, I've never done it like that again and never will. You know, I'm ashamed of myself for real. I mean, I don't know where else to say it. You know, it's nothing to be proud of. Like I said, I got sisters and a mother. I had them at the time. They're all gone now, but you know, it's something to be ashamed of. Ain't nothing to be proud of.
Okay. So,
Oops. This is live for anybody that's wondering, and this is a board of parole hearing. And I just read the story, the news story.
my colleagues may have additional questions related to this, these charges and the incident surrounding the charges. But we're going to move on, to your crime history.
He has a long one too. Long crime history.
You were in a lot of activity at that time as far as criminal activity. It started back when you were, 19 years of age or earlier?
Well, it started, excuse me, is juvenile camps, not going to school and stuff, going to children's center, going to juvenile camps. Then as I got older, it turned into jails. And yes, I just had got out of prison. I don't know exactly when I got out, but I hadn't been out long when I got discharged. And I've never been locked up sober in my whole life. As many times as I've been locked up, it's always due to alcohol.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on there. And you had mentioned that, you were under the influence during this crime. Were you under the influence of anything else? I noticed you've experimented with marijuana and maybe opiates at one time.
No, I ain't never done no drugs. Marijuana's a drug, I'm sure, but that's all. I don't even do that no more. I done it when I was younger, smoked it, but my problem all my life's been alcohol. Mm-hmm. Never drugs. Never did none of that. Like I said, pot's a drug too, I know, but that's as far as I ever went.
Mm-hmm. I noticed throughout your criminal history, you've had quite a few assaults at various times. What surrounded these assaults? Were they fights? What was?
Fights. Growing up in Portland. That's just the way it was, the way of life down there. Either fall or stay in the house.
Okay. What about the murder charge in 85 that was reduced to a wanton endangerment? What's the situation surrounding that?
85.
88.
Murder?
And they come to my house, threatened to cut my head off on my mother's porch. And I hit one with a ball bat, knocked him off the steps, and I turned, and the other guy was coming towards me. And so I hit him too and broke his neck. So
it killed him?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't mean to kill nobody. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
Just meant to learn him a lesson, but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sound like you got a pretty good deal there. Murder amended to wanton endangerment.
He got.
Well, they wasn't no angels. They had a record worse than mine. So.
Yeah. Well, then we had caught another murder charge.
Another one.
What's the incident surrounding that? You got 20 years in prison.
That was the same one, 88. Manslaughter 2 and assault 2, 10 years on each.
Okay.
Run into 20.
All right. So that was related to that 85?
No, what but one? That was in 88, ma'am.
Hey guys, I gotta cut it. I'll be right back. Hit that
All right,
subscribe
but
button.
the murder charge amended down to the wanton endangerment, that was a separate occasion, right?
I ain't never had but one.
Okay.
I don't know what that one, wanton endangerment. I've had wanton endangerment charges, yes.
Yeah.
They whooped me with a ball bat and I shot their window out and got charged with 2 counts of first degree wanton endangerment.
And you've been shot before, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am, twice.
Yeah. What was the incident surrounding where you been shot? Fight?
Thinking we was in a cowboy movie in Portland, fighting and carrying on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If it wasn't with somebody, it was always with the police. And I can say I never won a fight with them, but.
Okay. And you've had multiple DUIs. You've had a DUI third offense. As I say, you have quite a extensive criminal history. What have you learned over the past 40 years about your criminal and being locked up in and out of jail and losing a lot of time with family and just life experiences? What have you learned?
I've learned that the only way I can do alcohol is don't do it at all, because I always thought I can do it this way and it'll work, and I can do it that way and it'll work. And it might work like that for a week or two, then it's right back to one more, then one more, till the next thing you know, I'm drunk, you know. So the only way I can do it is don't do it.
Do you consider yourself an alcoholic?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you received any assistance with that? Any treatment? Any
Yes, I
counseling?
went to Our Lady of Peace. I went to different, what's that place called down Bluegrass? And what's the one? I was born out there off of that. I mean, I forgot what it's called, but yes, ma'am, I've been to AA's treatment and everything, VOA, and just.
Have you taken any SAP while you've been incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am. I took SAP in 2011 here at Luther Luckett. Completed it. Got parole on completion.
Okay. That's been quite a long time ago. I'm sure the program's changed some, you know, in their concepts and teaching methods and material to adapt it to society today. Do you think that you would have benefited from it recently?
Oh, because the only way I believe I can help is help myself. You know, I've turned my life over to God and I'm trying to be a better person. I don't have no craving for alcohol or nothing no more. You know, the only way I can do it is stay away from it and don't try it at all. As long as I do that and stay successful and go to church and do what I'm supposed to do, I'll be fine.
Go to church.
You know, I'm not getting no younger. I ain't got no more life left to waste. I've wasted all of it, my younger life and stuff in these places. You know, juvenile camps, jails, prisons. You know, it's my life story.
You feel like a cat with 9 lives and you're on your 10th life?
I feel like I done passed it up sometimes. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's got the best of me.
So, I noticed you're on the wait list a lot for programming. What's the reason for the wait and not being able to get in the programming? Or
they wanted me to finish the SOTP program first.
okay. Yes, sir. That's right. Thank you. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you completed that in October. Tell me what your takeaways from that have been. What you've learned about your victims, what you've learned about life, what you've learned about the crimes you committed.
The effect of my actions, what it's caused the family, the person, their family and loved ones, and me and my family and loved ones. I realized it ain't all about just me. It's about other people too that love and care about me, and the other people's families. That's, you know, the woman, the victim, her family. I know I put them through hell too, probably, with this going on. I'm, like I said, I'm not proud of that. I'm ashamed of it. I wouldn't even tell nobody. If they asked me, I'd say I ain't guilty. You know, because I don't want to admit to doing something like that.
This is life.
And I look in the mirror at myself for 43 years and think about that. It's not right. You know, I don't know what's wrong with a person that do something like that. I mean, I'm not using that alcohol is to justify what I did because it was wrong.
Yeah.
So
Did you think you got away with this crime?
I'd be honest with you, I don't know what I thought. I never expected them to get me for it, no.
It
But they
happened
did.
in 81 and you didn't get charged till 19. So that's a long time.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And you kept looking over your shoulder thinking.
Well, when I seen them on the news talking about what do you call it, the sex kits, something
Yeah.
they was going through, and I had a feeling something was going to happen for it, but I wasn't sure. Then one day out of the blue, going to the store, they swooped in on me, locked me up.
Okay.
But I'm glad I had to deal with it. I mean, I honestly am.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's over with. I just hope, that the woman that we put through this, that her life's okay, and that she can have a life and get a past what we did do to her. Hopefully she
Sure,
can.
she's gotten a life sentence
I know.
over this crime. Her relationships may not be the same. She's got a lot to live with. She got a life sentence, sir.
She probably don't even, feel safe in her own home or nothing.
Right.
Know all this now, believe me.
Yeah. So, what's your release plan? What would happen if you were granted the privilege of parole?
I love to go to Indiana with my aunt, live over there, and because she needs me as much as I need her. She's been my support since I've been in here, sending me money and helping me, coming and seeing me. And I would like to, if I have to, go to a halfway house and I can parole over there because I turned the paperwork in, but what happened?
Okay.
And I got a same sponsor out there, and I got a sister that I call, and she sends me money every now and then and tries to help me. She works at Ford, and she's doing good with her life. So that's all I got left. My little last brother died since I've been in here, so all I got is 2 sisters and my aunt, and nobody else.
So, would you work or just try to draw?
Yes. No, I work as long as I'm able. I ain't lazy. I don't mind working. I've kept a job since I've been in here. I worked at warehouse work when I was out there. I mean, I don't want to lay around and not do nothing. I'm gonna work as long as I'm able.
Are you in pretty good shape physically,
Yes, ma'am.
mentally? How's your mental health?
It's good.
Your mental health's good? Have you been diagnosed with any issues?
Just my hearing.
Okay. I don't think that's mental.
No, I've been okay. I don't know how, but I survived.
I'm sure you, sir, have suffered from some depression.
I have. I ain't getting no younger, like I said. And it's I ain't gonna lie to you. It scares me to think I have to die in these places or go to KSR over and lay over and die. Cause I mean, I've had more stents put in since I've been here in my heart. So, I mean, mental wise, I'm okay, but I feel good now. But since they done that, but I don't know. I mean, he said it should last another 5 years. That I had a sick heart.
Okay. Back to one thing through your the crime story. You said you guys went through a door.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go through a window? There wasn't a window open?
Oh, we went through the back door. Like I said, when he tried the door, it was real shaky, so he just pushed it and it come open.
All right.
Oh, we didn't go through no window.
Okay. That's just something that was indicated, and I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
All right, sir. Well, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have questions for you. If you'd be so gracious and answer theirs like you have mine, I'd appreciate it. Miss Layton?
Can't hear.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. James? Mr. James, can't hear you.
Can you hear me
I'm
now?
right here.
Yes.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I know the secret now. Thank you, Miss Lathan. I don't have any questions for Mr. Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Priest. They've been having some computer issues with their microphones, so they've learned the secret, and so they're just thrilled out of their mind. Sir, if you want to read that letter that you would have written to your victim, that'll be fine. And then any comments that you want to make before we go off camera and talk about your case.
Letter to my victim. I'm so sorry for this devastation I have inflicted upon you. I have since learned through treatment just how much my actions have impacted your life, and probably for the rest of your life. I know words can never change all the hell that I put you through, and I want you to know that nothing you did caused this to happen to you. It was all my fault. I took advantage of you, and you was powerless over what I did to you. And believe me, I know I was a piece of shit for what I have done to you. I have a mother and 4 sisters at the time, and I wouldn't want no one to rape them and put them through what I did to you. I can only hope that you have made a full recovery and have a wonderful life, and hopefully someday you will be able to put this nightmare that I caused you behind you. I know you could care less, but I want you to know that me raping you in 1981 has bothered me all these years, because that's not who I am. Believe it or not, I was drunk and out looking for a way to make money to get more to drink. I am not justifying me drinking for raping you. It's the truth. I also want you to know that I got caught and you finally got some justice after all these years. I feel good about it because I have got the help and treatment I need to make sure nothing like this ever happens again, because I am a better person now than I was 43 years ago. I also want you to know that this letter comes from my heart and not just my mouth. Ruth, I am not asking you to forgive me, because honestly to say, I would never forgive myself. I pray that you have had a blessed life, and I truly am sorry. Miss Ruth, Ronald Priest.
All right, sir. Any other comments you wish to make?
Only other comments I wish to make is I'm not the same person I was back in, and I wish I could go back and change it, but I can't. Like I said, I won't never forgive myself for that. But I only hope she can have a better life and get it behind her and move on, hopefully. Like you said, she's probably the one that got the life sentence, so I feel sorry for her. I really do.
All right, sir. Well, we're going to go off camera. If you'll just remain there in your seat in the room, we'll be back with you shortly, okay?
Thank you.
Hey guys,
Recording stopped.
So let me ask you guys something. So I just got a notification from TikTok that they restricted my stream. Would you guys be interested? Because right now I'm streaming it on YouTube, but I got it private. Would you guys be willing to jump over on to the other platform and watch it over there? If you guys are, then I'll go ahead and make it public, so you guys can go ahead and check it out. And the video quality is a lot better than. Okay, I'll go ahead and make it public right now, and it'll pop up at collect call. Yeah, so just hit at the little A, collect call from, at collect call from. I just opened it up right now. You guys will see it right now. It's on a YT. You know, YT. Let me put it up on the screen right here. It's right there. Yeah, they restricted my thing. I just got a notification, and sometimes when that happens, they'll hey, thank you, Michelle. Highly appreciate that. Is right there. Gracias, highly appreciate it. So the stream should be visible. I just took it off private status. Hey Anna, thank you for coming over. I just saw it. Oh Anna, hey, sorry, I saw when you jumped on in the morning. I at 5 a.m. You're welcome, Anna. It can be. Gracias, highly appreciated. M Star Media, what's up, M Star Media? What do you call it? Hey, so how do you guys feel? Do you guys feel they're gonna be what is the YouTube name? Here it is. Look, at CollectCallFrom, the little A, CollectCallFrom. Thank you, Devin. Highly appreciate it. What up, Mad Max? Today we're in a state that we've never been before. It's a brand new one. This would be the I've been streaming this one for 5 hours so far. 5 hours and 30 minutes, but it was private. I had it on private. But right now I just made it public because we got a gang of people watching over there on the other side. So let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and is my camera enabled so you guys can see me? Here, let me enable my camera. You guys up my little screen right there. There we go. Just subscribe. Hey, thank you. Highly appreciate that. Black Hawk, Nubby Nub. Hey, Nubby Nub just found it. Got it. I'm subscribed. Hey, thank you. Really appreciate it. We're trying to hit that 5,000 mark over on YT, and on TT we're trying to hit 20,000. If you guys could do me a favor, don't forget to subscribe. It's free 99, my favorite price. Also, don't forget to share. Sharing is caring. Share it with the loved ones. Hey, even share it with the people you don't love. They need some love too, and they might like it. They might learn a thing or two from these streams. But hey, that last dude that came on, did he get released? No, we're waiting for them. We're waiting for them right now. If you look right behind me, you can see that we got the Zoom Workplace information right there. They're deliberating right now. How do you guys feel about this guy? So this guy, he committed a S offense in 1981, and what ended up happening was that they saved the DNA kit, and then he's been in and out of the system for the last 43 years, and they finally we can't hear you or see you. You should be able to see me and hear me on my microphone is on. Let me double check on one of my other phones. Give me 1 minute. Can you guys hear me? Let me type it in the chat right here to see if they can hear me or see me. Right now the screen is blank, but you should be able to see me. Let me see here. Can you guys hear me? Let's see. Can you hear me? Yes, it's black for us. Okay. Yeah, no. So right now, they're deliberating right now. You guys can't see my picture right here on the little camera on the corner. I can hear you, not see you. Okay, so let me turn on. Let me make sure the camera is. Oh, you know what? It might not be on. Let me check if my camera is on over here. I see it. It should be on. Let me see camera. Yeah, it's on. I should have like a little square. Let me see. Nothing on. Let me see what's happening over here. So anyhow, so he it was a cold case, so they got his DNA because he's been in and out of the system for the last 43 years, and they finally were able to crack that case because of that. But other than that, he would have never turned himself in. How do you guys feel? Do you guys feel he should be paroled, not paroled, or paroled to a woodchipper? I elect for parole on a woodchipper. That's what I say. Woodchipper time. So I could see myself. Yeah, I just turned my thing on. I could see myself. It's a little square where it says next to the parental advisory. But I could make the camera a little bit bigger. Hold on, I'll make it bigger so you guys could. I guess it's kind of like super small. Here we go. All right, I'll make it smaller right now when it starts back up, so I'm not blocking the screen here. All right, I see that we got 25 viewers here. Thank you guys, that jumped over, jump boat. Highly appreciate it. And let me see here. Still can't. Try one more. You're not in. Okay, there. I could see myself. I just checked myself on another phone, so I could see it. I see the black screen, but you could also see my my camera over here. Let's hear the MF around. The gem star. Let me see. Keep him in. Lock him up. Still can't. Just restart. No, I can't restart it because if I restart it, it'll mess everything up. The whole stream. And then the cool thing about UT, if you go back, you could reverse back, so you could catch some of the other hearings if you missed them. I see and hear you on here. YouTube. Okay. All right, no worries. If it's not working for you, I'm not sure what's happening over there, but I jumped on my phone and I could see myself on my phone. So no say. Oh, you know what? I think I know what's happening. I think YT might be a little bit delayed. But I could see myself and I could hear myself. I think. Yeah, I could hear myself. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, but anyhow, hey, I appreciate you guys, trying it. If it didn't work, then hey, Eleanor, thank you for jumping over. I see you coming in from the UK. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What do you guys think they're talking about right now behind the scenes? On this one, because I know the last guy that came on, he was also an SO. They let him go, but that SO, I guess he didn't have like a criminal history or extensive criminal history like this dude has. He's been in the system, juvenile camps, prison, and all that good stuff. So I don't know if that's gonna affect him differently, but we're about to find out. Stay on here since it's not acting up. Okay, all right. But just in case, if they do end up cutting the stream, you know where to find us, because sometimes that's happened to me in the past. Let me see. He's got too many charges. They're not gonna parole him. I hope not. Que Dios te oiga. From your mouth to God's ears, hopefully. You see, it's not working for you. Close out the app and come back. Hey, thank you, Anna. But make sure to subscribe. I like that, man. I like that. Hell yeah, I got a good chuckle for that one. They laughing at him saying he thinks he's getting out. Man, it's crazy, watching these hearings, just the amount of people that are out there that have these type of charges. And, sorry, and my apologies. I think what's happening. So I got 2 hearings streaming. I got Utah, and then I got the other one. So you're probably on the Utah one. If you can't hear me, the Utah one, it looks like it's they might be on break or something. So you gotta hit on the other one. You guys might have gone to the Utah one. No wonder you guys couldn't see nothing. I forgot about that I had 2 streams going. I do that sometimes. YT, can't hear you. So the one that I'm currently on right now, the one that we're currently streaming, it says Board of Parole Hearings 0114. So you don't want to, you know what? I'll change the title. I'll put this one so you guys know which one it is. This one. Okay, I just updated the name of the stream, so just hit on the one that says this one. Unlimited money. Let me see. What did he write that you're laughing? They laughing at him saying he thinks he's getting out. And Mad Max put unlimited money, laughing out loud. Just found this one. Hey, thank you, Alyssa. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, here we go. So we're still waiting. I'm looking. Be right back. So right now, as you guys can see, I still got the Zoom logo right behind me, somewhere right here. As soon as that changes, that means that we're switching over. Haven't been in a while. Hey, what's up? Hey, Ange, how you been? Let me see. Crystal Carol, did they let him out? No, we're still waiting. They still haven't came back. They're taking a lot longer than the other dude. The other dude, it was pretty quick compared to this guy. Let me see here. Let me see. Hello, James and chat gang. Hell yeah. Hey, what's up, Laura? Hey, how's it going? Christy Carroll. Hey, you're welcome. You are welcome. I thank you guys for, coming over here and, hanging out over here. I never in a million years. Okay. Hey, they're coming back in. They're back in. Let me make my screen smaller over here. I don't want to block some of this out.
Recording in progress.
Oops.
All right, sir, can you see, hear, and understand me okay? I can't understand you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, I can hear you now. We are back on record with Ronald Priest, DOC number 206387. Mr. Priest, after much discussion with my colleagues, based off of seriousness, violence involved, prior felony convictions, prior misdemeanor convictions, history of drugs and alcohol involvement, and assaultive behavior, and a history of violating parole, we are going to defer your sentence for 48 months.
Hell yeah.
During that 48 months, we want you to complete some programming, anger management, thinking for good, and untangle relationships. I understand you're currently in the GED program. I would encourage you to go ahead and complete that and continue to work on that. And keep your clear conduct while you're in there. and you'll be a much better candidate for next time you meet the parole board, okay?
Okay, thank you. And you have a
Thank you,
blessed
sir.
day.
All right,
Thank
bye-bye,
you, sir.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Perfect. Hey, I'll take those 48 months over them releasing them right now. That's just buying us some time. You know, keeping the public safe for at least 48 months, and hopefully he doesn't get that GED.
Hello.
And all right, the next guy. Let me get his name down over here.
Recording in progress.
Let's see.
Good afternoon, Mr. Staten.
Good afternoon, sir. Putting
I'll
this in real quick.
I'll let you get your gear on.
Thank you. There we go.
Okay. Is that your hearing aid?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly? Not right now?
Yes, I can hear you fine. It's
Okay,
just
great.
loud out in the hallway.
Great. Outstanding. Okay, Mr. Staten, could you give us your name and number for the record, please?
Staten 312-846.
Okay, Mr. Staten, I'm Mr. James. My colleagues on the screen there are Miss Fields and Miss Lathan, and it's the three of us that will be conducting your parole eligibility hearing today. Looks like this is your first parole hearing, so I probably need to explain to you some of the details and some of the flow of the hearing, just to kind of give you an idea of how it's going to flow. What I will do is I will start out by reading your record card. It's got a lot of information about you on there, okay? If there's something not correct, we'll acknowledge that, but we can't fix it. You'll have to get with one of your counselors there to help you with that if it needs some adjustments. We will segue from your card to looking at your crime stories. And we'll have you talk about in detail what you did. And I want to warn you ahead of time. We read all the information we have on you here. We read everything, sir. So we ask you a question, we already know the answer in detail. So don't take us down. Don't take us down the street, around the block, and around here, around there. We want specifics, and we want to know the who, what, when, where, how, and what you did specifically. After that, your crime story, there might be some questions from my colleagues when I'm done interviewing you, and then we'll move from there to looking at your criminal history. And then we'll segue from that to looking at your disciplinary, any type of your institutional behavior, how you behave since you've been locked up. Then we'll look at any kind of programming you might have availed yourself to since you've been incarcerated. If you completed some programming, we might have you talk about that programming in detail with us. And then finally, in the event that you will get parole, we will have you talk about your parole plan. That's where you're going to live at when you get done, if you get out, where you're going to work at, how you're going to support yourself financially, that type of thing. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's get started. You are Edward Staten. Your number is 312-868. Your medium custody there, Luther Luckett.
846.
54 years of age. I'm sorry, sir. That is 846. 312-846. Your medium custody there, Luther Luckett Correctional Complex. You're 54 years of age. You are serving a 10-year sentence for sodomy second, violent crime, sex crime, rape third, violent crime, sex crime. You've served 4 years and 11 months, and you have 3 years and 7 months remaining on your sentence. You do not have any loss of good time, and you do not have any detainers. Does that sound pretty accurate to you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right, Mr. Staten.
Bad charges all over again.
You got
Woodchipper time.
Had a 4-count indictment here out of Meade County. 2008, Meade County, 2009 in Meade County, 2011 in Meade County, 2014 in Meade County. Starting with the incident that occurred between August and September in 2008 in Meade County. Tell us what you did, sir.
See, trying to think where I was living at that moment. I touched Alyssa. Do we use names or?
Yeah, you can use names.
Okay, Alyssa Adiavani, I snuck into her bedroom. I fondled her. I put my mouth on her genitalia. Forced her to to put her mouth on my genitalia until completion.
What is how old was she? And then tell us what completion means.
At 10 years old, and
What?
she was till I ejaculated.
Okay. Okay.
That's
so
horrible.
that was in Meade County. And that was at 1414. Is that 1414 Kingswood Way?
That's in Radcliffe, Kentucky. But yeah.
And there's also are you a truck driver, sir? Were you a truck
Yes,
driver?
sir.
So
Yes, I was.
Okay, so there's also some activities that happen in your truck also?
Yes. She went with me on the road on a couple of trips, and I would have her complete oral sex on me till I ejaculated, and I would put my mouth on her vagina.
Damn.
Okay, so let's see here. Then you moved to y'all moved to Sunset with the Sunset Drive in Vine Grove.
Yes, sir.
What happened there? What happened over there? Some of the same things?
Yes, same things.
Okay, so now we're gonna move forward. Y'all moved to Elizabethtown.
Same things there.
What happened in Elizabethtown, man?
Let's see. Well, we missed Muldrow in Muldrow, Kentucky. That's when we started raping. We started to have intercourse with her.
Okay.
And then we moved to E-Town or Elizabethtown, and it continued there until her 18th birthday. So 16 to 18, I was forcing myself on her sexually, intercourse wise.
So, talk to us about that dynamic, because in the reporting here, it talks about you. At one point, you were asking her for sex, and she wouldn't do it, and then you threatened to do some things, take your life or something. Talk to us about all that.
Yeah, I threatened to commit suicide, and I took pills, and ended up going to Communicare and staying there for 3 days. And I believe she took pills as well and ended up in the hospital. And then she was fine and got Communicare help. And I was seeing Communicare until my insurance ran out.
Okay. So now we're in this now. What about your other victim?
They said that there was other victims, but there was only Alyssa Adiavani. It'll say that Ashley was a victim, but nothing ever happened with Ashley. It was all with Alyssa.
What I'm reading, you said Ashley?
Ashley Adiavani.
How do you spell Ivani's name?
OTT. I really don't know how to spell it.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I get it. Okay. So all this happens.
It's her sister.
So from the time she was 9 years old.
10 to 18.
To 18.
When she moved out.
This was your live-in's daughter?
Yeah. She had 4 kids. She had Alyssa, Ashley, Joseph, and Victoria. All 2 years apart.
Are they related? I missed that part. Did anybody catch that? How are they related? Hey, on TikTok, I have to start it back up. I'll be right back.
Okay, how many times would you say you had sex with her over that from 10 to 18 years of age?
Intercourse or oral?
Intercourse.
Intercourse was age 16 to 18, once a week.
Damn, monster. He's a monster.
For, let's see, it's 52 times, how many weeks are in the year? 52, right? 52.
Would 80 to 90
times.
times be, would 80 to 90 times be somewhere in the neighborhood?
Yeah, there we go. That works. I don't know the exact number, but yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Staten. What is going on? Talk to us about, starting from the time this young lady was 10 years old, what drew you to want to have a sexual relationship with a 10-year-old girl?
I was confused mentally on relationships, and I was not getting the what's the word? Just the gratification in the relationship. And she gave me the attention that I was craving, and it just escalated well beyond what should have ever happened.
So when you say she gave you the attention that you were craving, what do you mean by that?
She treated me like like I was worthy, loved, which I felt I wasn't really getting from her mother or anybody else. I was.
Well, what can a young child give you? I don't see the nexus in that.
Just the constant being there. That she was always there by my side. She never wanted to be anywhere else but with me. It was played on some part of my mind that just wanted. I mean, I can't explain it now because I'm not in the same mindset as I used to be.
Mm-hmm. Do you understand the gravity? Do you understand the gravity of this?
Yes,
what you did to her?
Yeah, it was incredibly inappropriate. It never should have happened. I understand that I'm the adult and I should know better than this. I probably caused some serious psychological problems with her now. I really hope she can get the support and hope the help that she needs.
You were treating her like she was your girlfriend. She was a child.
I was treating her like my, not like a child. And I wasn't the parent she was needing. I was trying to be her boyfriend.
So you had her for gratification purposes. You wanted to be she took care of your gratification.
She took care of that, and she took care of my loneliness. She was constantly there. We did everything together. We played games together. That's pretty much what it was. It was all a relationship, but it was what I was craving.
He was grooming her.
It's not right. It's wrong. I understand that it's wrong. And I wish I could take it back, but I can't.
So did you in my mind, I'm trying to figure out how a 10-year-old could be sexually attractive to an adult. I just can't
wrap it around your head.
Right.
So did you have a propensity for little kids?
No.
Sexually attracted to
she was the first and only.
Liar.
I never went looking for kids or searched for them on the internet or got pictures of. I didn't really talk to them. She was the only one. There was just something about her that played to that part of my emotional state that made it okay in my mind.
So you just raped her, you just raped her over and over. That's just what you did. I'm just trying to.
He doesn't even know what to ask. That's how upset he is. It don't make any sense.
What kind of impact do you think you've had on her life by doing that?
I probably destroyed her very being. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what she's doing or how she is or anything. I'm not even trying to find that out.
Do you have any children?
No, I don't.
Do you have any nieces or do you have any nieces or anything like that?
All my nieces and nephews are all grown.
I know, but how would you feel if one of them had been done that way? What would you?
It would, I'd be hurt. I'd be angry.
Yeah, right.
At one time, you told her that you want her to be together.
Yeah, one time, yeah.
Forever, whatever. She was going to be your, I don't know what you would call it. She was only 15, 14 years old when you said that to her. That was right after her first boyfriend. How did you handle that when she got a boyfriend?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
He was
because
jealous.
I thought that she was my girlfriend, but I felt hurt. I felt betrayed. But I shouldn't have had any of those feelings.
So you made a statement that y'all when you approached her after this boyfriend thing, you told her that you was going to kill yourself, and that you believe that you and her belong together, and that y'all were going to go leave and go to Mexico.
Yeah, that we were going to end up married and have our own lives and stuff like that. That's where I was mentally in my mindset. That's where I was.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been molested or anything in your life?
I was 1977, a 6.
And you
taken into the bathroom by a member of my dad's tank crew. He's military. Was taken into the bathroom to go to the bathroom, and he forced his mouth on a penis.
How old were you then?
6.
And he decides to victimize another child. It's crazy.
All right, Mr. Staten. I don't have any more questions for you. I'm sure my colleagues probably will have several questions for you. Let's move on to your criminal history. You don't have any criminal history except for the marijuana charge and a paraphernalia charge. Everything else we're seeing you on. So your criminal history doesn't look bad at all, except for the drug part, the little misdemeanor drug stuff. Let's see here. Looks like you got a couple of disciplinaries since you've been locked up. You had a disruptive behavior, 2-02, back in September last year. And then you had a 1-10. Those are very minor. They're not that bad. So I won't even ask you about those. You had one for obtaining money and goods, privileges, or services under false pretenses. It's a 411, which is not that bad. So let's look at your programming, sir. Looks like you've completed the SOTP program, MRT, MRT on Tanking Relationships, and MRT Trauma. So this SOTP, we're very interested to find out, to hear from you what were your takeaways from that program? What is it that you can use to help you in a practical application model? How you would use that programming, and then what you learned, takeaways. The floor is yours, sir. Tell us.
Oh, okay. I learned how to cope, my coping skills. I learned to seek out help from either like community action programs, my clergy, just talking to other people to keep my mind away from that stuff, not searching the internet for illicit things, staying away from young people.
I've learned how to set goals for myself to make them easy enough to complete, but not too easy that they're not useful. Which is pretty much what all all the MRT classes were, is goal sets. Using your SO tips. Sorry, I'm dry. I'm meds on my mix in my mouth.
Okay, take your time.
Wish I'd have brought a water with me, but
you okay? I'm sorry. I wish we didn't have one to give you.
I hope you brought a cup of sugar with you.
What else did we learn? I learned that it was an inappropriate relationship. That's not something that should have happened. I'm at full at fault. I take full responsibility for what I've done.
SO, he's a SO. S offense.
I think writing the letter to Alyssa, the victim statement, it really plays on that empathy, so you feel what they might have felt. Anything else? I mean, I just completed the class too. Family history was pretty interesting. Found out that there's a chemical of alcohol abuse a lot in my family. Thank God I don't have that problem now. I hope I hit what you were looking for.
If you got paroled, what how would you? First of all, you'd be a lifetime sex offender registrant. How would you handle that? And how would you take the SOTP use the SOT program to help you navigate through that whole situation? Because you're not going to be whether you want to believe it or not, you're just not going to be treated regular.
Oh yeah. Try to stay within like-minded people, church. I mean, I'm a born-again Christian now. I found God while I was in here. I was an atheist before I came to prison. I know you hear that a lot, but I truly am. To stay away from any triggers, staying away from young people, stay away from parks, stuff like that. I would never go to those. Always have my fiance with me. That way I always got somebody there to be my guiding light. You know what I mean?
Your fiance, is this the one person you were with when you committed the crime? Is the same person was that the same person?
No.
Okay.
This is my ex-wife. We reconnected and we're getting remarried.
What?
And she's been with me since like a year or so before. She knows all about it.
Man, what kind of person? I got
She's
so many questions.
She's actually the one that's been out there. When my mom died, she was taking care of her for a while, helping my dad.
So if you get parole, sir.
Yep, Kim.
What's your plan? Where where are you going to be living?
I'll be going to 759 Sunset Drive, my dad's house. I'll be helping him out. He's having a little mental issues going on. He's having trouble remembering things.
Is that Ernest?
Yes.
Is that
Ernest C. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then hopefully getting a job with temp agencies or something until I can find something more permanent that'll accept the fact that I'm a sex offender. Mm-hmm. I know that's pretty hard out there, but I know temp agencies don't do that check. Mm-hmm. So I can actually work.
So you know it's a loophole.
Okay. I really would like a job.
Well, hopefully they do a Google search and find this video.
Downtime in here. I go to church on I got a church, the Abundant Life in Radcliffe. I have Communicare where I was going to therapy. I'm planning on going back to there.
Okay, Mr. Staten. That's all I have. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Ms. Latham?
If you guys could ask this dude
I don't
something,
have any questions. Thank you very much, sir.
if you could ask him something, what would you guys ask him?
Mrs. Fields?
No question, sir.
All right, thank you, ladies. Mr. Staten, that concludes the interview portion of your hearing. I don't want to tell you off the bat, I appreciate your candidness. You were candid, and we can appreciate that. But before we break for deliberation, is there anything you'd like to add to this conversation?
No, I'm just hoping to get out and move on with my life and try to be a better part, you know, prove to everyone else that I am a changed man.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Staten. Just remain seated there, and we're going to go to our breakout room, and then we'll be back with you momentarily, okay?
Recording stopped.
I would ask him if what would he prefer? Would he prefer a silver bullet or a wood chipper? Those would be the only options. All right. Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys jumping over here. We got 55 of you guys over here on YT, and we still got quite a few over there on TT. So they're deliberating right now. They're gonna figure out whether they're gonna let him go or not. Do you guys feel he deserves a second chance? Do you guys feel that he should complete his whole sentence? What are your guys' thoughts on this? I say wood chipper. I say once he's found suitable for parole, there'll be a wood chipper at the door, and we'll go ahead and handle it like that. But I'm curious to see or hear what you guys think. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you one dime. Also remember, hey, sharing is caring. So if you guys could share this to a loved one, even share it to a person you don't love, it doesn't matter. They might get some usefulness out of this. And for those of you that jumped over here to YT, you guys might want to jump to the front of the stream when this is done. The first two hearings that came out today, man, they made my stomach just turn. Man, it was all bad. The first dude, I'm not gonna ruin it for you guys, but check it out. Once the stream is done, it'll be available. So far on this stream, it's been about over 6 hours already. We just opened it up to YT, so you guys missed a lot of what was happening. But we've been on TT, sharing this stream and whatnot. The main pop in this rage room, laughing out loud. Me too. All right. Let me see. Most definitely keep this dude locked up. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. MB Cam. Let me see. Danny. Get him more charges. Resentence. Can they increase the sentence? I wish they could. Yeah, but this is the border. This is only the border parole. So their job is to determine whether he's been if he's been rehabilitated, and then they determine whether they're gonna let him out or they're gonna keep him in. But his sentence wasn't that long. It's kind of trippy. This state here that we're in right now, it seems like those type of crimes, they get low numbers. Well, even like the other young kid that was the 23, 24 that caught that M case. He hadn't been down that much. He hadn't been down that long, and they found him suitable for parole. So this state is definitely, they operate a little bit different than some of the other states that we normally check out. Definitely leaving me scratching my head. I'm gonna go ahead and check out what their statistics look like for when it comes to crime and recidivism, if that makes any sense. Ashley, that's almost everywhere in the USA. What state? You know what? Right now at this current time, I'm not sharing the state because I had some incidents last week where I ended up getting booted from the hearing. So this is live, and I'm not trying to get booted. So at the current moment, I'm not sharing that. But if you listen closely enough, you'll figure it out. Can you do Philadelphia? No, Philadelphia doesn't offer. They don't offer live streams and whatnot. Let me see. I wonder what the reoffender statistics are like. Let me see. Megan H. Gotcha. Do New York. I wish New York doesn't offer. The farthest east that does do these live streams is Connecticut, and they didn't have anything good today. California, they only do the bank hearings, which is we have an bank hearing coming up, I think, next week. They don't do the actual live hearings. Ohio, as a matter of fact, funny that you mentioned it. They do live ones, but their website was down today. They had one today, and they only do them every few months. Florida does not do. It's kind of surprising too, because Florida has those. They have the sunshine laws, but they don't offer live streaming. But I wish they did. WI, is that I'm not good with those letters. Is that Washington or Wyoming? I think those are the only two. Las Vegas or Nevada, they do not do live hearings, but you could attend it. So that's one state that I would like to go in. Wisconsin. Okay, I'm gonna check out Wisconsin. Montana does them also. Washington State. My apologies for not knowing the abbreviations for the states. I only know California. And that's it. Louisiana does them. Louisiana does do them. One of the Virginias does them. I'm not sure if it's West or Virginia. One of those. Illinois also does them also. Let me see here. Tennessee or North Carolina, Tennessee, they do not do live hearings. I'll tell you right now what states do live hearings. I'll read them off to you right now. So first on my list, normally the ones that I stream, South Carolina doesn't do them either. Utah does do live hearings. Connecticut does do live hearings. What state is this? Pennsylvania does live hearings. Iowa, live hearings. Ohio does them. Like I said, there was supposed to be one today, but it didn't happen. Vermont also does them. Minnesota does them every month or so. Oregon also does them, which we have one tomorrow. Hopefully they don't boot me from that one tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get back in. Kansas does them. Illinois and Louisiana. Those are all the states that I do. There might be more out there. I try to check all the states. Kansas doesn't. Kansas does hearings, but they don't. It's not hearings. They just like talk about like budgets or whatever. So it's nothing interesting. Let me see right here. Tejas doesn't do it either. UK. Can you see it in all of them? UK, really? In the UK, they don't stream them, do they? Let me see. Yes, Wisconsin. Okay, I'll definitely check out Wisconsin. But Indiana, no, not that I'm aware of. Connecticut, yes. And I think I know a little bit too much of what states are doing these live streams. Kind of scares me. Texas, they do not offer them open to the public. Some states they are open to the public, but you have to go in person. So I do like the states that do offer. Let me see. M-Star, what did you write? So Nevada, they don't you could go in person, but they don't do them virtually. DC, so DC from I think it's federal, so that would fall under the federal court system. Federal court system does not do video streams. No, don't stream here in the UK. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that many places, other than the United States, do things like this. See, I love your streams, James. Thank you, thank you, Ange. Highly appreciate it. Danny, laughing out loud. Kansas, let's watch some of their homeowner association meets. Let me see. UK doesn't stream. All right, thank you for that. Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. No, thank you. You learn something new every day. So Pennsylvania, man. And I thought I was good at that map. I have to go look at that map again. Thank you for clarifying that on Do What I Do. Pink Poodle, thank you for the like. This guy's getting another 48 months. Hopefully he does. Baker 54. Hopefully he does. Let me see how many people we got on YouTube right here. My apologies on the blank screen. Should I make my camera bigger on the YT, or it should be starting up in the next moment or two. So once it does, then you guys will have the board of parole that you guys could look at. Let me see. Do you do California hearings, Marvin? So California hearings are not they're not open to the public. The only way you could get in is if you're a victim or don't have any connection to the crime, or you're in the media. But it's really hard. It's really hard. I've tried to get into those before, but they denied me. This guy is getting another 48 months. Watch, hell yeah. Hopefully, agree. M star. Let me see what the M star put. They should be all public per the First Amendment. Yeah, they should. As a matter of fact, I was watching one last week in Oregon. It was this guy that he had some really bad charges. He was convicted of doing the same thing that this guy did to a 14-year-old, but that dude ended up she didn't make it. And so we're like about an hour into the stream, and then they said that we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then it turned into okay, they're back. Let's see. Let me fix the screen over here. All right, what do you guys
Recording in progress.
What do you guys think they're
Mr.
gonna agree?
Staten, can you
or
see and
say?
hear us? I think you gotta talk again because I didn't hear you that time.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, you're still kind of, we can't hear you.
What about now?
Hear me now?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Staten, as I said before, we went back to our deliberation room. We appreciated your candidness with your answers in the interview. However, sir, this crime it's over the top for us. It's over the top. We discussed it in detail. It's just a little bit over the top. Due to the seriousness of your crime and the violence involved, sir, it will be the decision of this panel to have you serve out the remainder of your time. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
And for that, he gets one of these.
Recording stopped.
All right. I'm going to excuse myself for just 1 second, you all. Got a ladies' room.
Well, so you didn't think for 36 months?
And with that, we also have to celebrate. So I think both of those sound effects are appropriate for that hearing right there. So it looks like they're taking a small little break. We got the next individual coming up. What do you guys think this guy did?
Sir, we'll be with you in just a moment, okay?
Yeah.
What did this dude do? Let's see what it is. Oh. You see, what was the remainder of the time? Let me double check. Hold up. Let me see, man. Everybody's saying that he has the same thing. Robbery. Great call, Brian. Hey, gracias, Brian. I'm checking. I'm trying to check 4 years. I'll confirm right now when is in the sentences. So the longest they could hold him is until 2030. February 16, 2030. So let me see. 3.5 years. No, I think it's closer to 5 years. Burglary, manslaughter, I believe. Let's see. Violence,
recording in progress.
Okay, they're on. Shh, be quiet.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Could you please state your name and DLC number for the record?
Alex Thornton, 119941.
Did anybody catch that? I couldn't
Mr.
hear.
Thornton, my name is Miss Lathan. And on the camera with me are my colleagues, Mrs. Fields and Mr. James. And we are the 3 parole board members who are responsible for conducting your parole eligibility hearing today. I understand that you met the board before and you got a deferment. Is that correct?
This is the first time I've seen the board.
Thank you, guys.
Is this the first time you've
That's
seen the board?
04. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, let me go back and look at this because I thought I had saw where you had met a board before, but that's okay. Yeah, you violated parole before. So you've been on parole before, but you didn't meet a parole board. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I can't hear you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So long we're clear on that, that's fine. So this is your first time before the parole board. So let me talk to you a little bit about what's going to happen today, okay? We're going to go
bad charges.
and look at the crimes that you committed and the reason why you are before us today. We will talk about any prior periods of supervision that you had and how you violated the conditions of your parole. We'll talk about any prior periods of incarceration or anything on your prior record before these offenses.
He's been in prison since
Then
1995.
we'll talk about programs that you've done, anything that you have completed that you feel like might be able to help you in the event that you're granted parole supervision and allowed to return to society. We will talk about disciplinaries that you have and give you an opportunity to explain those. Because this is an opportunity for parole, we will go into questioning where we are wanting information on what your future plans are. We'll discuss, where you'll live, where you'll work. Do you have support in the community? Those type of things.
Yup, 30 years.
Once we are finished asking you questions, we will give you an opportunity to address us at that period of time. If there's information that you feel like is pertinent to the decision-making process, we'll give you an opportunity to talk to us and say what you want to say at that point in time. Then we'll go off camera. We'll discuss your case. We'll come back and we'll give you a decision. I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can hear you now. Thank you, sir. At any point in time, if you don't understand a question that we ask or you want us to repeat something, just say, ma'am or sir, can you please repeat that? We'll be happy to repeat the question or explain it to you where you can have a clear hearing, a clear and a fair hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir.
So he has bad
First, I'm going
charges.
to read information that's on your residential record card. You'll have an opportunity to let me know whether or not that information is accurate. However, in the event that there are discrepancies, you need to talk to the people with the Department of Corrections. The parole board does not correct residential record cards.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. I have you listed as 52-year-old Alex C. Thornton, DOC number 199941. You are currently in medium custody at the Luke the Lucky Correctional Complex, where you are serving a 45-year sentence after being convicted of burglary second degree with the PFO second enhancement, burglary second degree with the PFO second enhancement, rape first degree criminal attempt sex crime with the PFO second enhancement, unlawful imprisonment first degree with the PFO first enhancement, 3 counts concurrent, assault first degree violent crime with the PFO first enhancement, burglary first violent crime with a PFO first enhancement, rape first criminal attempt violent crime sex crime with the PFO first enhancement.
Unlawful imprisonment was the first charge.
You have served approximately 30 years and 7 months on this sentence. You have approximately 6 years remaining. You do not have any good time loss. You was on parole from 2002 until 2004. You violated the conditions of your supervision. You do not have any detainers. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about the crimes. I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct.
We're going to talk about the crimes in which you have been convicted of and the reason why you are before the board today. So, first of all, you had a PFO second enhancement on these charges, which lets us know that you had been in trouble before. That information is accurate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in 1994, on the 94 CR 17112 indictment, you were convicted of burglary second, rape first, criminal attempt sex crime. Can you please tell us what you did to be convicted of those offenses?
I was driving my mom's truck. I didn't have a license. Hit somebody in a panic. I got out of the truck and I ran. The helicopter was already on me. They was looking for me. I ran in a bush. Then I seen I was bleeding real bad and I needed to get somewhere. So the victim had a door open and she was watering the grass. And I took off running in the house and I asked her, could she have me? And she said no. So I went to run up the steps. She pulled me back. and I swung multiple times, and then I took off running again. I swung again at her. Then I ran up the steps and got underneath her bed and waited. And then like 2 minutes later, the police was there. Went to the Jefferson County Jail, waited. Then they gave me a direct saying that they're automatically sending me to the grand jury. 2 weeks later, they hit me with a PFO first.
Okay, well, that doesn't tell us, where does the criminal attempt to commit rape come in? Because I haven't heard you say anything about that yet.
When I was swinging on her repeatedly, I ripped her shirt.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
They said there was no rape kit, nothing done, but I took full responsibility for my actions for going in this woman's house. It's my fault. I wasn't supposed to go in this woman's house, and I'm wrong. But I did everything I could do. I came, pleaded guilty, because my attorney had told me, don't take this to trial. And I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I pled guilty to PFO 1. They enhanced me, came, went through my program. And they told me if I didn't go through my program, I wouldn't be able to see the parole board.
What was your victim's name?
I don't know, ma'am.
Well, your crime story specifically says that during the course of this attack, you attempted to engage in sexual intercourse with her.
She had her clothes on. I had my clothes on. She had her pants on. Everything.
What about her shirt?
Okay. All right, sir. So you enter a guilty plea to these charges and you get sentenced.
Rightfully
and
so.
your original sentence is 15 years, PFO second. That's what you get on the original sentence. Then in 2002, you're granted parole, correct?
Correct.
So you're out on parole.
So he did 7 years.
And in 2004, what happens?
Oh, I was talking about the 2004 incident.
Oh, no, I was talking to you about the 1994 incident.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I ran through her house, grabbed a briefcase. I didn't know she was there. I grabbed it, tried to make my way out, and we struggled with her briefcase. I dropped the briefcase, and I hit her and jumped out the window. The police caught me going down the street.
Did you try to rape her?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. So it's still the same story. You're still saying that in this 1994 case, you didn't attempt to rape this lady.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So now we've discussed that. You get out on parole. You're on parole for a couple of years. And in 2004, you get arrested and get indicted and convicted again of an unlawful imprisonment, an assault first-degree violent crime, a burglary first-degree, and a rape first-degree criminal attempt violent crime. So this is a whole nother crime.
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do in 2004?
Nothing.
Driving my mom's truck, didn't have my driver's license. I wrecked, jumped out of the truck, took off running. The helicopter was already on me.
Okay.
Ran in the bushes. I see that her door is open. So I ran in. She asked me what I was doing. Told her, could she please have me? She wouldn't have me. I took off running. She grabbed me again. I repeatedly punched her over and over. Then I ran up the steps, but her shirt ripped in the process.
Did you rip her pants?
That I could recall, ma'am. I know I did her shirt.
Were her children at home?
They was behind the couch. They got left.
Yeah, two small children were hiding behind the couch.
Damn.
Yes, ma'am.
And you punched her You had severely beat her. You punched her in the left side of her face, and she had multiple broken bones.
I didn't do that.
Why did you do this to this woman?
Her face fell. It hit the floor.
No excuse at all. I panicked and was trying to get away from the police. But there's no excuse. I take full responsibility.
No, you don't. No accountability whatsoever. No insight. Nothing. Nada.
Mr. Thornton.
Ma'am.
I have, I don't know any reason why the Commonwealth Attorney in 2 cases would say that you attempted to rape somebody and you didn't.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you entered a guilty plea both times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, when you go to court, after you enter a guilty plea, and the judge asks you, what did you do before they accept your guilty plea? You have to tell them something. And they accepted your guilty plea.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. So you're admitting that you entered a guilty plea to committing these offenses against these 2 women.
Yes, ma'am.
My lawyer told me to do that. It was my lawyer's fault.
So before you get convicted of either one of these charges, you had a juvenile record. You had a wanton endangerment, 2nd degree, public intoxication, theft by unlawful taking. Do you remember being in trouble as a juvenile?
Nope.
Couple times.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So was that enough to let you know that you were heading down the wrong direction?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at any point in time try to make an effort in changing your lifestyle?
No, ma'am.
Right. You know how I know that? Because
Finally, unless about
then
something.
in 1990, as soon as you turn 18, you get this fraudulent use of credit card. You progress to burglary, 3rd, complicity, 2 counts. You get time in prison for that in 1991. You get out. Soon, you're out for a little while. You get in trouble again. You get assault 4th degree, a burglary. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes, ma'am.
And your crimes are steadily escalating. They're getting worse and worse every time. So that's how I know that you had made a sincere effort to try to do any better. And you were on parole on an offense when you committed the new offenses.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So what do you have to say about that?
To the victim, I'm extremely sorry. I take full responsibility. I think about it every day, and I'm really sorry for it. And I'm sorry for the pain I put her and her family through.
What type of impact do you think that your crimes caused on those 2 children?
A lot. It was something that they didn't need to see.
I'll talk to you a little bit more about your 2 female victims in a minute. But, you all are, you're incarcerated and they have programs down there that are available. And the great thing about the Department of Corrections is you get those programs for free. But you have 2 kids out here who have suffered trauma, 2 women who have suffered trauma. And if they ever need help, they got paid for their programs.
Yeah.
They probably are suffering some type of turmoil today as a result of what happened to them years ago. So let's talk about the programs that you've done while you've been incarcerated and how you feel like these programs may benefit you in the event that you are granted parole supervision. So you've done, let me look at this. You've done MRT, Untangling Relationships, regular MRT, Go Further. Oh, you got a GD?
Yes, ma'am.
Good for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You must be very proud of that.
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, all of the programs that you've done, you should be really proud of your, successfully completing those programs.
Yes, ma'am.
You also did the sex offender treatment program, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did that program, I want to know specifically what you learned about the impact your crimes caused on your victims.
Task 4 was probably the hardest task. It was it shows you and it goes into detail the long-term damage that you could cause, and then you have to play the victim, and it was kind of hard, and it makes you see what's really going on.
So what was really going on?
I think that I destroyed the kid's life in the long run. I think that I destroyed the victim's life. I don't know if she has nightmares or what she's going through, if she's going through counseling. I don't know. But I know it caused a long-term damage.
Yeah, and you know what? We talked about the sex offense, and you indicated that, you told us that you didn't do a attempt to do a sex offense, which it was a criminal attempt. It was not an actual rape first degree.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what? You beat these women severely. What were you so angry about?
I don't know, ma'am. I just know the second time I was trying to get away, but that's no excuse at all.
Yeah, you have to be really, really angry about something to beat somebody to this capacity.
Yes, ma'am.
So also you did have to take some criminal responsibility in the sex offender treatment program. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thornton, what is your understanding of what the board could do to you today?
My understanding is I could get served out. I could go home. It's up to y'all, but I mean, I know that I could get served out.
Why should we grant you the privilege of parole supervision?
I like to go back to society, do the right thing. I'm going to keep a job. This 20 years woke me up. I ain't never did a stretch like this, and it showed me some things, and I felt that I worked on. I like to get home to my mother. I like to get back to church and do what I'm supposed to do. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry, miss, but I know what it seems like, but my mom didn't raise no heathen. She didn't. She's a great woman, and I know better than the things that I do.
Yeah. And I don't think that your mother raised a heathen.
No,
I don't
ma'am.
think that at all.
No, ma'am.
What I think is that you've made some very poor choices that
Yes,
have had a
ma'am.
great impact on your life and other people's lives. That's what I think.
Yes, ma'am.
But, what is also important for us to realize is that you've been incarcerated, you've done a significant amount of time, and, you said you want to go home and the board wants you to go home too. But what we don't want you to do is come back. And that's what you
Yes,
did
ma'am.
before.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you did before you came back.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but you were out for 2 years. What was going good for you those 2 years that you were on parole?
I had a job. I had my own place.
Mhm.
I worked a lot of hours. I worked at Swift's. It's a meat pipe. I was doing all right for myself. I had my little bank account. I didn't ask nobody for nothing.
So those would be some of the things that you will be expected to do if you're granted parole again.
Yes, ma'am.
In the event that you're granted parole, where do you intend to live?
I got a place with my mother right now, father, in Oldham County. It's in Crestwood.
Woodchipper.
That's a very nice area.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have a home placement with your mother and father in Crestwood.
Yes, ma'am.
Crestwood? Always up to good?
Do you have vocational skills or anywhere you can work?
Yes, ma'am. The church, they already have employment for me.
Okay.
Oh, I would be leaving
What
the
church is
church.
that?
I'll be out. I'm dipping if this dude starts
First
working there.
Baptist Greencastle, and then they just built another church on Murphy Lane.
Ashley.
Do you have a substance abuse problem?
I don't drink, ma'am. I've never been charged with drinking, smoking weed. I don't drink.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
The
yeah.
offenses that you have been convicted of happened in Jefferson County. Do you have any reason to go to Jefferson County?
No, ma'am, unless I'm working. No, ma'am.
Sounds fancy.
So you said the church has employment for you. Is this employment? You said unless you're working. Is this employment in Jefferson County?
I can find employment in Oldham County, but the church that my mom and dad go to it's on Murphy Lane. It's borderline.
On
Like
the bottom line of Oldham
County.
and Jefferson?
Yes, ma'am.
And Crestwood is in LaGrange, Kentucky?
It's a little up.
Like
It's
real close to LaGrange, Crestwood, Kentucky, or whatever. Yeah, I'm familiar.
10 minutes apart.
They don't have any churches there that you can go to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just asking because
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know, if this had happened to me, I wouldn't want to see your face.
Yes,
I wouldn't
ma'am.
want to run into you in Walmart, Thornton, Speedway, nowhere.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that these women would recognize you if they saw your face?
I don't know. I had long braids then.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about that. Do you have any mental health concerns? Anything we should be concerned about?
No, ma'am. No medications. Nothing.
I noticed that when I'm looking at these program recommendations, I don't ever see where you were recommended to do MRT anger management.
I felt that before I left the prison system that I needed to get that completed. And out of all the classes and programs that I took, I felt that anger management was something that I needed.
Well,
And
talk to us about that because you did complete it.
I went to my UA and I asked her, and she said, "Well, you're not on it." And I said, "If you could get me in it, I would appreciate it." And she said, "Well, I'll look into it." So like 2 weeks passed. I asked her again. She was like,
"Be right back."
Nothing. So I went to the lady myself, the teacher, and she said she would let me in, and she let me in. And in anger management, I felt that the program works if you work it. And I took my time and I worked anger management and I completed it.
So previously, when I was talking to you about your anger and about the amount of anger you had to have built up in you to beat your victims this badly.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the root of your anger? Did you ever learn that?
Well, I learned that when you let things build up inside, it's a bad thing. And I have a problem with that. Somebody will do something to me or I have a problem, I'll let it build up and I won't sit and talk about it.
Okay, well, let's talk about how we can not let things build up like that again. So remember when I was talking to you about mental health and possibly seeing someone, do you think that if you get parole, do you have a problem with doing a mental health assessment and going and sitting down and talking to somebody and telling them about some of the things that you think and feel and possibly go back if you need to have self-talk?
I have no problem at all.
Okay. Or maybe somebody can give you some strategies for self-talk.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that sound like a good plan to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to write that down. Okay, Mr. Thornton, I feel like I have covered all the information that I needed to you. I do want to acknowledge that the parole board received many letters of support on your behalf and that you have a parole plan that is very detailed and thorough. So I wanted to acknowledge that as well, sir. I am going to turn the floor over to my colleagues to see if they have any questions that they may want to ask you. I'll start with Mrs. Fields. Do you have any questions for Mr. Thornton?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Thornton, for answering all of Ms. Lathan's questions and being so honest and thorough with your questions. Y'all had a good conversation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Mr. James, do you have any questions for Mr. Thornton?
I do not have any questions for Mr. Thornton. You've been quite thorough.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thornton, it appears that my colleagues are satisfied with the questions and answers that you have given. Before we go off camera and discuss your case, is there anything that you would like to say to us before we go off camera?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to see y'all. 20 was a long ride for me. I didn't even think I was going to get a chance to see y'all. And I just want to say thank y'all.
Okay, sir. If you'll remain seated, we're going to go off camera, discuss your case. We'll come back and render a decision.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir.
Recording stopped.
Hey, so what do you guys think? Did I miss anything? I had to go to use the restroom and get some water and some snacks. Why do you think they like him? You see, why are the violent ones being let out? That's what I'm saying. He's gonna get it now. What? Hell no. Oh, they still haven't cut the camera screen. Let me see. Dang, he's gonna get paroled. All right, so let me move this thing over here so you guys can keep track of it. So we are waiting for the decision. This is live for anybody that just stepped in. And also remember, please, if you can, please, por favor, if you guys go hit that subscribe button, remember, it's free 99. And also share it if you can. Share it with your loved ones, the people you don't love, anybody and everyone. Right now, I'm still not ready to release the state that we're in right now, just because last week we had some issues with me getting kicked out of these hearings. So for the moment, it's going to be anonymous, but it is real. What are the charges? So Amanda, so this guy, some burglaries and some attempted raping of two different individuals, two different charges. He was let out of prison in 2000 and he did 7 years in 90. He went in 95. He got out in 2002. He stayed out for 2 years, did the same thing all over again, and tried to do the same thing. But he said he was just punching the lady. He didn't try to take her shirt off, but it was just ripped off. I hate when that happens. It's it could happen. Yeah. If you're in Bobby's world. And if you're in Bobby's world, you know what world that is. Let me see. I know it's bad, but I think he did his time and learned from it. Jonathan Smith, I agree. All right. Hey, well, all right. Hopefully, if they do let him out, then hopefully he's not up to the same things. He's going to be living in a nice little neighborhood with a bunch of temptation around. But I will tell you this: times have changed, and people have. They have cameras now, so let me see. Does Tennessee? No, Tennessee does not do these hearings. Not that I'm aware of, but I'll double check. I checked all the states in the United States, and there's only about 11 or 12 of them that I'm aware of. There might be a little bit more, but at the current time, that Tennessee is not one of the states that I'm aware of them offering it. Let me see right here. What do you guys think? Do you guys think he's gonna let him out? Do you guys think they should keep him a little bit longer? What are your thoughts? Unlimited money rights he's getting out. Danny and Holmes, they are like that with everyone. Brian writes he's not getting out. James, I was sub to you and had to resubscribe today. I don't know why. Thank you, highly appreciate it. Milkman writes he served his time. Megan writes they'll let him out. Unfortunately, Let me see what. Hey, thank you, Megan. Appreciate that glitter badge that you just sent over. Danny says deny. Liz says nope. Eleanor from the UK says I think they will let him out. All right. Well, on the last people that they let out, they came back quickly. So hopefully they don't come back quick enough. But did you guys believe anything that was coming out of his mouth? To me, it was just like I felt like he was deflecting. He wasn't taking any accountability. He was just deny. It's like, man, you took a deal already. Like, why deny it for? You did what you did. Own up to what you did, and try to not make the same decisions. I'm not gonna say mistake, because when you do something like spilling the water, that's a mistake. Leaving the toilet seat up, that's a mistake. Like doing what he did, that's a decision. Let me see. Somebody wrote denied everything. Ashley writes he had a hard time explaining his crimes. Yup. Let me see. Florida man at Pink Poodle, is that your dog in the profile picture? Is it? Let me see here. Ange writes he's dangerous. I wish they keep him. Let me see. Unlimited money. He's getting out 100%. Juan Gomez writes I don't think he is. Kim B, I think he's gonna get it. Let me see. Eleanor, sure, right, I read that one already. Ange, exactly. I hope they don't. Claudia, no, hopefully. All right, and I think the support letters will help. He had support letters? Damn, I couldn't write a letter for that. Hell nah. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even be picking up the phone calls. All the letters, if somebody wrote to me, a return to sender, I no longer live here no more. Don't contact me. I moved away to Tahiti. We don't know each other anymore. But that's just me. I guess I guess like if you have like a son or daughter or a brother or luckily I haven't been in that type of situation. But I think at that point, I'm just going to cut them off. Like whatever, it is what it is. Hey, it was nice knowing you, but not really anymore. We got to part ways. Megan writes, they didn't work for that. They didn't work for my brother. Oh yeah, your brother, right? You mentioned that he went in for theft. All right, they're back. They are back. The moment the truth is here. Da da da.
Recording in progress.
Okay, Mr. Thornton, can you see and hear us?
Yep.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The board has made a decision, and based off of the information we have available and the information that you provided during your interview, it is going to be this board's decision to recommend that your parole be reinstated.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Caldwell, you've been on parole before. There's going to be lots of conditions of parole. You're going to have some different conditions because of the sex offenses. Lots of conditions. We expect you to abide by every condition that your parole officer gives you.
Yes,
however, we have some that we are placing special emphasis on. You must not have any contact with your victims or your victim's family without permission of the probation and parole officer in advance. I would just say stay away from your victims.
Yes, ma'am.
You must complete any programs deemed necessary by the Division of Probation and Parole. Somehow or another, I have generated a restitution. I don't know where that came from. You must seek a mental health assessment in the community and follow those treatment recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, you must complete sex offender treatment aftercare recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, this is your opportunity. One thing that you said when I asked you if you knew what the board could do to you, and you said serve us out, serve me out. We couldn't serve you out today, but we could have certainly given you a 60-month deferment, which would have just about served you out. We believe that you've earned this opportunity. We want to give you the opportunity to go out in the community and do good, sir.
Appreciate you.
Take this seriously. If you
Yes.
come back before the board, they won't be as kind to you.
No, if you come
Yes,
back,
ma'am.
you'll
know.
probably be eligible for a serve out, and I can almost guarantee you that's what
You'll get it.
Yes, ma'am.
You can
All
do
right.
it, Alex. You can do it, Alex.
You can do it.
You can do it.
I appreciate it.
All right, sir.
Go out and
Thank
do
you.
good things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex.
Yes, sir.
Don't say anything to anybody about you being paroled. Don't say anything to anybody. Just keep it to
Just go
yourself.
out.
All right. Yes, sir.
You guys heard that? Hey, don't tell nobody he got
Thank you.
paroled. All right.
All right. Thank
Don't
you.
tell nobody. Hey, so right now, if you're on TikTok,
Recording stopped.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna have to shut it down because my device is about to shut down. I only got 3%. So I'm gonna switch out. I got another device right here. I'm gonna swap it out. And we'll be back like in 2 seconds. All right. And hey, hit the subscribe button so you can find my the stream a lot sooner. All right.
Records and see if we can process you today. If not, I'm not waiting till tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna get to go home.
Yep. Today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. I'm ready for the last one.
Last one.
Let's go.
Knock it out, Mr. James.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. James.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you give us your name and number for the record, please?
Daniel Moreland, 236267.
Mr. Moreland, my name is Mr. James. My colleagues on the screen there, Mrs. Lathan and Mrs. Fields. And the three of us will be conducting your parole eligibility hearing today.
Yes, sir.
Looks like this will be your first parole hearing ever?
Yes.
Okay, so let me kind of give you the format of how it's going to flow. I will start out by reading your record card. It's got a lot of information about you on there, and we want to make sure all that's correct.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll go from there and directly into your crime stories, your convictions, and we'll have you discuss in detail. Tell us what you did.
Yes, sir.
Just want to forewarn you on these sex crimes. A lot of people try to beat around the bush and give us these vague answers, but we want details and what you did. We've already read it, so you might as well just tell us what you did.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
After I talk to you and interview you about the crime story, I will segue from that to looking at your criminal history. My colleagues might have some questions for you related to your crime story.
Did they say his name yet?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody catch his name?
We look at your criminal history. We might go through that and see some things we want to talk about. We have to give us some more clarifications on what you did.
Yes, sir.
Next, we'll look at your institutional behavior. If
Yes,
you've got any disciplinary since you've been there, and we might have you talk. If you did, we might have you talk about those in detail. If you did. Then we'll look at programming you might have availed yourself to since you've been locked up.
Yes, sir.
If you completed any programming, we might have you talk about that in detail. Explain to us what you learned from them, what the takeaways were.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the event that we would parole you, which is no guarantee, we'd have you talk about your parole plan.
Yes, sir.
If you have the privilege of getting parole, where you're going to be living at, how you're going to support yourself, how you're going to feed yourself, and
Yes,
then
sir.
any additional programs you might be taking to help you with the reentry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, give you a pretty good clear picture of how it's going to flow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me read your record card, man. You are Daniel Moreland. Your number is 236267.
Yes, sir.
You are medium custody at Luther Luckett. You're 37 years of age. Sir, you are serving a 15-year sentence for sexual abuse, first degree, violent crime, sex crime, 2 counts. Rape first, violent crime, sex crime, and then sexual abuse first degree, violent crime, sex crime. You have served 13 years and 9 months. You have 11 months and 25 days remaining on your to be served. Looks like you have a loss of 259 days of meritorious good time, and you do not have any detainers. Believe you were on probation for these charges too, right? You got out on these charges.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
And then you violated probation.
I violated it because I went home I absconded and went home. My mom had cancer.
Hold on. Let me before you get started. You're taking over my interview, man.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, and I want you to calm down because I noticed you're kind of answering some questions before I'm done talking. Calm down. Just calm down. There'll be opportunity for you to speak, but don't cut me off. Okay. All right. So, yes, you were on probation and you violated, and your violations were failure to cooperate with parole officer, leaving the area of supervision without permission of your parole officer, violation of supplemental conditions of supervised for sex offender, and failure to report, change in home address. So those were your violations. That's why they violated you, okay? So you've been back since, let's see here. You've been back since April of 2021. Is that accurate? Okay. All right, Mr. Moorhead, talk to us about your crimes, man. You got the sexual abuse first. You got 2 counts of that, and the rape first.
Damn.
The sexual abuse first degree. I was at my dad's house with my girlfriend's son, Dillard Poor, and I was tickling him, and I started playing with his penis.
Wait,
and he told me to stop, and I stopped.
Crickets?
So,
he doesn't even know what to ask anymore. He's like, he got derailed with that answer. I went blank also.
what was the lead up to that? What was, I mean, where did all this come from?
When I was a kid, I was sexually molested when I was a kid, and I don't know if that's what did it, but I don't know. I know what I did was wrong. I take full responsibility for what I did. And it just, I really don't know what led to it. I guess I had a fantasy for kids at the time or something. But since I took the SOTP on the street and completed it and graduated it, I've learned a lot. I learned a lot from that. And now I believe if I got out and got into a structured home or something, I'd be able to make it. I mean, because I wouldn't do that again. I mean, putting myself in their shoes, I know what they're going through.
Scout Towner?
Was this your first victim? First victim like that? Was that your first victim, or had you had any other children you did that to?
My niece and nephew, I babysitted them at night, and I started fondling them.
Okay. Your niece and nephew. Now, who are your nieces and nephews?
Gage and Earl Gage Brumley and Jasmine Ann Brumley.
So what did you do to Jasmine? What was it you did to Jasmine?
I played with their vagina.
Okay.
Thank you for
said,
sharing.
You had this attraction to little kids,
Yes.
children at that age?
Yes, sir.
Even at 4 years of age, they know that you're doing something wrong. That they realize that that's wrong.
Yes.
Most parents teach their kids to recognize that that's a wrong behavior for
Yes,
anyone
sir.
to touch you like that inappropriately.
Yes, sir. And like I said, I take full responsibility for it. I really got sympathy for them kids because of what I did to them. And like I said, I put myself in their shoes, and from doing the SOTP and all these, I'm into thinking for good right now. I got 3 more tasks to do on that, and I'll be done with that. But from them 2 classes, I mean, I put myself in their shoes and I see what they're going through, and I mean, I deserve to be killed for that, man. I don't deserve to have prison.
But talk about the rape. Talk to us about the rape charge. The rape charge. Man.
Now he's talking.
I had fingered my nephew. I had put my finger in his anus.
And what was his name?
Earl Gage Brumley.
Okay. And how old was he?
He was, I think he was 7 at the time. My niece was 6 and he was 7.
Okay. So these crimes happened against these crimes you committed were against your niece and your nephew.
Yes, and my girlfriend's son.
Okay, so you had 3 victims.
Yeah.
That he was caught for. I'm pretty sure he has some that they don't know about. You know, this whole prison right here, it's I guess, I mean, there's just nothing but these type of individuals there.
So talk to us about what is, you doing that. What kind of mental and emotional damage that you caused your victims?
Caused them more depression. I've caused them to where they can't trust nobody. You know, now like my niece and nephew, like my niece, she's having a hard time trusting men, and you know, and I know she thinks about it all the time. All of them do. They all think about it all the time, and they don't. I don't even be honest with you. I don't. They don't even want to be around me, and you know, I don't blame them. You know, I done them wrong, and I shouldn't have never done it, and I feel bad about it.
No, yeah, I could see the sympathy in your face.
Do you have any children?
No.
I was being sarcastic.
So do you have an attraction? Do you still have an attraction for small kids?
No,
Five
sir.
and why would you say you don't? And you did it. You said at one time you did, but now you don't. Why don't you?
Well, I mean, at the time I did. At that time I did. But now I feel like where I took that SOTP on the street, I've learned how to control my urges and how to cope with being around. If I had to be around a kid, how to be around them. Because now,
SOTP shows you how to treat your urges. I asked you a question.
Yeah.
It's not related to SOTP. It's related to how you perceive little children. Do you still, you had it? Is that a button you can, a switch you can turn on and off, or?
No, it's not.
So you still have
every now and then, yes, sir.
Attraction for little kids.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, at least he's being honest about it. This is a parole board
we'll
hearing.
Talk about what SOP is, you know, what you learn from that later on. Okay. All right.
They could only hold him for 11 more months, like somebody just mentioned. But hey, I'd rather keep him those 11 more months than letting him out today, possibly come, making some new victims tomorrow.
How long had all this been going on with your nieces and nephews?
Probably for about a year. It had been going on a year. Like I would talk to them and watch porn with them and stuff like that. And then I caught my sister gone one day when she wanted me to babysit, and that's when I literally actually went into the actual fence part. But everything else has been going on for about a year, watching porn, trying to watch porn with them and fondle them every now and then. But the penetration never happened until actually my sister went on vacation and asked me to watch the kids.
Hey, that's why it's important who you leave your kids with. If possible, I wouldn't leave them with anybody but yourself.
Okay, Mr. Moreland, I don't have any more questions related to your crimes. I think you've been pretty open about it. You were specific enough for me about what you did.
Yep, he groomed them. That is right, Ange. It was premeditated.
You don't have any criminal history except what we're looking at you.
Damn.
On. But what we're looking at is quite a bit.
I think they're going to let him go. Unfortunately, I don't want to say that, but the way these hearings been going today, he didn't deny it. He took accountability, which, like I said, I don't take any pride in saying that. But the way they've been making these decisions, they've been letting them go. Preferably not hold them at least the next 11 months.
Idea. Okay, well, in April of last year, we're looking at your disciplinary now. In April of last year, what was the possession of promoting dangerous contraband? What was that?
Or maybe they won't because he got a write-up. Let's see what he says about this.
Oh, okay.
I can't even remember what it was.
Hooch?
Yeah. I was holding it. Somebody was, I know it's going to sound weird, but somebody's paying me to hold it for them. And I got caught.
Well, you realize that you knew that was a violation though, right? That was a rule violation, right?
Yeah, I knew if I got caught, it was be on me. Yes, sir. I did. Mm-hmm. And that's why I took full responsibility and claimed it was mine.
So
He's been in prison since
You
2001.
got a bunch of refusing to obey orders. I got an idea, but I want you to tell us why you got all the refusing to obey orders.
Refusing the yard because of my charges. You know, people trying to check me in, going to PC, and I was going to PC, and they'd say, "Well, instead of going to PC, would you rather refuse the yard?" Because they always deny the PC hearings unless you got full, like unless you give names or something. And I'm not the type to give a name, so I just went ahead and refused the yard. You know, because
What was your reason? What was your reason for refusing the yard?
Cause of my charges. People kept I was at Southeast for a little bit and places like that, and they kept on telling me that they was going to beat me up if they didn't extort me. You know, they was extorting me, trying to take my money and all that. So I just went to the hole. I refused the bed assignment because I didn't want it to look like I was checking in. I didn't want them to see anything different.
So you've been at North Point. What about North Point? Did the same thing happen at North Point?
Same thing, yeah.
Okay.
And actually here it happened a couple times here until they moved me in the dorm I'm in now, and I've been in the dorm here since I think October, November. In the dorm I'm in now here, it ain't happened since I've been in this dorm here, but it did when I first got here. But it ain't happened since I've been in that dorm.
I hope they don't find out.
Been in that dorm now.
They don't find out about this hearing.
Okay.
I think it's October or November, one of the two.
Okay, so that pretty much explains all those refusals to obey order. You refused to go to the yard in fear that someone would
I think they
assault you
are.
or whatever based on the type of crime you committed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
So how's it going for you on that dorm now?
It's going good right now. I ain't had no problems or issues in there.
Yeah, those urges don't go away, Megan H. Once if you're attracted to that, that doesn't
Okay,
change.
so Mr. Moorhead, talk to us about.
Thank you for the follow, Mila.
Well, let me see here.
And if you guys could hit the subscribe button, I highly appreciate it. It's free 99. Also, sharing is caring. Share with your loved ones. Even share with people you don't love. Please, and por favor. Just in case they shut down the stream, you guys know where to get back to me.
That's interesting.
Interesting. What is interesting, James? Mr. James. Also, we are streaming this on YT at CollectCallFrom.
Why haven't you gotten into? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Did you apply for the SOTP program?
I applied for it here, and they sent an email to Frankfurt, and Frankfurt said where I had completed it on the street, I didn't have to do it in here anymore. They said I didn't have to do it. They got an email about it.
Yes,
you
I do.
Recommended for it. Let's see here. You got recommended for it back in June of 22. I'm sorry, yeah, 22.
Yes, sir. But when I got here, I was on the list to get in it, and they literally took me off the list because they said that where I completed on the street, Frankfurt let them know that I completed on the street, and I didn't have to do it in here. But I'm willing, if I get out, I'm willing to do it again on the street. I'm willing to do it again.
Willing to do what on the street?
I'm willing to do it.
Have you ever done a SOTP program?
Yes, on the street. Yes, sir. I graduated in 2020 through Centerstone.
Talk to us about that program. What your takeaways and how you could apply the program.
Well, when I get out, I'm going. My coping skills are like when I would go to the store here or anywhere when I was out on the street. If I walk into an aisle and a kid was there, I turn around and go back out. I've learned from that program. I learned like how to control, get a hold of my support system. But one of my support systems has passed away now. I'm gonna have to find another support system. She passed away last May.
You can find her. Just go to the same place she's at.
My brother, I'm gonna work on getting him as my support system. He's real good. He was real good, and but I've learned that being a sex offender is a wrong thing to do. I mean, I take like I said, I took full responsibility then, and I'm taking full responsibility now for what I did, and I don't want to be that person. That's why any classes I can get into on the street, I don't care what classes it is, what I got to do. I want to get in there and better myself. I want mental health. I want to go to mental health. If I ain't even gonna lie, if I have to go to Eastern State Hospital for however long, I'll do that. But I won't be out on the street. And I know how bad what I did to them kids was wrong. I mean, I know that. Down deep in my heart, I know it was wrong. And like I said, I shouldn't even be in prison. I should have been dead. Their parents, my sister and my brother-in-law,
Silver bullet.
should have killed me right there.
Yep.
I mean, or beat me to death or something. You know, I mean, that's the way I feel about it. I mean,
It's not too late.
I just don't feel like I should have been put in prison.
You don't feel like you lost me again. Why you don't feel like you should have been put in prison?
Because I feel like I should be killed. I mean, I felt like the victim's parents should have killed me for what I done. You know, this is, to be honest, to them, this is a lenient, you know, I feel like to my victims and to my sister and my brother-in-law that this is the most lenient sentence that I got, you know, the most lenient punishment instead of death. They should have killed me.
Truest things he's ever said today.
So it sounds like you have some genuine remorse for what you did.
He's suicidal. I think he's
you
suicidal.
Understand the totality of what you did.
Hold him, because he's saying.
Of course, we don't want anybody to kill you. That's not what we want for you.
What do you guys think about
treatment.
that?
You need treatment.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. When I get out, I'll do it again. I mean, I want to be put in a group home or a structured home somewhere where I'm watched 24/7. I don't even look. I don't want no internet. I don't want no phone. I don't want anywhere that's got any kind of internet or nothing. I don't want nothing. I'm done with it. I go to church now. I gave my life to God, and I'm trying to live a Christian life. I don't want to commit no more crimes. I mean, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to come back, but I don't know if I could. You know what I'm saying? I know I won't come back on.
You're not a bad person, sir. You just committed a crime against children, who are the most vulnerable people in our society. That's what you did.
Yes.
That's what makes it so. That's what makes it so. You know, I don't know what words would capture it, but it makes it so serious because they were little children.
Yup.
Who are vulnerable.
Absolutely.
And we're supposed to be protecting them, not doing that to them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sir, if you were given an opportunity of parole, what's your parole? You have a plan?
Yes, sir. I've been talking to Miss Dow here, the release coordinator, and I'm wanting to go to a transitional house because my mother passed away in May. That was my support system I was telling you about a while ago. She passed away in May of leukemia. So I can't go there. So I think Miss Dow was going to get me into a group home or something like that. I want to do all the treatments I can get. I'll do AA, NA, Alcohol Anonymous. I do want mental health. I do want to do to go to a not a mental hospital, but I want to be able to do at least 2 or 3 visits a week at like Centerstone or a mental place. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna lie, I got mental problems, and I'm on psych medication as of today, as we speak. I'm on psych medication.
Okay. All right. Are you talking to someone now? Are you having some sit down talks with people right now?
I do.
Counseling?
Yes, sir. They talk to me every 90 days. Every 90 days they talk to me here.
Okay. And where's this place at that you wanted to parole to? Where's it at?
Miss Dow. Where's that place at? It's in Lexington, sir.
Okay, Fayette County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the name of it again?
What's the name of it, ma'am?
There's a few that we're looking at.
There's a few that she's looking at.
Okay. What's that 306 Alex Lane? What's that?
306 Alex Lane, you say?
That was one of the transitional houses she had found.
Okay.
Okay, 306 Alex Lane.
Okay, Daniel. You have any skills that you can utilize to help you as far as getting a job or?
Well, I was going to try to get back on my Social Security check, but I also really want to try myself without doing that. I want to work. I'm a small engine repair mechanic. I work on small engines. you know, and I want to try to get that back going too, and I still want to work, but because I don't want to get out there and have to depend on Social Security. I want to depend on myself. I want to get a job. If I have to get a job at Kroger or somewhere like that, I want to depend on myself. I don't want to have to depend on the state. I don't want to have to depend on the government to pay me. I want to get my own, you know, I want to show that I earn my money.
Okay. Okay, Daniel, that's all the questions I have for you. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Ms. Lathan?
Can you hear me? I just want to thank you for cooperating and answering all the questions, and I don't have anything. Thank you, Mr. James.
Wait, what?
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Fields?
I just have one clarification. Or Mr. Moreland, now the victims, they were your, what was the relationship?
My niece and nephew, ma'am.
Your niece and nephew. Was one of them?
One of them was my niece and two of them was my niece and nephew, and the other one was my girlfriend's son.
Okay. All right. So what's the relationship now with the family of those victims?
I have not had no contact with them, and I don't know if this is the wrong thing to say, but I really don't want to have contact with them because I know if I do that it's going to hurt me and it's going to hurt them, and I don't really want any contact.
Yeah, that's a good answer, sir. And thank you again for answering all Mr. James' questions today.
It's a tough
Okay,
job.
Daniel, that concludes the interview portion of your hearing. But before my colleagues and myself break for deliberation, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
Like I said, I want to be able to do classes and get out there and better myself. And, you know, I just ask that, if I do get parole, that y'all will make sure that I am supervised very well and that, you know, I don't want to have to come back to this place, and I want to be able to get more treatment through the SOTP again. I'm going to redo it again on the street if I have to. If y'all want me to do it, I'll redo it. So, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moreland, just remain seated there, and we're going to go to our break room, and we'll be back with you.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. So they're going to take a
Recording
break.
stopped.
They're going to take a break, and then they should be back in a few, and they'll let us know what the outcome of this hearing is going to be. For anybody that's wondering, this is a live board of parole hearing. I also got this stream running on my other platform. Here's the information, just in case you want to jump over, or if if it happens to go down, because I just got another restriction right now. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see that right there. But over here on the other platform, we got 49 people watching. On this other one, we got 200. So if you guys could jump over to the other one, highly appreciated. If you guys could follow, I would highly appreciate it also. You know, it's free 99, doesn't cost you anything to follow, and it'll definitely help me out. We're trying to get into that algorithm, to that front page. Also, if you guys know anybody that would probably benefit from this for this type of stream, you know, share it. Whether you like them or not, just send it to them, and then, you know, let them figure it out for themselves if they want to jump over here. All right. So I just got flagged. I'm gonna go ahead and start it back up. All right, I'll be right back. Oh no, I think they cut it. Hold on. Let me see here. All right, if you're on over here already on YT, then you guys already know that it's all good. Hopefully they don't ban me. It'll be no bueno. All right. What do you guys think over here that are there on the YouTube side? Do you guys feel like he should be paroled? Has he done enough time? Well, what are your feelings on it? If you guys don't mind, you know, sharing here in the chat. Let me see. He's given up. He's done. Tracy, desert for him, middle of nowhere. Put him on the island with the rest of him. Ange put a little writing hand. 1812. Put him in the gone. What's that gone? Gone? No sé. Let me see. Envy writes, I will let they will let him out. Damn, I know, unfortunately. Let me see. Janet, I can hear you on That's right. Hell yeah. So I'm talking about Janet. Thank you for jumping over. Let me see. Cat writes, keep him. Envy, I think they will let him out. Ange, I think he understands it's bad and wrong, but I don't think I think you know what he knows it's wrong, but he's probably gonna do it again. That's the problem. Unlimited money, Woodchipper, hell yeah. Parole to the Woodchipper, that's the way to go. Parole to the Woodchipper, then to the just incinerate it. No need for a funeral. Let me see. Never enough time for someone like that. Yup. Alma, they need to keep him. M-Star, a prison medical facility. I like that right there. Yeah. And exactly. I like the way you think, M-Star Media. All right. So if you're just joining up right now, you probably came over from the last stream. My apologies. Unfortunately, the police is on me right now. So I got to shut it down and really open it back up. Somebody wrote, he will definitely reoffend. Somebody wrote, take him out. Let me make the thing a little bit bigger so I can read the names. Chelsea wrote, he will definitely reoffend. Take him out. Shelly. All right. And we're up to 73 again. Oh, damn, we got 70 on each platform. So that's pretty cool. All right, so for those of you that are curious, I try to do these streams Monday through Friday. I'm not able to participate in them every time that I do the streams, but I do have them running. Like right now, I'm doing a simultaneous stream. We got Utah and we got this other state here. So we're always running these border parole hearings. And let me see here, Shelly and not release him. Brittany, thank you for sharing that. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Spread the word. Like this, information like this. I'm glad that dude, when he spoke, he opened. They're back. I'm glad he spoke freely because it gives you insight on what goes through his mind and what to look for when you're dealing with individuals like that. And it could be anybody. You don't know, a teacher, cousin, friend, father, grandpa, anybody. Everybody's a suspect. You just never know.
Recording in progress.
To interview with you, and I want to point out that we did appreciate your being candid with us about what you did, and we appreciate your honesty. However, due to the seriousness of your crime, sir, due to the violence that was involved, due to your prior misdemeanors and your poor institutional behavior, and also your history of violating probation,